Yeah.
Specifically
hello.
with
How are
Fraud
we
and
doing?
Potter, they had a really fun year.
How
I
is
think it was in
everyone doing?
2023 when EG won champs,
Yep,
correct? Yeah, but that year, Fraud started off by winning Americas, and then Potter kind of one-upped him by winning at champs.
Yeah.
And now I feel like they're both in a similar position, and I'm just
Adapt,
excited to see
30
what
in a
they'll
row,
overtake.
respect.
And that's true. They are both in a similar position right now, both in this rebuild
I mean,
phase.
you're even
right?
here for
And they're
the
having
Liquid
to bring
Academy
in
games.
These new pieces, young players, while at the same time
Exactly.
incorporating veterans.
Yeah.
How do you?
What are you
This is
doing?
a cool
How's
rivalry,
everyone
though,
doing?
without a doubt.
No, 100%. And I think that one of the cool things to me is watching like how certain things
Much
like
of a nap?
will
Do we
change,
had
you
we had
bring
good
in
sleep.
players
We
and
had
how
good
certain
sleep.
things stay similar,
Yeah.
right? Because like even if you're looking at someone like Potter, like I remember like the earlier days of North American Valorant when like it was the EG Icebox.
Am I expecting
just playing,
someone
like,
today?
really,
I'm
really cool things,
expecting-
but then it became the EG.
I'm kind of
Fracture,
not.
so she's
I'm
always
expecting
got
a
these,
good
like,
performance
maps
from
that she's
MIBR and
super
EG.
good
Is
at,
that-
and does a really
is that
incredible
wrong?
prep on,
I feel like
and EG
there's been enough
always
time
be
now
a
that they
lethal
should
team
be
on those
should be
maps
looking
that
right.
She defies the meta just slightly, whether it's a Sova on a Fracture, a Sage Wall boost on Icebox.
An ISO, a Harbor on Icebox, exactly. There was a
Literally.
lot of cool stuff coming out from Potter, and even the stuff she was trying when it didn't work, like the Pearl when Gecko first came
about
out and tried to do a
NRG
lot of
KRU?
set plays, and it just got owned by, I think it
I
was
mean,
even
I'm
Lux at that
expecting
point.
NRG
and
to
then they
win,
just scrapped that
obviously.
strategy. So there's a lot of good fun and games
I would love
between
to see a
these two
KRU
teams,
Haven,
and a lot of
see if
strategy,
we've
and a lot
sorted
of
it out.
two coaches that have to work
We don't know
around
the
the
maps
clock
yet?
just to make
Nah,
sure
should
that
be
they have to
soon.
focus on each other
They
every
do
time.
walk.
Yeah,
walk
you
up
know,
us.
when I think of coaching and the absolute best of the best, like these two are the ones that pop up into my mind
Not me?
immediately. Actually, and you too, my friend.
Come on, man.
Just so everyone knows, Ender's team, Teddy Tactics, managed to make
literally
it top
nothing,
four.
Joyce,
Top
mate.
four. Top
GC
four.
main event.
I'm
GC
pretty
main
much
event.
just
So
the
shout out to Teddy Tactics.
Valorant
Congratulations. Really happy for y'all.
commitment. That's about
No,
it.
seriously, I gotta give you your flowers too, man. Look at that. There you go.
No way, I
All
just
right,
snuck
folks.
myself in there.
Let's go ahead and
What
move
did I
on
eat?
and
Had,
then talk a little bit
leftover
more about
pizza.
MIBR's
So,
OSPOS
it was
and,
nice.
and Nosworth because look,
required
guys,
minimal
they go
effort
way
to
back,
make.
All right, and we wanted to see how well they actually know
Fio,
each
hello.
other with a
Dude,
fun game
quite long, to
of
be
duo
honest.
queues. Enjoy.
I reckon I got like maybe just under
Oi,
5.
eu sou o Aspas, sabe? Aqui, Manito, NCR. E isso é o
Like
duo
maybe
kill.
4.5. Yeah, dude, you add that onto 3 hours
Qual é
earlier.
o
That's
melhor
a
agente do NZR?
that's your day's sleep.
Eu já escrevi. Ok, 3, 2, 1, soa.
Icelandic pizza, dude, it's the same as just normal pizza. Although I would imagine Icelandic pizza, they probably just put licorice on
Você é a
it.
melhor gente, né? O Sky, mas tipo, acho que o som é melhor porque...
Yeah, they have normal stuff out there,
Eu
don't worry.
gosto do
To an
jeito que
extent.
ele usa as habilidades
We don't have
do
like
Sova
Amazon
e
or
como ele se
anything like that.
movimenta com o agente. Tô pulando.
Or a
O
McDonald's.
que o Aspas faz quando ele não está jogando Valorant?
That's disgusting. I mean, yeah, dude, but they love it. So they put it in their they put it in like ice cream and stuff.
Você tá querendo muito.
It's like majority of their sweet section as well.
3, 2, 1. Eu coloquei que ele vai jogar TFT. Não sei. Ele tá jogando TFT muito agora. Mas. É isso?
Amazon here?
Dark.
Nah, it's a
Ou
nightmare
fica
to
com
get stuff here.
Ah, tá, mas você tá jogando TFT.
Eu também jogo TFT. É uma opção também.
É uma opção?
É, porque o fica com a esposa, a gente joga TFT juntos também.
Banner, I have no idea. Is that
Tá
here?
valendo um pouquinho aí. Tá.
I've never tried that if that's here.
Qual é o
Banner.
animal preferido do NZR?
How many hours of sunlight is there at the
Eu sei.
moment?
He doesn't even know as well.
It's not too bad. It's like 6 maybe.
Não. It's only die. And then today.
I think it's like 10 to 4 at the moment. It might be a little bit longer.
Tigre, coloquei.
Ah, eu coloquei tigre também.
It's an Icelandic burger chain. Oh really? Okay. Do you know what? I'll add it to the list.
Tá sincronizando, tá. Pelo
Céu,
agora é um
tigre de fogo.
É,
Eu sabia, nossa, eu tava dentro da sua
Não,
cabeça.
agora que o treinador chinês fala que sou tira, né?
Mano, eu tava dentro da sua cabeça já.
Ok.
Quem é o teammate preferido do Aspas na MIBR?
Eu vou colocar.
Wait, really? Interesting. I'll have to check that one out. Did I read the YouTube chat? Of course.
3, 2, 1.
Ok, eu.
É porque eu coloquei você também.
Tá.
Você escreveu. Eu achei que você ia escrever NZR também.
É, coloquei eu, show. Sou eu.
Ok.
Tá, boa. Under pressure.
And then I write all my teammates' name, and I don't write NZR.
Ok.
It's nice to see him happy, man. Like honestly, even if they don't like have a crazy good year, it's nice that he's looks like he's enjoying himself, because I do feel like sometimes it doesn't look like he's having the best time. Husk, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 28 months. Appreciate the tier 1.
I consider best player in the world still.
Like on your 2 early tier list prediction, give us your hot take on Paper X. You want to ask that after today? The problem is I have no idea which route they go. I reckon they go chamber. That's the route I would go. I reckon you look at G2 and you just go chamber. For something.
People still
And
think
just
of as like
pray.
El Diablo, right? Like this guy is our lurker and
It
was
fills
the
all
best
of the
teamer
roles that they
Americans.
need.
So I mean that's a scary thing to deal with when he's on.
I'm not even sure that's a hot take. It kind of is a hot take just purely because the meta is so open.
With this win, we're very, very confident.
Changes to the roster? Nah, they just need a role thing. I'm telling you. They just need a role change. It's a rough start though. The problem is they used to just out aim everyone, and the overall level of aim got way better. Brendan's sideshow casting? I imagine so if they were casting yesterday.
All right, now normally we'll be out to the
Teo?
stage.
I thought they were going to play a
bringing
little bit of
some teams
Teo.
out,
They might
getting
just
ready
fully
to
embrace
go, but
that.
there's just a little bit of
Good
a
news is
delay
they have
on the stage,
6
so
weeks.
we are
Bad
gonna
news
be
is
here
Ascent is back in the
a
meta.
bit longer,
They did
and then
kind
we're
of
gonna get
just
into
suss
the
out
action.
Ascent
That
in the
means
offseason
less
in
Royal
theory.
Rumble for you.
Who have I got for this game?
Telling you right
That's
now,
a great
short leash,
question.
man.
I mean,
Short leash, Poppy.
you would have
here's
MIBR,
the close.
I think. Just because
No,
EG's
we
been a little bit
usually do our predictions
disappointing.
at the end of the pre-show, but we pushed it a little further ahead here. So let's go ahead and show our
Echo ready?
predictions for this matchup, because I think that's a great place to get the conversation going here. Whoa,
Wait, only
we
2
do
people go for
have
MIBR.
Some MIBR dissension from the Brits. They have decided that they wanted to. I think that's also could be Sideshow trying to defend himself, you know, shield himself from the ire of
Wait, chat,
Brazilian
am I completely wrong here? MIBR not the favorites.
Or maybe he's just being honest about his opinions.
Sideshow being honest?
Yeah.
You seen him?
Yeah, I've watched his co-streams.
Like a
He's pretty
Monopoly villain
honest.
coming to life.
He's pretty honest on those.
True.
No, but okay, but the MIBR picks obviously aren't fraudulent. And in fact, I'm actually
Out
quite
of 50-50?
I'm surprised to see so much. I'm surprised. We all went EG.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not a given that it's going to be EG's victory. I like that you say fraudulent because you have MIBR that has who?
Aspas.
As a coach?
I'm gonna punch a table. I'm gonna punch a table.
Fraudulent, but
Say your
not a
point.
fraudulent coach. That's let's make that
Not a
clear.
fraudulent coach.
Not a fraudulent coach.
Yeah, ain't no fraud about that.
But I think as you guys were talking before here,
Call the cops. Call cops on him.
as you guys are talking before here on the desk, how much experience he's going to be able to bring here for these players, and overall, what I'm expecting to see now is him being able to elevate one of
Sen
these 2
guarantee the
players that
best
we
of
haven't
5.
talked about, which is Cortesia. Cortesia, when you're going into the offseason, he
Yeah,
was
they are,
popping
right?
off. He made some heads turn. Everybody was super excited to see Cortesia. as
Addison,
the
thank you
sentinel
so
role.
much. Thank you,
Just
thank
very
you.
crispy on the aim.
Appreciate the
online
gifted.
event that they played during the offseason.
Fancy
the
getting
Chica
mid
event,
one,
he
mid-
was unstoppable.
mid,
but we didn't
on
really get to
desk.
see him
Love that.
too much
Thanks,
going
man.
into the last few series and games here for MIBR. So I'm hoping that, you know,
Brandon
Fraud,
going
I
for
mean,
KRU is crazy.
knowing him personally, he
There's been a
also
lot of
works
upsets this
outside
week.
of the game with his players
It's not
to make
the,
sure that they're comfortable with their team. You were talking
it
about
is
that
kinda
chemistry
crazy,
for
but
teams,
I like
for
it.
teammates inside
Someone's
and
gonna
outside
do
of the
it.
server to make
Someone's
sure
gonna
that
take the hit,
they're gonna be more
and I respect
comfortable
that
in
it's
their
Brennan.
role where they are leaving home from
thing with
Brazil to
Bren
come
is
here. So
he doesn't
I'm
care about the
hoping
overall
that
percentage.
had enough
He just
time
loves
here
the
to see
ones where he
Cortesia.
goes for the
you
underdog
wanna
and then
see
he
it,
can just
but you're
tweet.
still
He
like
just call
having
everyone
EG
else out.
gave me a little bit more.
honestly,
That's why I'm going that way.
like
What
that
about
approach.
for you, Emily? Is it kind of the same
Tomcats,
assessment?
thank you so much for the
EG just
prime
giving
as well.
a
Thank
little
you,
bit
thank
more
you.
to believe in right now?
No, I agree. I definitely think they're more well put together, like less of a risk. Whereas for MIBR, I think again, like they have the potential if one of the other players definitely steps up in their maps. Like I've
which he's saying like Cortesia or like
Cortezio, Shenum.
What
like,
happened to
any
Paper
one of
X?
them, I think
Oh,
if
they
one
just
of
go
them
Rex,
step
man.
up, I think they could take it.
Yeah, honestly,
It's
just go
truthfully
rank.
a consistency thing, right?
Yeah.
Because with MIBR, we saw one really
Like, DFM
sort of
played really
dreadful
well.
debut where the rookies didn't step up to their level, and the next game was much better. But at face value, if I'm gonna have to bet on one team, I'm gonna go with an EG where I
31
have
had
more
just
belief in
your
what I
soul.
saw out of Ye
They
and
had the
Icy
best
the
comp
other day,
against the
what I
Phoenix
saw
comp,
from
I
the
feel
new
like.
rest
A
of
comp that
Now,
can fight A main so heavy that you
and
can't farm the
focusing,
orbs.
though, on what we might be seeing here, right, in these maps and also these compositions. I mean, the talk of the town has been Tejo. Everyone's been Giant going nuts about him. Are we going to get some Chamber today, perhaps? It didn't look that great last time.
I think we're getting Chamber. I just think that right now the way that EG are building their team is very much.
The only reason the Chamber didn't look great is because they played on split.
Even the Phoenix is a very
and they gave him the hardest role, looking
so
down
I
middle.
think EG are
on his
more
own
focused
solo.
on making sure Ye is taking the fights he wants to take, Icy's taking the fights he wants to take, than they are about like a ton of like really in-depth set plays with the more harder to execute.
See how low Leaf's sense is? How low is low?
I'm also expecting that we're going to be playing comfort zone as well.
We
for
spoke
these
about
two teams. There's a reason why I took the clips
that was
and
pretty
talk
low.
about Abyss.
It's probably
It's
not
a
lower
map
than that.
that they both picked, that they look really good on in it. So I think they want to go toe-to-toe, head-to-head into that one so that those superstars, Ye and Ospas, could fight.
Yeah, there's an opportunity here to have a good old-fashioned barn burner, just like good old JR says, people. Teams are ready to go. It's elimination day,
He's
baby.
0.7 as well.
Geniuses
The same as
versus MIBR
GG.
crew. Visa versus NRG.
the same sense?
Let's get this party started.
Can you
baby.
ask me a long question? Yeah, go on for you. What we got?
Riot Games Arena, chegou a hora de dar boas-vindas ao primeiro time do dia. Façam muito barulho para o
After
MIBR.
EG won champs, Sean talked about. Sean was talking about the players in the after party and the team, and they
Big
and what
opportunity
they
here for
thought was good about it,
MIBR.
and
Shut
thinking that
down
this
EG.
isn't why you
Move
guys
on
were
in this
good.
competition. One step
You
closer
last year
to
when
making it to
everyone
Masters
who
Bangkok,
left
but
EG struggled.
doesn't feel like
Some more, some
the
less.
momentum
On new
coming into
teams,
this
what
one
do you
is
think
on
the
their
players are
side,
so
despite the
ignorant
fact
about?
that they had
I think
a pretty
players
decent
are
showing in their last game.
Yeah,
Players
I
are
think
kind of
overall for
historically
MIBR, when
ignorant,
you're looking at their
and
roster,
a lot of
even
times they
Ospas
don't
being
realize
very
why they
vocal
won.
about it, going
And
into
everyone,
the
when you
season,
win,
it's, hey, it's a
will
work
want
in
to think
progress.
that like
We're
they
still
were
learning
one of the
each
big
other. We're
reasons
still
why they
learning
won.
to
So
feel the groove
you maybe
around
don't fully
working these maps
understand the
against our
actual.
opponents. So I feel that there's a lot of
Like why you won.
focus on themselves more than their opponents.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping to see that build up here. That has built up in the last.
Everyone has their own version of
I've
it.
got faith in this team. I'm really excited to see these rookie
Players
players.
got egos. Oh, for
Couldn't agree
sure.
more
And
with
the
that
thing
one.
is, you can't really have an ego in this game because no joke, this game, in my opinion, is
now it's time to
first of all,
bring
it's a
out
little bit
their
snowbally, so there's like that
opponents.
element of
Make some
randomness.
noise
There's
for
also
NRG
this game is
ESPORTS.
really down to who plays the most, and like who practices the most.
Opportunity for
changes
EG
so much.
about here, and especially for that young man who came out first, IC, to really punch his stamp here in the league and let people know, hey, I am
So
the
as soon as you
real
got an
deal.
ego
I am here to
and you
frag
don't have
out. I am
anything to
here
prove,
help this team
you take your
push
foot off the
past our
pedal,
opponents
you're
in a way that
gonna be exposed
probably
fast.
wasn't set up to before, right? Now he might feel a little bit more emboldened this time.
Yeah, again, the way he's been fighting with Ye has been really, really strong. But there's an Ospas on the other side.
What
If
about
there's
Leaf then? I
ever
mean,
a
Leaf's just
challenge for a
Leaf's
younger
just an
player,
anomaly.
For any player in Valorant, it's facing
He
up
does.
against
He at least
Valorant's
practices a lot,
It's
and I'm not sure he's got that
tough
much
one
of an
for sure,
ego.
Emily, here you got challenges across the board.
he's just-
Both
he's just
teams
sick of the
bringing
game.
a lot of firepower to the table here. You know, where do you see the difference kind of playing out? We've really honed in on the individuals, but you know, we talked about them playing together. Need to play
But as
together,
a team, I
focus
guarantee
on
they
themselves.
practice loads.
What is your major takeaway here as we get ready for these maps to be shown?
Well, like I said, they shine best with the fundamentals, with the,
Abyss, split,
with
palm.
the basics. And
Another Abyss? Sure.
Abyss, this will be so good.
They hated,
So you
they
guys,
hated the jersey
kinda
so much
called
they
it.
changed
Yeah.
it. Dude, I
Yeah.
guarantee
Well
they all
done,
hated
well
their
done. So we're
jerseys
getting
as well.
Abyss here.
Almost watch Vaz and study the game.
Yeah.
Can't play good if you
All
don't
right,
feel
what should we be
comfortable with
expecting
what
with
you're
Abyss
wearing
here?
is all I'm
I
saying.
think on defense, we'll definitely be seeing Icy and Ye taking that A main space pretty often. I think on their attack, same thing. They're
Leaf's
gonna be
tweet, he
going
plays
in
on
together.
0.72. Dude, he's similar to
Yeah.
Gigi's in there.
I
Sweat
think
wants
a
to
lot
do
of
on
it, you know, we were showing in the
0.07
demonstration
as
about
well.
like the jumps that EG were going for that A
Yeah,
main
that's
control.
icy.
So MIBR know that is something they're going to be facing off against. I think
Also think if you practice loads, you don't have to play too much ranked.
Side will be very important. But truthfully, when I look at this whole map pool, I see two very off.
Derek said on stream he hated the old jersey. I mean, yeah, I don't blame him, dude.
That on map 1
I wouldn't
and
want to
3,
walk out
on
in that.
Abyss and Pearl, it is going to be very focused around our duelists.
Yeah, and
Chambers.
and that's the other thing, right? Is it gonna? That's what I really enjoy about this team. You just don't really know what you're gonna get on each end, right? It can either be Icy. You see, we've seen him roll with the
Demon 1
Aquaform,
have ego?
G2
Thing is,
do
I
that
don't
in the
know
past.
him.
But
There's a thin
Kenny
line
on the
between
other side.
confidence
But
and
here
ego,
are
though,
your
for sure.
agents. So,
Like confidence and arrogance.
Again, nothing really all that crazy here that we're
I don't
seeing,
really know.
but, and Artson on KO.
You only
So
really know
they
if you're
work
like
on
in
a
the
duo.
team.
And that's what I was mentioning
'Cause
before
what-
here.
what his
Shannon was
confidence
finding
could
his
come
groove
across
here
as
in
like
the
having
second
a
map
big
when they played
ego as
against
well.
Cloud9, bringing out this Astra, and they played a basic composition, but played it very, very well. And you saw him in these clutches that what he was able to provide as his Astra. Nothing.
How do you get rid of your ego?
Either, so
Sometimes it depends on you as a person. Sometimes you need to get absolutely wrecked in a game and realize you're not that good.
This is going to be off heavy.
and realized it was like
All right,
the
folks,
whole
it's now
team
time
environment and
for
stuff that you
map
did in the
number
team.
1. Finally, the yapping is done. So let's go ahead and send it over to your cast. It's the tag team duo looking to go for the goal.
Need to get
It's
humbled,
Duggan,
yeah,
baby,
pretty much.
babe.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. I think one of the privileges of getting to Cast America's week over week is you have the opportunity to watch a story
Even one of them.
unfold
Again, I have no
weeks,
idea if he
over
does.
months,
You
over
would
years, and
want your
really
team
see
to
a
have
career
confidence as well. So
develop. And I think this map
again,
is
it's hard to
punctuation point
find the
for
line.
EA and Aspas, the legacies that they've had. and the
Teo
legacies they'll have the
with the
opportunity to
Prime.
continue
Thank
to
you
build
so much,
today.
dude. I appreciate that. Welcome into the Slug Club. Thank you for
Valorant in
that.
general, because of those two that you just mentioned. The head-to-head duels we saw them have, they really cemented themselves in Valorant history, and now on new teams they're looking to write a new story.
And it's a perfect opportunity to pen that chapter. It's time for the Samsung match start. Load up fast with Samsung SSDs. The first map of this best of 3 will be a miss.
Definitely don't have
on
the
the
epic pen
attacking
ready.
side. Last time we saw
Excuse
them
me?
dance on this stage, it was a 13-7 against Furia, and they didn't have to show
There we
Tundra.
And I think it was very smart of Potter.
So we got
choose the
MIBR
attacking side as
on
well,
defense, we got
because
EG on attack.
MIBR's defense the last time around against Cloud9, it was abysmal. They almost let Cloud9 back into the game.
Revelation X with the
being
Prime
up
as well.
10-2
Thank you so much for doing that.
9-3.
Also, I appreciate you.
Something
Welcome
of the
into the
sort.
Slug Club. Thank you for the Prime usage. And SS Trick 22 as well. Same thing. Thank you for the Prime, mate. Welcome in.
Across the map right now.
I appreciate you both.
Seeking out any of that aggression from Aspas.
The
Just
MIBR
holding
comp
the
is
line at
outdated.
B.
It still does everything pretty
You know,
well on this map.
Icy's another duelist that the Desk talked about a little bit, but often maybe gets
But
overshadowed.
I will say that DRX agree with you. And they're like one of the better, if not the best on this
server
map.
today, but Icy's a guy who's been around a bit. Remember, he was on that secondary roster for EG.
I like
He
this
was
from
part of building
EG.
that, and yes,
Double
he didn't have
smokes,
the
they
same
can actually
performance
create a
on
lot of
G2
pressure
last
over
year,
towards
but
middle.
this
Split
is
over
another guy
towards
who's
B.
looking to
We've
make
got
a
3
statement.
here from MIBR
What a
then.
hell of a place to be able to do that. Then up against Aspas here.
Aspas is gonna have to go huge here in this smoke, but it's actually
Oh boy.
Nas where that does it. And Icy, the man that you
Oh boy.
mentioned with the
Dashed
quick
off the
flick and
map.
quick
Had
3K.
to
Talk
just
about answering the call at
drift
just the right
over.
moment.
Jeez, and he's looked so good.
This was a nice pistol though.
Almost reinvigorated.
I also
mean, the
like
confidence
how
that you get after
chill
playing with a G2 and
these
all
two
that
were
stage
over towards B
experience that he
main.
was able to get.
They pretty much waited for that cage to
Now
go
you
down
see
before
why
they
he's on this
actually
EG
head over
roster.
towards
Now
the
you
site,
see
and the
what
timing
Potter
was really
sees in
nice.
him.
Derek will fall. He was a little weak.
Nice
Not
shots.
around
Dude,
for much
imagine they do
longer. EA will
this.
join him. His 4v2
Yeah,
is
the
quickly
smoke is-
equalized. Remember, Icy's very weak. Superman is as well.
Whoa,
Oh,
whoa,
the bullets are
whoa.
just barely dancing around his head. Artsine taking a little bit of damage. It's gotten to half. They try pushing into smoke. Now 1v1. Artsine can hold this.
Oh my goodness, it was close. It felt like every single bullet was above his head, and then maybe someone told him to aim down. I'm not sure.
What a
Dude,
fashion
that
to
one
start
got
off this
very,
series.
very close.
You would think that it would be Aspas that was getting the 4K, but it's Icy to answer.
Right, you tell me a jet pops off in the pistol in this matchup. The first name I go with is not Icy.
You had
And
to
this
watch
is
the
such a
main
good
stream.
map
Yeah, I'm
for
sorry about
Aspas
that,
as
Banzi.
well.
So good.
On the defensive side.
Didn't want
Icy, let's go.
to take any
Aspas, he can
ideas
really
for
get
that
going with that
EME
operator
stream.
once he gets it online. But EG, they're the ones that are setting the tone, making sure that he can't get it right away.
Dude, is that how long it's been since they played each other?
And
Nuts.
now you're seeing why EG approached the
Okay,
pistol
so
round
Aspas gets
methodically.
a hero gun. I say hero
We
gun.
know
It's a
that
sheriff.
MIBR like to go for aggressive little plays like that. And
Oh, that's
wow,
why.
That's the head-to-head. Aspas already besting Ye.
Yeah, that's a gun down. That creates a lot of pressure as well. And we've got no vision on if they actually
EG do on
pushed
the
for
other
this.
side of
So
They've lost their controller.
EG feeling
They
like they
still
have to
Superman
speed up
play
a
around,
little
but
bit.
Astra Stars offer a little bit more as far as what's available. So with the tension turned towards B.
Right,
and a lot of
FPS.
space
Thank
taken
you so
mid.
much, right. Double I.
Our team's got to be careful.
Thank
yeah,
you so much,
Nazar's
dude. I
gonna fall
appreciate that.
too. If you're EG here, you're just wanting to carry over as many rifles as you can, and that's
Honestly,
certainly
the-
going to hurt.
the
This is
sheriffs
getting
are doing
messy,
great.
much
Double
messier
gun
than it
pickup.
ever should have been.
Derek.
All of a sudden, a 3v2. Nature's still got a rifle in hand. Things have been upgraded. He's not looking the right way, and it's all going to fall into a 1v1.
Big
A leader
1v1.
on
He
the
has a
side of EG
flash. That's about it.
against the household name of Aspas. Position entirely
Again, right. Thank you so much for the tier 1.
concealed. No real way to know where he is. Now
Ooh.
leg spotted. A little bit of damage dealt on the swing. Not much found now. A little over 20 seconds left. Nature should be able
No
to get
matter
the spike
what,
down.
it's
weapon
incredible.
upgraded for the
An
duelist.
incredible bonus.
Such an early round.
Picks
to
up
go
the
down
better
in a
gun, no
situation
armor,
like
though.
this. Again,
Basically the
Vandal
same
against
HP.
Bulldog Nature, creeping his way forward and looking for any swing, any challenge from the GOAT. First bullet just whizzing by his ear. Nature having to take a step back, giving up some of the space. And that's now Aspas on the tap. A shoulder thrown. He's gotten it to half. And he's staying alive.
Nice shot, dude.
Another massive
Nice shot. Very calm with what was
EG.
going down
Yes,
here.
that was way messier than it ever should have been.
It was super messy, yeah,
That's
but
now 2 1v1s
at least
going
they
their way.
at least they managed to
because of that opener
close
from
it out.
Aspas on to Ye. That's the matchup that we were hyping up already. What a shot to hit. What a pace already from MIBR. But Nature showing full disrespect. I mean, he re-peaked Aspas so many times trying to prevent him from getting a rifle in the first place.
The whole setup from EG, yeah, I would. So they could definitely steal something from other teams, right? The person watching over towards A, if you're gonna have the gun here, should be on like the ledge, so the gun falls down when they get shot. Or you just have the person that's watching this have a ghost, so you can react with the other 4 when they have buddies. Like, I don't think the person alone here should have like a bulldog.
It's broken very early on, so
it's not a great anti-eco. There's just way too many risks on it.
Aspas is on an island here.
They love a middle at the moment.
That weapon is so terrifying in this man's hands.
And he's got dash.
Kind of showing off, I guess, with the double smoke comp, because MIBR can't do this as easy.
A lot of interest in exploring the middle of the map.
Yeah, it's definitely been mid-centric so far for this EG roster. Icy.
Nas, we're feeling pressure. Aspas has to take a step back, realizing the threat is afoot.
What a shot.
Not too far off. Big kill
now this gets real
early
weird.
on, who has been the source of criticism
Nice shot.
a couple of times here, but the counter. Icy now down. And MIBR looking to gain traction in
Wait,
this round, and it
Zenom's
seems like
done
they're gonna succeed.
insanely
Jared, the last
well.
one
Waits
standing
for
in a
his
1v3.
regen shield as well.
He's got a spike in hand.
Oh, I mean, they hear this.
A lot of noise made. You're gonna know where you are now.
Dude,
Finds one.
Zenom did
but the trades
great.
come through. MIBR on the
EG
board.
should be
Good
super
trades, but a
happy with
lot
the
of
damage done though.
by
This is
EG
going to
into
be
this round.
important round.
It's going to be a scrappy buy up here for MIBR.
It's
I mean, look at the money. Aspas
Denim.
sitting at 3,100. He's going to have to reinvest in an outlaw or have somebody transfer him one of those rifles saved. That is such a huge entry from Superman, and you're 100% correct. He hasn't really had that highlight performance yet on this EG squad this year. And yeah, it's limited. We don't have that much information on how he's going to be looking, but getting an impactful frag like that, that's a good start for this young lad.
Yeah, he is.
I might forget at one point, but we'll see how we handle.
But at least
Tech
early
pause?
on seems to be
Pause.
finding his footing as we do have a bit of a tech pause on the stage.
Hey, we're keeping the streak going again.
2022, Ye would have 30 kills by
I think
now.
all of the pieces need to come together. This isn't a roster that's
Physically
built in
not
such a way where
possible,
you have
but-
one star that can go nuts and the rest of them just kind of perform and it's enough. Everyone needs to be clicking. and I
Definitely
think
not
for EG,
glorifying the past
again,
or
Superman
anything.
has been a part of that conversation,
good.
but that's a great start for him so far.
And the stats are indicative of that as well. If you look at the stats from every single match that EG has played, it's always
1,800
been,
viewers
like,
and only
very
70
close.
likes.
Sometimes
Honestly,
Icy is
Gil,
kinda
call them out
leaning,
on
a
YouTube.
little bit
That's
apart,
right.
but barely, by like 5
on,
kills
guys.
maybe. So, yeah, it is always a team effort from the side of EG. It was like that last year. It's like that this year. And it's just how Potter likes to coach. It's a good system that they have going on for everybody to shine and have their specific moments. I mean, on the other end with MIBR, we had a monstrous performance from Shenom last time around. One that even
4K
Naswar and
viewers on
Aspas
Twitch
were
and no
just
likes.
ecstatic by.
Dude,
I was in the
we just
post-match
average
interview
like 4K
with
viewers now.
Aspas
Do you know how
and
wild that is?
Naswar, and they were like, yeah, we were so happy to see not only Shenom play well, Cortesia.
I should look at my
playing good,
average from 2 years ago to now.
Martin having his crazy
It must be
lucky moments.
insane.
Yeah, I think one of the things that stood out to me, I had the opportunity
Tuning
talk
out to
with-
drop the
with
viewership. Okay,
Potter
thank
and
you for that,
Prod,
Pansy.
Earlier
Couldn't have
today,
said
kind of
anything,
pick
I
their
guess.
brains. And the one thing that stuck out to me that I'd love to get your thoughts on, Dre, is MIBR and
Used to average 900, dude. I used to average like 200 when I first started. I used to average like 200.
About the chemistry and the camaraderie that's built on a team and just how
Obi-Wan's,
valuable that
thank
is.
you so much.
can
Thank you,
have
thank
5
you. Appreciate the
shooters,
prime.
but
Thank you for the 13
ideally,
months.
You're building a core,
Yeah.
right? And that's
appreciate
the core
that.
that you're sticking with. And yeah, you can maybe move things around.
Professional
but
hey
again,
watcher, yeah. So I'm take down the numbers.
Fraud, one of the things he said was, you wanna
Averaging
avoid
200
process,
is still
just
good, dude.
keep it
That's
all
what I mean. I was happy with
possible.
that.
The grass is not always greener, and I think for MIBR, they have this.
Like I was pumped up with that. I thought that was going to be the peak, to be honest. By Zombie with the tier 1. Thank you so much as well, bro. Appreciate that. Welcome in.
Everything else, and for as good as they may be, This is a new
You must get
project
asked
that
this a
they're
lot,
trying
but
to have to
genuinely, how
figure
much do
out
you sleep?
how do they drive on the fly.
I reckon I do manage to get
for new
majority
talent, like
of the
Shanna,
time, like
like
6 to 7
Cortezio,
hours
who
sleep.
have a lot of promise, and
To be
already
honest,
who have
it's just sometimes it's in like
surpassed expectations. I would
3-hour
say.
intervals
yeah,
or
their
like
first match was
4-hour
extremely
intervals.
shaky, but Synergy, it's not built instantly.
It's maybe
I mean,
not
Rome
like
wasn't built in a
a
day,
set.
right? So you have to work slowly by slowly,
one
and being
lump.
able to identify that, it just makes it easier for those newer pieces to come together and not feel so pressured that they have to step up and play to the level of a guy like Aspas.
And I do think that's part of the
Buy Zombie
challenge
as
that
well.
every
Thank you for
team
saying
has
that
to
as well,
solve in
dude.
the
As
offseason,
well as the
because
tier 1.
one
Thank
of
you,
those
mate.
roster
Mate,
changes is
appreciate that.
How quickly can you make those 5 individual pieces one piece, right? And for MIBR, there's something they're having to figure out. EG to a
Been
similar
hate
degree.
watching since too fast.
And especially with the way that the format
What the
is in
hell?
VCT, especially Kickoff. I mean,
Okay.
you can go OT
I mean, a viewer's a
barbecue,
viewer,
you're
I guess,
done.
if it's a hate
So
watcher. Why not?
trying to prolong this tournament as long as you can for
Okay, so
MIBR,
before the
I'm
tech
sure
pause, we were
that's
going
one
to say
of
this
the
is going to be a
major
big
goals
buy
they
rounds,
want to
right?
live
And
to
let's
fight another day,
remember
get more of
why
that synergy
we
flowing
got
within the
every
team.
single person with a circle on
And that
them.
is what's
Can't
at
buy
stake here.
next.
You're right.
And
This is an
EG
elimination
just
match.
want to
All you're
insta-send
doing
this
is
Omen
trying to
Flash
live to
misses,
fight
and that's an
another
incredible
day.
shot.
Icy can't live there.
No. That's a great start out from the Sentinel. It seems like they're still trying to commit on getting the spike down. Nature will succeed. But MIBR, they're at the doorstep. Poised to flood out as quickly as they can. And so now with the Cosmic Divide, you have to figure out if you're going to try to fight in front of the wall or play back. They've got a couple of members on the other side of things. Derek's going to get flushed out of that corner. Good bit of damage done, a little friendly fire.
2 for 1.
But now Ye and Superman left in this 2v4. And again, position concealed, now given away. He's found one. 2 more to be claimed. He's gotten it down to the hardest part. He's
My God,
trying to be
imagine.
away.
Oh my
just
God.
barely finds the timing to get out by the skin of his teeth, and now repositions. Doesn't know where he is. Position now given away on the tap.
Damn, that's absolutely
Red Bull clutch
insane
for
that he's
Evil
won
Geniuses,
that.
And who else but Superman to answer the call?
Dude, the impact of that is...
Somebody check his PC,
I can't
man. There's
even...
no way that's
That's
legal.
so ridiculous, bro. He should never be winning this. Never, ever be winning this.
Superman, all headshots, all one taps. He had a guardian to
And
his
he forced him down to an
Such
eco.
impactful round to win for his team. And this is something that I've
Dude,
had the
he
pleasure
went
of
for the
watching
all out of
firsthand
there
when
and
he's
managed to
sitting
get
right next to
away.
me when he was on phase. And I was waiting for the moments of brilliance to shine in VCT. Look at how calm and composed he is.
Yeah,
He
he's the
has so
calmest
much
one on his team,
experience,
to be
this
honest.
kid.
That was nuts. Yeah, and like we said,
Further the
there's
lead
just
with
3
that
people that
round,
can't
with
buy.
that- with that
Got 2 hero
monstrous
guns
clutch from
again.
Superman.
The 3 rounds that EG have won have been heroics.
Yeah.
You talk about Icy's 4K, now back-to-back rounds from Superman.
Concept with the tier 1. Thank you so much for that, dude. Appreciate you. Thank you for the 4 months.
Needed on this map of Abyss. Icy not opting to invest into.
This is a good
anything other
chance for
than these jet
EG
knives in this round.
to start getting the ults online.
A lot
Two
of the members
pretty
on
big
MIBR
ults to an
sitting
extent.
at no armor, so it
Vice
really
one
only
is
takes 2
situational.
body shots of the knives. Can be very easy to rack up some
This
kills,
this
get
was
some momentum in your own
oh
favor
boy.
as that main duelist.
They could
Not
get
that he
really
needs it.
good timing on
started
this.
off hot.
They're going to try to find a timing on the other side of this
Yeah,
dart.
they got really good timing on this. Keep an eye on Ye though.
Yeah, but look at who picked up the gap. It's Ye at the other end.
Oh.
Oh my gosh, the timing!
Tried picking up the gap, ended up picking
Ult
up the
goes
speed.
down.
Now
They
he's in the
realize they
next
can pick up
round.
the gun. They got to speed up
Meanwhile,
over
the
towards
paranoia out
site.
towards B, they're going to dash out onto the
As long
site.
as these 2 with the
And they've
bad
got
guns
room to
don't
work with.
overcommit,
No ults on the side of
MIBR in a pretty strong
MIBR
pass.
almost did it last time around.
But this time, Icy's got his blades, and they look sharp. 3 left.
Well, that-
swinging
I mean,
out,
that
maybe
is-
a little bit more than he bargained for. And MIBR, again, as has been the case, every single round they start to claw their way back
Oh,
in. But
dude.
it's heroics again.
They're sticking.
Can they
it.
even get to
have
him?
He's going to stick it, and he's not going to get challenged. Is the spam going to come
Oh
out?
my
Not
god,
this
just
time.
insta stuck on this one.
MIBR steal
Lovely
around the
timing on
way.
the push on middle.
Oh my
And they had a
goodness.
hero play, but it kind of gets completely erased. And we've got now
They
3 people
finally
that can't
done
buy on the opposite side.
They almost anti-eco at the first place, but it's Ye to fall once
Yeah,
again.
so the call
first.
here was to like
Getting
push,
caught with utility
because they
this
have no
time.
idea about the amount of numbers behind them. But Icy
EG
there
just getting
has to let the
smothered
other
on
2
actual
play.
site.
Like he has to let the other 2 play.
That all happens because of the risk that
Wait, is the
MIBR are willing to
replay camera
take
in
on
4
the
by
anti-eco.
4x3 black
EG,
bars?
They default, they wait for it, but the timing that MIBR aggresses, it's perfect.
believe that knife tagged Nature back in B main. So our team will not have that knife for a couple seconds. Dart invested from Nazwar too. It's a lot of their info gathering.
Ye's had enough of getting caught. He wants to be the peaker this time around.
I mean, Nazwar's also just used
And
his
it's off
drone.
angle. Yeah, and every single person here can get one shot.
Camera taken out.
Again, knowing where Nature is, he has not moved. He's been here since the beginning of the round. The flash just barely not connecting.
Yeah, he's going to get walked on right here. Cortesia, like you said, understands.
Big pressure over towards A to try and make it a little bit weaker over towards middle, so he should be trying to take a timing in terms of icy.
As much attention and distraction as Nature can cause, this works out quite well. Yeah, he pays for it with his life, but again, you mentioned the mini-map. Although, that's
They still have an okay chance, to be honest. It all comes down to the Derek duel.
I don't know that they were expecting another one, and now they have a really good idea. They know
No
that the Sentinel
way.
Spike is now down back
No,
in
no
B-main.
way. He spotted him early. He walked around the corner and Cortesia kills gets him.
Very quickly, a flawless one as MIBR.
How did he?
Doug, you know how I am. I'm staring at the mini-map always. Cortesia wasn't even looking at Derek there.
Dude,
Derek
Baby
saw
Bay's
his
on the same
barrel
thing that I was on.
at the start of that. And Cortesia just hits a 90-degree flick on him. Look at
The
this.
observer should be on this duel though, really.
Derek
That's
knew
the spine.
entire way through that he was there. Still gets sat down. That could be a factor playing into your brain. Like, yo, I saw this guy there the entire time.
Don't want to call that praise too much, but.
And look at who's at the top of the scoreboard for MIBR.
Nilzinho, hello mate.
The ones that impressed us the most.
How's prep going?
Closing out that game against Cloud9. They're stepping up to the plate again here against EG. In a very, very early timeout here for Potter. Trying to make sure things don't get out of hand.
Well, I wanted to ask you that too, because it hasn't felt like things are getting out of hand. I mean, they're still in this fight. It's not like we're talking 6-0 and all of a sudden this avalanche is starting to build. So what is Potter trying to attack here?
So you're right. It's been a fight for fight. It's 3-3.
I mean,
but it's
are they
the rounds
just gonna
that EG have
start
lost that they shouldn't, right? You get eco'd
Sight.
almost the first time. Then you actually
hits,
get
maybe?
eco'd. And that
They've
can
been
be very tilting
they've been
for the mental
slow
of a team
taking
like
middle a
EG.
lot
They need
as well.
to stay calm, composed. They need to remember the game plan and not let things slip away for them.
Always prepping, it never ends. I mean, yeah, it's a whole year event.
Questions abound on what sort of changes will take place on the other side of this timeout. Again, tied at 3 apiece. There's been fireworks and there's
If you
been
lose to
flash in almost
Vitality,
every single round
100
we've had.
push-ups. Damn, dude.
Other than what, the last one, the flawless round. And again, it felt like EG were a bit lost in
Just
sauce.
when the loss wasn't enough. Gotta do 100 push-ups as well.
Yeah, they know what they want to do here. I think it's going to be a heavy B execute. Superman.
Oh, they concealed the flash off the recall.
Yeah, I like this though.
Laspa still
We've seen
gets the
this.
best of Icy.
We've seen this multiple times, right?
That's 2 tags.
You gotta
as well
attack
from
timeout, and on defense they decide to go aggro when you're focusing on your new plan.
Nature and Derek.
And EG did what we thought they were gonna do, just right straight up sight hits, but they did get
committed onto this. The spike is just
a
now
little
making
bit
its way
wrecked at the
towards B.
beginning.
That Astra wall.
Dude, look at the damage done.
MIBR have to play retake here. That drone's going to give a lot of info on
The
where this
Soval did
post-plant
pretty good.
positioning is.
And then remember, they're running
And they
a double
spotted
control
him
comp,
jumping
so
away
they
from
can
sight.
obfuscate everything here. Make things so much more difficult, so much
Superman's
more
in that
labor
pulse
for
though.
MIBR.
Yeah, but Osboss, I feel like he's on a bender right now. Superman,
Bomb.
he gets taken
A
down
great
very
trade.
early on here.
I'm pretty sure with Derek getting that kill, he gets it all, but he's not in that pulse to use it. Oh my god.
Unturned as Derek has 3 on the round. He's going to have to do a bit more, though. It's all FTA, who's had a very slow start to this map. Suck going to pull him off. Did not get half here. Time becomes a massive factor. The shot's not connecting. Can El Diablo deliver? That's one found. He has to step off of it. 8 bullets left. Nazwar has to
Okay,
stick
nice
it.
shots in the end.
Ye's the
Yeah,
easiest
stuck
kill
your landing.
he'll
Was
get.
looking a
The
little bit
rifle clutch
shaky.
for EG.
Another B site post plant, another clutch for EG. I mean, if that's your
Yeah,
win
it is the
condition, you
clutches
have
at
the
the moment.
players to do
1v3
so,
Superman,
right?
1v2 Ye.
If it works, it works, and that's been the case for them here.
3 big plays so far from EG at this B site. No wonder why they're leaning heavy towards there. And that was the call at the timeout.
My bitrate? No, my
Fraud
bitrate's
made
the
a call
same.
of
It
his
should be
own,
right.
trying to get aggressive, trying to disrupt
Might be something
that
your
type
end,
of
or it
hit.
could be like a YouTube
Osboss
thing.
getting little crazy there with the knives, but
Aspas gets the Outlaw out, and there is 4 people that he could one-shot.
now mid denial from MIBR. Aspas should have heard that TP.
Early knife may
There's
not
one
going
of
to
them.
tag anything, but Aspas will get the best of Supa.
Yeah, Supa finally punished for taking that teleport. He's going to have to choose different pathing in the future rounds. A follow-up drone to clear out more of that mid information. Not have to worry about that anymore. And a quick rotation from Aspas. He's going hunting over here towards that A site.
And if the round continues the way it looks like it will, he will be right. The spike is towards A. The majority of EG's personnel is there too.
Okay, he swaps to the jet though.
Camera, but it's all
And, like, would you hit a site without the jet?
From the side of MIBR.
It's supposed to be, but they're not moving. Aspas, in fact, took more of an aggressive line, and now it gets the best of Derek. Dashing away, staying alive. Still 2 smokes to play around.
Dude, imagine it.
A little bit more playing around him. Again, now MIBR, the defense
Hello,
is
Zil.
back
How we
towards
doing,
A.
mate?
A 5v3 and a difficult one at that for the attack.
Yeah, EG moving a little bit too forward, but that's a way in. No flashes now here.
It's a step of a way in. They've got
Yeah,
the
but
Suns going to keep him
Aspas
at bay,
should have
dashing
them
into the
locked
smoke.
down.
The second one. Where's the follow-up swing? The timing was almost perfect. Aspas gets another. Now Icy left in 1v3. From up top, perched on Jenny, able to find one. He's got a little bit of time, but doesn't even know that he has that window. He's got to commit to getting a spike down now.
Yeah, it's too late now. He's going to have to kill both. One person's just going to run at him here, delay the spike plant. It's inevitable.
Yeah.
Nosworth
He thought
will
they were
take out
closer.
Icy.
Kind of owned himself.
Aspas,
Maybe
the
wasn't fully aware at the
proactivity with
time
that
once he
Outlaws
committed
would
the
open up
dash
this
as
round
well.
For MIBR to just dominate. He takes out Superman in mid, who has been creeping up almost every single round, and then gets this aggressive angle that you were talking about, making it nearly impossible for the attacking side to bring it back.
And I think, again, it's worth repeating. The aggressive angle that he took was in the face of noise that was made from their duelists on the other side of the map.
Yeah, I think EG in that moment just jumped the gun a little bit too early. They needed to let it cook just a little bit longer. Have those rotations actually full commit towards that B side.
Okay, Insta Knife hits 3.
Go for EG here.
They set up
A lot of
Aspas
info gathered
early
from
over
MIBR.
towards A. They can keep 3 strong here.
Going
They
back
have
for their
info
tried
trip
and
as
true
well
B.
for behind.
I mean, it's.
I
it
like
has
this from
worked
EG though.
3 rounds
Going
for
back
them
to the site
on
hits.
this
I mean, it
attack
has
half.
been. I think it's been
just gonna
working
be
out
much
best for
tougher
them.
to
It's
do
just
that.
the fact they
Icy.
don't have
The tip of the spear with the
any
Guardian.
guns.
Netting no success.
Yeah, they have to get out of here now. That defense is way too fortified. Yay, he is the deposit. A cut of sound, but the thing is for MIBR, especially after this neural theft is used, all that A main space was gathered. Aspas was in there the entire way through, by the way. And look at how deep he is. That flash was to get some info.
Yeah, well, don't think I can do 10 these days.
Aspas nearly avoiding that. And nature. There,
I reckon you got 10 in you, man.
Yeah.
Easy.
You're not surviving that.
Yeah, that's tough.
My camera is destroyed.
MIBR know exactly where you are.
30 seconds left.
4 members towards B. This is a really good anti-eco.
This is probably as close to unwinnable of a round as I think we'll ever see.
Okay.
It would take a miracle out of Superman right here. And he gets the first.
It's gonna, I mean,
And it says no
Lightning's gonna have
time.
to strike there more than once.
Yeah.
Down B.
And so
I'm a
MIBR
little
will
bit
take the
worried
lead
for
back off the back
EG
of
at
a
the
3K from
moment.
Artzine, who
Because
is
I don't,
very
I'm
quietly
not sure you want to
putting
do a
together
double timeout,
significant map.
but
Yeah, he gets
their buy rounds, they keep getting picked off.
rough
Because they keep going over towards
debuts
middle.
I've ever seen on KO, but
And then,
he's definitely coming to B.
I mean, the Ecos,
yeah, it's an
the Ecos, they
eco,
don't have the guns.
But you're getting confidence.
Looks like they're out of
kills right
ideas.
here.
Does feel like they're a little bit out of ideas,
Well,
yeah.
you further down the road.
Well, I mean, even
It feels like when they
in the
get
face of
no
confidence
like
kills,
picks
yeah, I
over
think there's
towards
some validity
middle,
to that, but also the
don't
map is just
massively
hella
know what to
close
do.
right now. And so these are the types of maps where if you don't convert on an anti-eco, stuff gets sideways.
Okay, this is nice. So
So
this
you
is a
gotta
good
be able
call.
to navigate
They
moments
wait
like
for
that
the knife.
A la
It
EG,
hits
who if
no
they don't
one.
get anti-eco, this could easily be a 7-2.
They
right?
drone. They got an ult. They can fast hit
Derek
sight.
with ult here.
Recon's
Superman
good.
too, and now Nature has his. There's a lot behind this punch if
Omen
they choose
flash
to
is
deliver
good.
it.
Good delay right
Yeah,
now.
the
from
KO
MIBR.
ult
That KO Molly thwarted the defense.
did
and that
wreck
ultimate
them a
invested
little
as well.
bit.
Now Aspas, he
And
has
by a
more room
little
to
bit,
play
I
with.
mean a lot.
MIBR have not taken any space.
Like so much so that Icy popped his dash and then he couldn't use it. So now they can't get through any of this. But it's actually pretty rough now. The timing of Artzin's ult was incredible.
They're fully sending onto this now. All three ults invested. Artzin in the first line of defense. Meanwhile, Superman had fully committed to the TP.
Yeah, he committed with his ult back side.
Dropping it quite yet. Up in the hands of Aspas.
The recovery was pretty good, right? Double ult from Derek and Superman.
With the sniper.
Feels like Superman's involved in the majority of the rounds that they're winning.
Time is slowly slipping away here. That's a big kill traded back and forth, but again, the numbers do not add up when you're at a deficit like this.
Nature ult too. Oh yeah, sorry, Vice also. You're right.
Superman just still dropping players. I was so impressed that he committed that TP, but that set play from EG, baiting out that utility, that was super smart.
Well, and the truth is, if
you pause that
TP,
like before all the ults come in, and honestly, MIBR have like a really good chance.
Yay.
EG
Finally
just
taking out
dumped him.
upgrading to that operator as well. And that's something I have to mention. Yeah, yesterday we talked about how DGZine is sitting at the top of the leaderboard, 26 op kills, I believe it was.
Right.
The follow-up was Osboss with 11, but you know who else is trailing closely behind? Icy has 10 operator kills, Ye has 9.
It's crazy to think that 2 of those are on the same team.
Yeah.
All right, let's see.
And this is where we saw Ye get a lot of
so you can get the last 2.
EG with this attack side
Still
operator.
Got 3 and 2 that can't buy next.
Aspas has his too.
This is so sick. This might be the head-to-head.
Double smokes the middle though. He's not going to get anything for a while.
Time being, but maybe when the rotation's set in the mid-round, we'll see a duel, a classic duel between the two.
It's just a smoke keeping them apart.
Yeah, this is the cool thing about running the double smoke composition from EG. You can use the double approach in mid, creep all the way forward, get real up close and personal, make it uncomfortable.
He hasn't even procced the dash. What a freak! He just holds it.
And remember, last time around, Superman peeked him from that
Then
close
they got a
left
judge
angle.
close, and they got
So
no
you're
one to get
absolutely
through
right.
the
call
choke.
you have to hold that angle without popping your dash.
Fearless.
He already got punished from that spot before, but this might be the duel. What a weird off angle to hold as well.
Surely you don't clear this. Taking a step back.
You are divided.
Another freeze on the round, another ult invested.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
is all
I'm
just
going to wait for the Astra suck here and then go in.
But if you look at the weaponry right now from Artizine.
Yeah, the position too. Forget about just having the judge. Aspas gets high ground.
Spike down A.
But he's instantly dropped. Superman slow waltzes.
Chill, Artzin. Don't do anything too crazy.
Spike now committed, and again, a numbers deficit for EG. Yeah, they're getting into these close-win positions, but they're often crippled at it. The shotgun is
Nice.
still here.
He played
Will
great
connect.
though. He played great here. He was very, very,
And
very
a
patient.
drive-by to close out the round. Aspas, because of that cosmic divide, he's able to updraft. Nobody from the side of EG can hear that. He's
Hello,
at the other
Keeper.
end. He's
How we
so
doing?
up high. I'm very impressed that Nature got that trade in the first place.
I should be able to watch your game tomorrow. I might miss the
damage.
first
Bro, 'cause you're
map,
not looking
Keeper.
up there. There's no reason
you don't
to be
hear
looking
it.
up there.
You don't hear it at all.
Or if I'm super tired, I might be sleeping.
Very
So we've
impressed
lost.
with how art scene
If you want to
played
tell
that
me
as
to
well.
not
He
stream
didn't
it
run through.
and sleep,
He wanted
I'm
to.
not
He had
going to
the
say
judge.
no.
He knows he probably could
That's
have
all
ran
I'm
through
saying.
that cosmic divide. Got
If you think I'm that much of a cast,
4v2.
I don't mind
Not
sleeping.
trying to let anything slip
That's
away.
all I'm
Not
saying.
trying to give EG an inch.
Last round of the half.
I haven't seen you guys win yet.
And a
That's
stinger
how it
for
is. You don't believe in casters? Okay,
Not the
well,
weaponry you want to be bringing into a round as
we'll
pivotal
wait
as
until
this.
it's like 10 games in of me
Ideally, you would
watching
like
you.
to make it an even half. A
If
bait
I
of
need
a
to
TP
sleep,
this
just
time
sleep.
around.
So it sounds
With
like you're
full
believing in the
focus
cast and you're
towards
just trying to
this
be
beat.
polite.
Color me shocked. Icy dashing forward again. He's got the blades, and he will find a target. But he's just going to get spammed through. Had nowhere else to go.
Great trade from Superman.
Yeah, you
on
kind of
the
got to get
Cortesia.
one, I
And
think.
Nature's upgraded a weapon. The Stinger now gone. Sights now set on B.
Do they give him a pick?
I mean, do they even give Aspas a line? Do they even challenge this?
You want to see me stream DFM Gen G? I mean, that's going to happen. Don't worry about that.
He has to take some chip damage to upgrade to a Phantom. And that's so funny to say, upgrading to a Phantom when you have the operator.
Probably more of an appropriate weapon given the situation. Does not have dash anymore, so there is no go button for him. They're going to have to do it the slow and steady way. And again, the spike has been ticking for a
okay.
little bit, but that's one kill found. Nature will fall 3v3. And again, it all feels a little clumsy, a little bit cluttered.
It feels incredibly slow.
They're not even going for it. They're just going for the kills.
Like it feels incredibly like when they didn't get a pick within the first like 15 seconds. Dude, they gotta just go. We gotta speed up this last round.
Except for one?
Maybe except for one.
That's a massive kill from Icy. To be able to stunt some of that flood and to do so with the blades.
Jedi,
again,
thank you so much, dude. Appreciate the bits.
People criticized a lot on G2 last year, stepping up in big moments.
What do you gotta say?
Yeah,
He said, I
he's
don't
really
know
shined on
much,
this GG roster, getting
don't
off
too
of
much
that
about
leash,
coaching.
getting more confidence in his own gameplay
But
after that
is
G2
the list
run.
of Potter, Mini, and Nail as
so
top 3 crazy?
Still
That's not
second half
top
to be
3.
played, but we'll
That's
see you
like
guys on the other
that's
side of
pretty
this. You're not
proven
going
coaches, dude. I don't think you're crazy for that.
Oof, stuck paying for that old
Maybe
phone?
Mini is a little bit crazy,
Don't
but other than that, it's not
You
too
know,
bad.
at Verizon, we'll pay off your phone. And you'll get iPhone 16 on us. That's a value of up to $1,600.
Sometimes I can't
Only on
resist, Jan, so that's my bad. Swifty for life with the tier 1. Thank you, I appreciate that. Let me mute this real fast. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate that. Thank you. 24 months. Thank you for the 2 years. Coaches, the thing with the coaches is it's hard because you kind of got to do it for 2 teams. Kind of got to judge it from 2 teams for sure. You don't know who's doing all the work. Need to do it with 2 rosters, yeah, because from an outside, like we don't really know from the outside, so. Give you a crazier one. Termi should be top 3. See, that's not crazy, because that's multiple rosters. Desyncs with the Prime. Thank you with the 21 months. I appreciate that. Let me unmute this before I read.
Yay. And Aspas
You're
and
asking
Icy,
Sledger
and I
to
think
give
we
his top
touched a
5
little
percent
bit
rank as last
on
week, Cloud
maybe
Chat.
like the secondary fight in this title
Dude, it
card,
was so
and I
funny.
wanna draw a little
But
bit of
honestly,
attention to it here because of how close the
he
match
should have
is.
backed what he said,
Potter and
because
Fraud
it might come
been
true.
in this space together since
He just
like
needed to have some
2003.
confidence with it.
I mean, there are players on this.
All the way back to 1.6.
There are players on the stage. who
Sledger
were
had some
bored
big hits this week.
when-
He also had
when
some
these
giant
guys were
misses.
starting to get into
15%
the
for
fold
Liquid
of
to win
esports
was
and
definitely a
starting
giant
their
miss.
initial clashes, and one of the fun things about these two, and again, their record is that they always seem to match up.
Teams keep
when
it
the
on Liquid
stakes are
Academy.
at their absolute highest. And again, we've got to talk about stakes. Elimination here
Right,
for one
what
of
have
these
we
two teams
got?
with Bangkok
Straight
in
up
mind.
sight hit.
That's the
Superman
goal
on
here
his
early
own.
on, and yeah, maybe nobody really expects either team to do it, but that's what's at
The RX
stake.
are fast. Yeah, it looks
And
like it's
so
coming
with that
true.
in mind, MIBR accelerating
It's close
towards
between
B.
them and T1. We'll have to see.
No one here for EG.
Am I mad for thinking that the MIBR pistol's kind of nice? It's just the flag, right?
But look at how deep
It looks
Shenum is
cool.
playing right now.
I don't like many of these
Convinced that
pistols,
that's likely
but
what's going to happen, and concerned for it.
And once that trip breaks, that's the cue to full focus forward.
That's a really nice paranoia. They got a flood in behind him, though. 1 kill found, another one traded. Aspas still healthy, and then keep an eye on that flank you were talking about, because they've
yeah,
been able
we're
to deal with everything that's in
confident
front
though.
of them. It's now
And we got
just
them
Icy
locked
and
in in
Derek,
crossfire.
and they should have a good idea of where they are. The question is, are they expecting both? I think 2 have been spotted now. And Shenum's playing his cards beautifully. So
yeah, we saw some
so
great
diligent.
signs here,
Pistol
by the
away
way.
the Brazilians.
Good proactive.
Shenum was
post plant
just
from
super
MIBR,
chill.
double
Like
swinging
Shenum's
into
just
everybody
playing for his
retaking from
Astrosuck
CT.
here and
once
just
that
not
trip
giving up his
breaks on the
kill.
flank, that was
And he's a
another cue.
nightmare
Hey, we
to play
have to
against.
take the fight to them. We don't want to get
Lev's
corralled
fracture
just in
pistol
case Shenum
yesterday.
falls.
Yeah, and the Fnatic
behind.
just with more util. That was awesome.
Aspas, he's
That
really
A1.
taking this lead into his own hands. He was sitting kind of quiet at the bottom at the beginning of that last half, and now he's sitting all the way at the top, 16 and 9.
Okay, lovely. One
Superman,
more for the pistols.
15 and 11 right
Whose
now
map
for
pick is this?
EG.
MIBR.
2 players that have really impressed so far in this match. Yay.
Aspas with the raid boss. Yeah, I should have called it
Had the
out. He
opportunity to get things going, but he's
honestly,
hoping here on this
this is the
defensive
team
side.
that raid boss the most.
Maybe the first gun round, he can put a dent.
Nolz
into
was
this
always just
offensive
dropping him.
MIBR.
if MIBR continue into this. You've got Evil Geniuses rotating over, maybe not arrived yet. But now they're here. They've been able to stall long enough, but Icy was out by himself. There was no real way to help. The rest of them still playing up the smoke. aspas dashing forward, claiming yet another kill. As this has gotten closer than it should have been. All the rifles are gone. All of the upgraded weapons are gone. It's just a Sheriff.
And an upgrade now. Superman sitting on that Phantom.
Nature even getting a Ghost now. I think to get ecoed in a spot like this would be difficult to deal with. Gets his one, but cannot convert. A thrifty round for EG.
That is not great.
A huge thrifty.
Do you know what felt odd here for MIBR?
I said,
like this whole comp, if you think of how DRX play it, like it's normally all about like flash dash to back a site, but for this we had like reverse roles. The KO's where the Jet should be, and the Jet's where the KO should be. And the KO's sending it with Spike on his own, no help. Like it's meant to be opposite way, and then you flash to enable.
And now the tables have turned. MIBR are the ones who are just on pistols. And it's Icy who's got the Outlaw.
Yeah. That might not be aspas' fault. You could also blame Arden for that. You could also blame like the whole IGL and coach for that. Like if they don't have the right stuff to take back at A site.
Trying to secure some of these orbs.
Trying to gain some space too.
Trying to get any.
KO didn't buy flashes last round. Oh wait, they had an anti-eco and they went to the site where you have to have flashes and he didn't buy flashes.
False information gained from EG, and if you look,
is that right? Chat, did he actually not buy flashes?
Dodging that drone. They're all heavy leaning towards this A site. Numbers will be in their advantage, but still, the weaponry, the utility, not.
The blindfold is still on Evil Geniuses. Look at where the majority of the members are.
Yeah, this is going to have to be a huge performance from Ye. Looks like they might just want to get out. Spike could be planted here. Derek looking to get some chip
They had
damage.
no flashes. Oh my god, dude. That's
going to hurt a little bit.
It's criminal.
It will slow things down. But it's not going to stop it entirely. Remember here, it's Evil Geniuses who have the better weaponry.
Okay, it's normally pretty hard to retake this, but obviously they have the gun diff. I'm excited for how they want to get out of spawn. On the flash.
That's going to be tough, though, if you try to flood into this and things
sure,
don't go
that's how
your
they get
way.
out of spawn. They got too much space.
You're donating weapons. ZA falls.
Nice shot.
That's filthy out from Derek.
Flicky.
Oops.
Right.
Well, sometimes it's like that. That's just like it's a little bit too late.
No, Shannon's left in a 1v2. It did get to half. He's got to hit these shots, and he cannot.
Okay, well.
Superman just way too sharp right now.
Yeah, I wonder if this angle was being held the whole time so they couldn't prioritize like the right spots for the afterplant.
EG, they don't get thriftied here. No back-to-back. Derek, the duality of man, huh? Derek gets a snappy little flick, can't connect on someone crouched right in front of him. But it won't matter. And Doug, we were talking so much about the head-to-head of aspas, Ye, maybe aspas, Icy, just because of the roles in the previous history. But it's aspas and Superman who are going toe-to-toe right now. So close in score.
Icy with an op here. Looks like he's going to be
What do we got? Aspas with the ult.
Mm-hmm.
And we got Icy with the op. Icy's going to be set up over towards A at one point.
Superman. He's got that vandal. He's got that paranoia. He's
and dude, what is this wall? Once you jump across, you commit.
Connect onto him.
Nature's close by too, and he was not tagged by the knife.
Superman just tanks the util. That flash is incredible.
He's perfect from Nature. And now with the knives blunted, where do they go?
That's your star player down as well. Maybe one of the rookies can bring it back. But yay, he's gathered all this space.
Yeah, and we have an upper middle. Prius, wake up.
Doesn't connect onto this shot, but if he starts getting warmed up with it, once his presence is known on that operator, we've seen him have crucial impact for this defensive side of EG.
Yeah, there's a shot at middle, but I think he missed. I think it was jump peek.
It's a heavy lean towards B. No reason to go anywhere else. You have full control of mid.
Yeah.
Ye has the deep line at A. He can even fall back, delay even further.
No, you're absolutely right. This freeze doesn't do a ton here because of what you were saying, because of the space that EG have elsewhere. And now they're going to be able to fully commit onto this with 30 seconds left. Options are running.
Nice round from Derek, dudes. Yeah, their backup plan was to ult send it over towards site, and Derek's just on the top.
Situation.
And he's just popping everyone. Oh my goodness, nice shots, dudes.
looking crispy with the Phantom. Calm, cool, and collected. Those shots were easy for him. Just another day in the lab. But once Ospas gets taken out there, it just looked like MIBR were kind of lost on what they should do.
Well, I mean, it's hard to, right? Like, what's your
What
second
is the wall
step,
for B?
right?
It's when they
your
jump
jet is
over
gone,
from the left, right?
How else do you find
Then
ways
you can
to
just swing on the
create
right.
space?
And
that might be the problem
it's pretty much set up because he's Omen.
Deep of a playbook.
So you see the wall here,
fall back on
right?
maybe going all the way
He's
back to
playing
A, pushing
underneath,
A off
the
that
wall
line.
triggers, he Omen
Reclearing some of that
flashes, he
space, you kinda
swings.
get scared, you don't have
It's
the
just an
experience
isolated
yet.
1v1 where this guy's for sure Omen flashed. His mate can probably jump on the box. Like, it's a guaranteed kill.
EG.
It's honestly quite a
Tons of
nice setup.
experience on that side.
But it's only if someone jumps on the ledge bit.
Natured. Icy and Superman's second year. in the league.
Or Vice Flash as well. That's true. They could Vice Flash and
Derek.
swing it as well.
I mean, he's been around for forever. Yay. Think about his resurgence. Think about all the trials and tribulations he had to go through to get back to NA, to try to reclaim the throne.
Which I think is yet to be decided on whether or not he can, to be honest. I think
I would love
again,
to
the
see.
structure is
So this comp
built
is
for
really
the CG
good at
squad for
spamming
that to
A
be
hits.
what happens, but
if they don't have the right
to
KO
suggest that
jet stuff,
EA is
it's
performing
not.
the way he was in his glory days, so to speak, in the peak chamber meta and stuff like that would be disingenuous.
Yeah. Only time will tell, and who knows?
Because you should be able to do
Maybe
the
some future
OP
maps
site
we'll
here,
see more chamber.
where
We
it's
saw
like
Leaf
knife
have such a
goes
crazy
deep
performance
down
on it.
here,
That's the
and
cool
it
thing
clears
about
like
the
pretty
CG
much all the
roster
back
that
of
Potter
sight,
is
and it
working
can't be
with.
shot
So much
from
flexibility
anywhere
what
unless you're
the
like
players can do.
out in the open. So it basically can't be shot. And then you have recon at the back, then you have
After a
jet dash,
timeout,
and then you have KO flash at the
looks
back.
like we're gonna
And it's
see
like KO flash top,
Icy getting a little funky
peek the
here
corner,
in
and then
this
KO flash
A
out.
main with that
Oh, I like this
operator.
from Icy.
Jet
Had the
smoke
smoke
to
in there as
dodge,
well, just in case there was a
potential dart.
recon. Nice
Oh,
shot.
two targets found.
Imagine he
Has to
gets
try to get
out.
Has to try to get away.
It was still a nice idea.
And he can't, but he claimed
I was
one
going to
with
say
them.
Derek
That was
might
the
be
initiator.
able to use his ult on top of this. Superman pops the guy out towards
Derek
middle.
teeing them up, trying to land the last one at Ospas.
11
and he
HP.
cannot.
Yeah, but Superman, he took out the lurk of Cortesia in mid, so again, EG had a huge advantage. Full map
Vice Flash
control
can be
their
dodged the
way.
paranoid in that situation, can't? Yeah, that's why I
MIBR
won't
gonna
move.
have to
I'm going to flash the
contact them
first
somewhere,
time
hope
round.
to win a 50-50. But both controllers still alive on the side of EG, so that one way, you see the hesitation in MIBR. They're scared to move forward.
Oh, 1,000%. Much easier contemplated than completed here.
Nice shot.
Yay! What an off angle on the Ospas.
Full rifles
Yeah,
here
EG
for
are locking down
Very
defense
likely
here.
that they get up to 10 and
I love this
start to
little A
build
hold that
on
they
this
did, to
gap
be
between
honest.
these two teams.
That door not being broken either. Even if sound is made, there's protocol set in place for EG to deal with this. And only a Bucky.
I mean,
Looking bad for MIBR.
yes, but
Yeah,
Derek's
I haven't
in a weird
seen
spot
I haven't seen the A hit,
He's got no real way out.
and they have no EG has no
He's
KO
gotta
to
be
stop
careful.
it.
You got Ye close
And they
by.
know that the Vice
He'll
has
take
been
care of
over
the first,
towards
and now
B.
that pressure's alleviated.
Like, they
Ye
should
gets
be
the
able to
third
just
on the
do it.
round. EG gets
This
to
one was
10,
a little
and
bit
now full
unlucky.
steam
'Cause, I
ahead.
mean, they did want to do
Money's
it
in
here,
a
but
really good spot here. Ye just got his op pack. EG are very well poised to take this map away.
Yeah, and speak of the devil, yay, stepping up huge in this moment. That was a monstrous flick from Icy. I mean, you see so many targets in front of you, it could be very easy to fumble that bag. There's that lurk kill. Then Ye just closing out the round, getting things going for himself. He's playing the role very well. Yeah, he got caught off a lot on that attacking side, but sometimes it's just unlucky. You get timing going into that astral form. Not letting it get to him.
No, he has done what his team has asked him to do, and quite well.
Okay, we hit from the recon over towards B. Waiting for a reaction towards A.
Together, but again, if this doesn't go their way, they will be
Yeah,
devastated
Shenum's in trouble.
financially, and that's
They
not
lose
the
their
start they were
only
looking for.
smokes.
Another first blood for EG.
I want.
And this time, no smokes to play for MIBR, so if you do decide to go for a side execute, Ospas is going to be left to his devices. So many angles he's going to have to worry about. Derek showing a little bit of shoulder.
Right here.
See if he can get any cheeky chip damage in here with these Soba shock darts.
We've seen this look from MIBR a couple of times. It's either 1-3 or 1-4, but you regularly have the Sentinel on this late lurk. And that seems to be the playbook now for them as well.
Yeah, but look at how deep EG are holding back from. It's an off angle. Cortesia has to walk into these lines.
Yeah.
They're not giving him a direct duel.
Right.
You
And I
might
think,
not expect them to be this deep.
yeah, I think they also know that that's a weak spot for them, that they have not considered what could be there. or they haven't checked it. They're considering it by where they're.
How do you want to do this? You got double flash, and you got a
The
dash.
pack is gonna have to explode out of this A main to
Here comes the
draw
dash.
attention
Dash goes in. We've got a flash for
Cortese
this.
to get anything going, and that
Aspas has fallen off the map.
exactly the case.
He has fallen off the map. He missed his dash. Does it matter? I'm not sure. Because his team is just popping everyone. The casters haven't realized
them
yet.
apart systematically and methodically, and now they
The
have
casters still haven't
advantage.
realized yet. It's gonna be incredible when they realize.
I guess you go for it. Why not? A trip gonna keep nature at bay for now.
He is just currently floating off the map.
But what's the way in for EG here?
I think right now for EG, I think you save this operator no matter what on Icy.
so, yeah.
But I think Nature, you try to go for burn.
Not
try to
gonna
get
talk
as many
about it.
orbs as possible. You only have a Phantom. You're sitting at
He's got away with it.
6.1
No one's realized.
to your name. I mean, start
It's only
getting
us that
some kills
realized.
here. Get
He got away with
confidence.
it.
Why not? But that was a beautiful comeback into a round from MIBR, Doug. You're 100% correct. And I'm surprised right now that MIBR
That's
are
incredible.
because their economy isn't good enough to
It's
be doing
okay because the
something like
caster,
this.
the
They're really
replay
efficient at operating.
is gonna call him out. The replay is gonna show it.
Or maybe they're just so worried about what could be behind them. And the distraction in a main from the pack of MIBR
Here we go.
was enough for Cortese to find that lurk timing opening. A little awkward. Didn't quite catch that one. But yeah, Cortese finding that timing on the super.
Dude, that's
there,
crazy.
and then, hey,
That's
slipping
crazy,
right onto
dude.
the defense.
That he just distracted enough for them to get over towards site.
And Doug, you have to remember there was a two-man swing play off of if that lurk from Cortese happened too soon.
Dude, really.
Well, I heard you guys yell no. You guys don't like
Gunji
tech
with the
pauses?
Prime. Thank you with the 4 months, mate. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank
I do
you.
think we are going to play a little game with you guys as we get through this tech pause. And so in case we're trying this.
It'd
This
be
is very
interesting
new, so if you guys
discussing
don't
on
know how
what
this
to read
works,
for
just
each
roll
map.
with me for a second
Maybe
here.
me and Minnie
We're
should
gonna
do like a
flash
little video
bundles
for that.
on the screen, and I want you guys
I think
to
it's
pick which
too
one you
early still
prefer.
to be like
Cheer,
there's
go nuts, do whatever
meta.
you're gonna
I think
do.
it's like you can have
While
preferred
we get
comps
that
at the
up and while
moment.
we get through this
I
tech
don't think
pause,
there's like
I do
there's set
think there's a lot
metas
to be
yet.
said about how EG have been carefully working their way through this.
but
Yes,
obviously
MIBR have started to
you can have,
kinda
like,
claw their
takes
way
on
back
it.
into this, but this was off the back of 4 rounds from EG.
Spikes
Yeah, they look great. They keep getting the first blood, and I
6992 with the
think
Prime. Thank you so much, dude.
Amongst
Appreciate
this
that.
tech pause,
Thank you
it's
so
going to be
much.
something that's talked about from the
Welcome
side
into
of
the Slug
MIBR.
Club. Thank you for the
How
Prime.
do we stop getting picked first?
Join the
You
stream
can't
instantly.
always
Tech
fall
balls.
back
Honestly, there's
on
been
that
about 3 mates. So you
beautiful
had
round
a
that we
pretty
just
good
witnessed.
chance. Oh, dude, we're
EG are
doing
gonna be smart
we're
into
bringing
that
the
this
China
time
here.
around.
Oh, you got it. You got
So
it.
now I
Pick
can
one.
lose
Which
in
one?
China
Pick
and
one.
Americas.
Oh, both?
Because you're greedy, dude.
Yeah,
Pick
they're
them
both
both.
kind of fire. I'm not gonna lie to you.
They are pretty gas. Wow. A lot of Ospas fans here, huh? Oh! Wait.
Mind you, Waft with the Prime. Thank you for the whole year,
I
bro.
didn't think you guys would be
Thank
playing
you.
with people's emotions like
Yeah.
this. We've given you guys too much power.
The back and forth. I mean, that's how this game has gone so far. It has been quite a bit of back and forth. It looked like EG were running away with it, but with the comeback in that round for MIBR, that could be a big swing round for them to gain back confidence. Stop getting
Okay, we're
first
back.
blooded.
We're back.
Do some
They
side
just won a
executions of their
round.
own here.
It would be a disaster if they
Speed
lost
from
this.
MIBR. But it's just an early
Do you know
night,
the
and
thing
as
that
soon as
worked well
knife
there
was
as well?
thrown, instantly
They did
went to make pressure mid.
an A hit without the smokes,
Still so
but because they actually used the
The
flash
power
and
of
we
the double
dashed in
controller on
towards
this
site,
map
like
is
that actually
putting
took
doubt
some
in the minds of the
space.
attacking side. But with
Like
that one
surely
smoke denied,
you've got to think that you can
a
keep
crucial
spamming A on
angle.
this one.
Yeah,
Oh,
they
okay, I
can't
like this
get
though.
a
We
pick
go
for
through
info.
middle,
They can't
and the
see that.
KO
They're gonna be
ult would
splitting
eventually
into A.
hit
They have no
the
idea
Vice if
yet.
they had a Vice anti-KO
Ice
setup.
surrounded. And
This
Ye's
is
gonna
smart.
try to
This is
alleviate
good.
some of that and try to hold
This is
them
a great
back, but
round.
he can't stand either.
As long as everyone chills right now, it's a
Ultimately
great
falling
round.
at the hands of Aspas.
So yeah, the KO goes through middle, right? So if you're
call,
doing
and
like a
that's off of
Vice
the smoke
setup
that we
and
haven't
the
really
Vice
seen
is
mid.
fast rotate over towards here, and maybe has
that's
the
one way to
wall
not
but
get
plays
picked
over
off. You
towards
have
B,
your KO
what team
being
score
the
anti-KO,
forefront. So even if
the
there's
KO
an
ult has
operator
more
from
chance of
Ice
hitting the
or a
Vice,
cheeky little off
and then
angle,
obviously can't do Fawns or whatever,
you're able to
or the wall that
pick
might
them
be
back
here.
up after you get that
I
trade.
will say that EG didn't actually play an
A
anti-KO
great
setup,
call
which
after
kind of
the
worries
tech
me a little
pause
bit,
and a
but
great change of pace for MIBR.
still good.
They kept getting first blooded on the slow defaults. This time, getting full aggro. Full side exec onto A with that split. Derek will take out one, but
Do you think the OG EG roster stay together, they
I
win
think
more
one big thing that you
tournaments
were
like
mentioning is
champs?
on the other side of this timeout, we have to consider
I'm not sure
what
about
the
that.
call was, right? And how things are influenced.
They
like
would
that.
obviously
Again, my eyes go
they would obviously get like top
back
4
towards the
again.
IGLs.
The
nearing
problem
the
is
end
the
of
map
this
pool would have
That's
changed heavy, and they
getting
would have
really
lost their
expensive.
best maps as
Yeah,
well.
good damage done from EG. Something I thought they should have done in the previous round, but it's never too
They
late.
would have lost their fracture. They would have had lowers.
Yeah, MIBR,
Yeah,
they
they might have been able to do it right.
Kinda chipping away at the
The old
economy
EG roster
of
worked
EG, but
really
they're
well.
still
I felt
sitting
like everyone
healthy on
could
this
kind of
next
do
round.
their best thing.
That was an awesome
Like I do feel like
split
Boostio
from MIBR. Great call.
having
And
that
now it's something
Sentinel
that
op,
EG have to worry
something
about.
that really
This is why you
helped
see
us
Potter
fragging out.
taking a timeout. She understands that there has been a change of tempo in MIBR's attacking side. How are you going to deal with that?
The thing is, that it would have been a whole new meta with new maps though, so you can't feel too confident that it would.
Be a little bit more dialed in, maybe a little
kind
bit
of reset
quicker on
everything.
Re-clearing that mid information once it's gathered, once it's denied, actually, I should say, from MIBR. That one smoke that we saw deep mid. Superman
yeah,
and
kind of
Derek stuck behind
each
it,
map is
not
its
ready
own
to
different
rotate
beast
in
for you.
time to help out the A anchors. Now you got to be
You
worried.
definitely-
okay, is there
you
gonna be a
definitely have
fast
certain things that you
EXP
think
coming
works
through
on
from the
certain
side of
maps.
MIBR?
Or do they re-hit mid, right? Do they continue to hit that split? It's tough to tell. Again, EG just trying to hang on to this one-round lead.
Which OG roster
On a
would
map that
win more
MIBR
trophies if they
picked, a
stayed
map that
together?
EG also has shown proficiency on.
I would feel
A map
confident
that
with
MIBR
Loud or
fantastic on the attacking side.
Fnatic, to be honest.
Aspas, the back-to-back America's MVP.
Optic?
As we
You
go
get in the
into this
chamber
next
nerf in there?
round,
You wanna say
it is gonna
Optic?
be
I don't know about
a
that.
heavy A and mid approach once again from MIBR. 3 members here this time for EG. They don't want
Gambit?
MIBR to have any
Nah,
of the same
Gambit
A
was
control.
never
That knife
convincing,
can't quite
in
connect.
my
The
opinion.
back-to-back A splits, Doug?
But there's a lot more space that EG have taken towards mid, so this is a perfect adaptation to that. Remember how they were crunched? This time they take the fight to A main, but Jinom's trying to keep them back. Yeah, the spike's on the ground, but he's got to realize there's a lot more threat behind that smoke. A fight on multiple fronts, and it's gone the way of MIBR once more.
All up to Ye at this big moment.
He's got to connect on this, but again, Nature pinching in now, a 2v3. They haven't been able to find their way out. Yeah, they're at a numbers deficit, but the clip runs dry at the worst possible time.
He's going to get spammed behind this box. 26 HP.
There's nowhere to go.
Okay.
Nowhere
Okay,
to
okay.
go.
Let's tune in for this
Oh
next
my
big buy round
gosh, I
because
like
it's
the
kind of
proactivity
doable at the
from
moment.
EG
This was a
trying to
weird one.
isolate the A main fight. Nature even meeting up with Ye, kind of bailing him out in that moment when he ran out of ammo, but the pace and the pressure that Aspas and the rest of MIBR are putting on EG on these A splits, it's too much to handle. Ye, he missed a crucial shot on the players
What was
that
the
were
difference
flanking.
between M3C and
That
Gambit?
made the numbers game in advantage of MIBR.
M3C just lost a lot.
Economy.
But I don't think they had a
Finally,
salary anymore.
Worse for wear for
That
EG.
can
And MIBR have a
not help.
chance to amass a lead, get on match point.
No mid-smoke out from the attack. You don't want to be hitting the split here. They're just going to try to fight towards A. And Aspas again with Sheena.
Dude, we are
Just
wrecking the
geniuses.
aggro A at the
Nature
moment.
heard it mid as well. It's a dismantling of
Like
the
they
defense
had
right
me.
now for MIBR. Fighting fire with fire is not going in favor of EG. And it might be too late to fall back on something safer.
I mean, Aspas did a lot here.
MIBR flirting with 11. EG's buy's not going to be great. And so barring a Thrifty, we're looking at MIBR.
They got to
likely on
save,
that
yeah,
point.
for sure.
Exactly.
They got to save, and I don't mind.
It's
Pretty
gonna
much
be so
everyone from
difficult
MIBR
right now for
hunting at
EG.
one
It's gonna
point.
be an uphill battle.
Once they
have
were
thriftied
Spike.
once before in this half, though. A little bit of a hunt going on, but slipping right past by the remaining 2 members of EG. And it's so difficult right now if you're Nature being the IGL.
You've got to be careful. Again, the weapons are everything. And so it seems like, unless Nasr can do something about it, the smoke in their face, that's 1 rifle down.
Oh, man.
They're only going to carry 1 into the next.
That's brutal for the IGL of EG, Doug, and you want to know why stuff like that happens. I mean, 9 times out of 10, he probably gets that kill in any other situation, but the fact that he has been iced this entire half, MIBR have not ran into Nature whatsoever. Nature has been playing retake simulator for the last 4 rounds.
Yeah, but should he not be playing over towards
He's
A
not
now?
dialed in order to hit that shot.
Like, I agree with what Baby Bay is saying, but do you
Keep that gun
not
into the
at one
following
point call a
round.
switch and start using a util
Look at
here?
the
Yeah, there we
implications of
go.
that. It is going to have to be a force up by Icy, light armor and knives. Less than ideal.
Oh god, we're going aggro middle, and this Vice util that I was talking about might not be here. Whoa, nice shot.
What a connection.
He's going for more. Okay, nice.
Stays alive.
Ye with another as
They
well.
have no
Full
idea that the
numbers
Vice is
advantage.
committed at the bottom. Ye's
way
just
of
won the
EG,
1v1
they
over
cannot
towards
let
it. Dude,
this one
Ye's a
slip away.
lunatic. I can't believe he took that Joe, but he's owned it.
MIBR still in a position.
I don't know
where
how
they can
many
try
they
to
saw
fight
down
this
here.
out. Still plenty of time, still plenty of money.
And with both initiators down, EG right now have to set up these crossfire plays like they're doing. Play full retake on a site.
Ooh.
A bookshelf keeping these
I mean,
two apart.
Yeah, but it's a triple contact play right here with that one way going up as well. It's a pickup star.
Does Icy overstep?
No noise made.
Okay.
They're going to crunch him at any moment here.
No
Yeah, I mean, they got over towards the site. This is still really, really doable. Did they expect Shannon to be this close? They got Astra ult to go up against, so they both got to play double site as Ye watches behind. Sorry, Aspas watches behind.
Should they choose to invest them?
They have to invest them. This is such an important round win.
Bait's pretty good, but
If you can't get a pick without it, then that's ideal. But Nature just walks in, and this is now getting out of hand. The
oh
ult's
dear
now
God.
gone. Lives
Oh
now
my God,
gone.
Aspas popped him in heaven as
And
well.
round likely lost.
Yeah, Aspas is just delaying time.
Right through the fingers unless Icy
Oi,
can be the hero for EG.
oi. Lovely little bait.
But he
Chat,
can't do
was
it
this
all, and what a
Cortezia that was
blunder. I
baiting
understand
for
you
his
wanna
teammate
hold on
here?
to those
That extra
ultimates.
little swing for him completely
go for the
saved his
map
teammate.
win, but
He took the original
sometimes
pressure,
you just have
and
to
then he went
secure
back
it
for
out,
another swing.
Not checking corners in the heat of the moment.
And then the guy close
Icy and Ye
didn't
did
check.
everything they could to
Because
put EG
Nature was
at
about to
such
check
a
this guy.
good
Then he went for
advantage
an
into
extra
this
peek.
round.
Bro, he played that so well.
The spacing not quite there. That Vice ultimate could be used.
Yeah, that was
very early
honestly,
on to make
that
sure
was
there's
all
no
him.
Guns used.
And this was nice as well. Aspas creating pressure over towards middle. Cortezia and Shannon
slip
just
away,
taking
Doug?
so much space over towards B. That was a disaster for
No time to
EG.
think about it, though. Right
But
into the next we go.
they played it well, as in Cortezia played it very well.
Another scrappy buy.
EG looking to hang on to this map as best as they can.
EG? Oh, dude.
And you're right, the buy's
I mean,
not
what
great.
was this at its peak? Was this not... It was at least
Deep smoke
12-8.
in.
I think it was worse than that.
Our team first.
And they're walking up. This is something that you have to do against all this Vice utility. That dagger lands on both players at B.
That should be the cue because now all that Vice utility
nice
is
shot.
gone.
A great pick on the flank, though. So now EG, they don't have
They're still
going
to fight over towards site. And then they're going to have to fight over towards site and
Remember
tank
the ult.
Nature's ult.
Nature has his instantly used. Gonna
Okay.
try to survive here.
Oi!
Oh, my goodness!
Oh.
Yeah, he hasn't missed a step. 4v4, the Cosmic Divide, keeping them
Guys, you're
apart.
playing a lot of site
Spike
against
barely on the
Astro
other
ult,
side.
though.
No
Oh my
flank to
goodness.
have to consider as Nature will fall. 3 rifles still in play
No
for the
way.
defense, but
That's
they're
Hudson getting
dropping
away
like
with
flies.
this.
Nowhere to go, nothing is safe. Again, Ye caught out with utility.
That's
Superman's
incredible,
gonna have to be
dude. How has he
hero
done
again.
that?
Try to pull this one back on his
He
own.
is actually
but he's not
blessed
being
with the
afforded
timing
an
gods.
opportunity.
It's
He's not being
insane.
given a fight. The tap of the spike.
No way.
Walks
Okay,
right
nice
into his
recovery
death.
from MIBR. EG got to be
They
kicking
let this
themselves
one
for
get
that one.
away,
They
and
messed up.
MIBR capitalize.
Artscene had no right
Good recovery
to
from
do what
MIBR. I
he
was
just
really
did
worried
to
at one
EG.
point.
Absolute disrespect. What a madman. Jumps through the Astro wall. Gets a one-pump shorty kill. Finds the timing on Deye. He did so much work on that B post plant. And for EG and Potter, you gotta recollect yourself if you want any chance of
Yeah,
bringing this
you gotta
series
reset.
back.
Yeah, this one's tough because
Widow
had
Dev with
it.
the Prime.
They had
Thank you so
all
much.
the
Appreciate the
momentum.
15 months.
if
Thank
memory
you. Thank
serves
you.
right, this is the 3rd map in a row
was,
that gets away from them when it probably shouldn't.
was
A
fun map,
close
to be
one
honest.
That they find themselves in that just barely
Sometimes
slips
Abyss
out of
isn't
their
too
grip.
bad to watch.
How
This was
many
one of them.
advantages EG had in this map alone that were just given away for free? It's mind-boggling.
I mean, he's
That's
not
a tough pill
wrong.
to swallow. Again, you got to give MIBR their flowers, man.
Yeah.
To be able to capitalize this. Again, I think Cortesia had an outrageous map. We will see if map 2, excuse me, and the rest of the series tells the same tale. We'll be back shortly.
Okay, chat. What is the next map? Split? We could see the Yay Chamber, maybe? There's a demo out for this. And mid's like relatively weak if they wanna. I mean, this would be interesting. I want to see if EG change up. I'm not sure if they change up their comp, but if they put the Viper towards mid, or it's like harder for MIBR to actually anti them. All right, I'll be back in a little bit.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Na curta, de funk, o primeiro, o segundo, vai meu Deus!
Here with the coach of MIBR, Fraud, a beautiful ending to that map. It's getting away with stuff that you maybe shouldn't have gotten away with. What in the end? Was it EG's mistakes? Was it your just game plan? How did you run away with that map?
I wouldn't say they made mistakes. I think that we had a good read on what they kind of like to do and how we can abuse some of those things. And I think it was really just focusing on those key elements like the lurking, finding those gaps to try and the way that they play, the comp that they play. So it was really just resorting back to some of the homework that we did and just have faith in it that it's going to work, and we came out in the end.
When you say the way that they play, can you be specific about what you mean?
Not too much, but a lot of elements based from FPS, and also the comp doesn't allow them to have certain info and certain things. So for us, we know that if we make pressure, certain gaps are opened and left to be abused. So for us, it was more of just exploiting some of the way that they like to play their defense, which is great, but also, not everything is perfect. So I think we found the answer to how they play.
All right, well, I appreciate your candor. Best luck on map 2.
Always a pleasure to hear from Coach Fraud, who broke it down there for us. And, well, I mean, look, guys, that was absolutely beautiful from MIBR. EG had so many opportunities there, but Emily just felt like the big important part was that MIBR never lost faith in their system, just like what you heard Fraud say there. They knew where the gaps were and they knew how to exploit it.
Oh, for sure. I think they should have had, I don't think that game should have been as close as it was. Their defense, I think they were playing it really well. They were playing super proactive, taking that early space, pushing off of pressure further. If it weren't for EG pulling those clutches out of a hat, I think the game wouldn't have been as close.
Yeah, I do agree with what you were saying, Emily, and also picking back to what Fraud was mentioning before, just understanding some gaps that they could exploit. So if you're looking at it from the composition that you're running a Vice, and you're trying to be more active and proactive on placing your walls and your trips on the post plant scenarios. Yeah. So you saw in this beginning of the rounds where EG's continuing to push towards this B site at the very beginning, then you just push towards the A side all the time and just keep them locked in this point where you have an MIBR, that's able to play some great retakes.
Yeah.
But if it wasn't for these clutches that you're currently seeing here from Superman and also from Ye right here, it wouldn't have been a 6-6 half. This potentially would have been an 8-4, a 9-3, even if EG won first pistol.
And I think that is the big thing to take away from this, right? It's not, not trying to, disparage EG at all, but like it was very evident that when MIBR wanted to hit that win button, they did so, and they did so with authority. And you've even seen it in the tail end of that game there, Emily, where like EG was trying to take the space, trying to get into the face of MIBR because they realized that's what they were doing, and they were just getting shut down. What was the difference maker there for you?
I think they were just winning more fights, to be honest.
Yeah,
like I
straight
think,
up.
Straight up. Like, did you see Aspas versus Icy there?
Yeah. Oh, he was absolutely disgusting. And then also too, let's not forget another player as well, Emily. Cortesia.
Yeah, Cortesia,
that guy was unreal. So yeah, we wanted to see him really shine here, and he definitely performed. What did you feel like were some of the shining moments for him in that game?
Oh my gosh, on defense, being left alone on that island and still being able to get his and more majority of the rounds, his really impactful lurk there when they were down, I believe.
Yeah, I think it was like 10-9 or
yeah, it was 10-7,
10-7,
something like that. That lurk was huge.
Yeah, the thing is, like, we have a classic EG where they get double digits, they get to the point, we mentioned it at the desk, and then suddenly they just let it slip. And when the team's starting to catch up, their opponents are starting to catch up, they're not winning duels. But yeah, Cortesia moving through, we saw a round where even we wanted the right over here. Coming
that round was huge.
New, and they get a double kill, a triple kill, and the players pushing through. That's what you want coming out from your newcomer from Cortesia.
And honestly, I was really worried about the momentum there, MIBR being down rounds, but the fact that they're still able to come back into the game, close it out, but despite losing all those clutches, despite losing both pistols, it was phenomenal.
Yeah, and now we find ourselves with an MIBR up in this series, 13-10, thanks to that win on Abyss that they managed to lock down. So now we get ready for Split, and I'm quite curious to get you guys' take on this and where we are as far as where the meta goes and how things feel. What is your take for Split as we get ready?
We haven't seen it yet from MIBR, but I'm expecting to potentially see Aspas here on this race. But for EG, not to change anything, to still come out here with a chamber and try to have that head-to-head duel between what we talked about at the beginning of the show.
Yeah, couldn't agree more on that one. All right, folks. Well, let's go ahead and hear what Potter has to say as we get ready for map number 2, and we'll keep the conversation going.
Here with the coach of Evil Geniuses, Potter. Now, that was a map that kind of ran away from you at the end. When I spoke to Nature earlier, he said you have a very specific game plan. With the map results and with your reliance on kind of clutches and hero plays, did the game plan really work?
No, it didn't. It didn't. It did not work. We had some individual mistakes. It was a very slow start for us, which is odd because this is definitely one of our favorite maps. We just got to lock in. We've got to lock in for map 2. This entire series, actually, a lot of the maps are a lot of fun for us. So I hope we start having fun in maps 2 and 3 and loosen up a bit.
Well, do or die. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Look, I'll be honest, Coach Potter, it's hard to have fun when you got Cortesia out there just absolutely owning. Aspas is diffing everyone. And also you have players that are just missing the shots that they need to hit. There were a few rounds there where, you were really hoping, Emily, to see EG really find those kills and find those moments that they did in that first half. It just wasn't coming. But now we're getting ready for Split. We haven't really seen much out of this, but do you think we're going to get some Teo? Do you think, what kind of compositions are you interested in?
I'm definitely hoping to see a Teo Breach combination here on Split. And I'm also hoping to see them bring back Chamber onto Ye so we can see what Ender was raving so much about in that pre-show.
Yeah.
I want to see the Ye. I want to see the Icy duo.
Yeah, Chamber. Do you think that happens?
It definitely should happen. I mean, we saw before they pulled it the last time they played against Loud, and it was another one of those games where they actually did have the lead, and then unfortunately let that slip where I think Loud brought that and won it in OT. So that is going to be another very tough matchup here for EG, who do manage to pick up this map. But the thing is Potter was mentioning that game plan didn't work out as anticipated on that first map of Abyss. I think it's also just very similar to just EG in that style under the heat of the moment. They lose those fundamentals, not clearing corners. For example, when they played against Loud as well on Pearl, the 1v2 is something that Nature could have won at the same time, but didn't pay attention to the time that was left. So making sure that they stay calm in these situations to be able to close out those moments, and they're not able to do that in the last few series.
I Storm 55. Thank you for the prime.
This critical juncture in the competition.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much, dude.
So important for our teams
Welcome
to
into
focus
the
on
Slow
here,
Club. Thank you
especially
for the prime
EG
usage.
as they're close to facing elimination here. We're going to take a quick break. Map 2 coming up right after this. We'll see you on the other side.
You think if Fnatic got Leo in his peak form, that they'd be top 2 in EMEA? See, top 2 in EMEA is harder now because Vitality looking up there with Heretics. So I would say they would probably get them to around the 3rd spot. Just because Leo is insane. And I think Leo helped out with the mid-rounding a lot from what I'm
Welcome
seeing.
back to VCT Americas. We are locked in between EG and MIBR. They just took away MIBR did. Map 1, and yes, it was their map pick, Dre, but it does feel like it was taken away from EG, and again, well done on MIBR to be able to do that.
Yeah, and this just seems like the story.
The 5
for
teams
this
that I've watched
roster.
at the
They get
moment.
so many advantages, not only in the rounds, in the map,
The
and
hard
they just
ones.
throw
G
it
too
all away.
fast.
But MIBR, they're not a team that's gonna just let you.
Dude, I
do
might even
these
put
mistakes and not
Sentinels.
maximize on them.
Nah.
So they took
But
full
say G too
advantage of that, and
fast,
this
then
is very
probably
interesting. We haven't seen this comp in quite some time. It's a
Heretics
double duelist
or
on this next map of
Vitality
Split.
next.
Wow. Yeah,
Then
that's
probably
gonna be
Sentinels.
crazy. And, I mean, when was
Then
the last time we saw our
EDG, but I
team
didn't
on that
watch
duelist role as
EDG
well? It was last
enough
year.
for that on that
And
final
we're
to
getting
feel
the
like
chamber for EA.
confident.
Yep.
DRX. See, I think the
Duel
overall,
versus Chamber.
and maybe I'm
We-
like
we
getting a
live
full
for
wrong
moments
read, but I
like
think the
these.
overall Pacific teams are like
Oh my goodness.
I think they're playing
How do
catch
you
up at the
expect
moment.
chamber
I
to
think
play
it's
on
a lot
map
of
like
new
Split?
rosters that
What does EG need to do to activate Ye?
You almost want to
that are, like,
mask where
catching
Ye
up.
is playing so you can funnel the attackers into the off,
8-bit Ducky, thank you so much for the 24 months. Thank you,
What
thank
we
you.
saw already from Ye was taking a lot of that aggressive A space on his own, trying to take those 50-50s.
But I could be
which
wrong, and there
he'll
could
have
literally
plenty
be
of
like
chances
5
to do
teams in
against this
Pacific
double
that
duelist comp. The
might
question
be
is when we
might be
flip
able to
the
win a
side,
Masters.
How
But I think
are
eye
EG
test.
gonna
I think they're a
deal with
little
the
behind.
offensive aggression from the double duelist.
Like, they don't seem to have the
gonna
maps
be a
as
lot to weather,
confident as some of these
but the
other teams.
question has to be answered. For now,
What do we
though,
have?
I
We had
think
1-1
Ice,
for
again,
Pistols,
go
MIBR
back
in
towards the
defense,
chamber,
EG
go
on
back
attack,
towards Ye.
and
bit of
no
presence
raid
made from
boss for
MIBR
Aspas, but he
towards
does
mid.
get a sheriff.
Got that Viper wall up towards A, very common one that you see on Split. Allows you to kind of contact up.
I'm excited to
I
see the
love where
defense
MIBR
on
are
EG. I
playing.
want to see
They're
how they
playing ahead of that wall
play
to take
these
that
two,
contact
because last time the
possibility
Viper was
away. So
over
even if the
towards
wall's
B and
toggled up
Chamber
and down, they
was
don't
over
know.
towards middle,
Double
and I think
swing
Ye had a.
on those angles
I mean,
as
I
well,
think he
just
did
in case
fine,
Ye is
but I
there
think he had
with
a
the
rough.
chamber, but Ye is actually all the way
I think it's a
pushed
rough
up B.
task that he gets set to
Just
hold
now
down the whole
maybe
middle of a
getting a little bit of
chamber.
fight.
It's
Jump
good every so
spotting.
often to punish, but as
Taking
an
a ton
actual
of damage
default,
off
I
of it.
don't think it's the
that's
easiest to
rough.
play.
Derek does have that heal online, opting to go full utility. It's the power of the sky. Nothing to
This is
heal up
interesting
Cortese
from
on the other
MIBR.
side.
Double duelist comp, so what are we saying? 4,
The re-clearing
5
from MIBR,
on
they
defense.
understand that most
Maybe
likely
6
those
if they
numbers
get a
are
good
geared
half.
up towards mid.
I mean, they've taken so much space away. Again, this spells disaster. They're going to have to win these gunfights if they want to alleviate some of this pressure
Ooh,
because
okay.
they've been fully corralled in. Cortesia not able to find the success he was on Abyss.
Big pickup right there from Icy. This 1v1 doesn't go the way of nature.
No,
Not ready for it.
His hands betrayed him. Given away, and now EG in this weird no man's land. They're going to
This
throw
is
smoke
rough.
towards B, but then try
Ooh.
to head A, and it might work.
Yeah, spots him over towards A though. Give me Nozwa. Has no flash if they smoke spawn. No smoke spawn. We've got no smokes. Oh boy, how are we gonna cross? TP across to get the spike down. Nothing can stop this. Yeah, Nozwa maybe tunnel visioning a little bit there. Kind of decided to accept that he wasn't even gonna be able to get to the spikes.
Icy falling.
Shot.
Whoa, that's another.
Oh, it's on his head. It's on his head.
He
Oh,
can't clutch this time around.
the nade had him for sure.
MIBR.
Anyway.
The way
Okay,
that they
dude,
just
nice shots
moved
from
around the
Mountain.
map on this defensive side, constantly re-clearing spaces where EG
2-1 for the
was.
Pistols.
And
2-1.
Cortesia in mid, getting that kill onto Ye, and then getting out of dodge. Yeah, he gets picked off by Icy, but still he bought so much time for the other members of MIBR to formulate a plan on how they're going to retake this. What a nice flurry of trades as well.
It's a great shot up from our team there. I think one thing that, you know, we haven't really touched on, but I wonder how it impacts preparation and things of that nature, because let's be honest, Brazilian Valorant has its own flavor, right? It has its own brand, its own spice, if you will. This is now the 3rd Brazilian team in a row EG has faced. Yeah. So they're getting through the gauntlet, or at least trying to, but this feels like it's just a little bit too much.
Yeah, this MIBR, they've came so prepared. On this map, no footage of them specifically, so
Gonna
all the
try
time to
force it
prepare,
through mid
all
on the
time to
timing
energy
here.
strat. And another pick
Oh,
on
he
EA.
gets-
But a good trade this time.
Yeah.
That could be an upgrade too, a Guardian in the hands of Superman.
Double here. Judge could send it.
Yeah, not a good angle. You peek it into nature.
It
could be a distraction, but I think it's gonna be
Dude,
another
nice.
3K for our
He's one away
team.
from his ult as well. 3K into 3K. Obviously got the defuse earlier as well.
And he's one
so.
off of that showstopper, Doug. He's having a
Yeah,
map.
he's in
It's
a
like
good
he's been
spot. And
unleashed.
does he
He's
want to
like, oh, I
keep
get
the
to play
judge?
Duelist
Why
again.
not?
I've been waiting for this moment.
He's having a good time.
Yeah,
with
this
it,
is
too.
one of the
Again,
better, if
6-0
not the
for
best
him so
maps for
far.
it.
And you kind of wonder if it's one of those things where it's like, he's like, yo, Frog, trust me, bro. Let me play the Rays on this map, man. Let me do it. And if he can't pull it off, Frog's just like, okay, you're back. You're back on initiator duty.
Hey, it's working so far.
Yeah, this is a rough first buy when you know you're up against the judge.
A Marshall for Aspas. A target found, not connecting though.
Okay.
the help from Nas
Yeah,
was
and we
perfect.
got no
What a
smokes
punish on that
now.
default.
You do not need to be doing
Or
this,
MIBR
Cortezia.
nature
Not
will
at
even the
all.
score, this time winning
You're
the
the
head-to-head
person with the
against
worst
counterpart.
gun in your team. Just got to kill
But look
over
at the
towards
minimap, look
A.
at how
You're a
far
Viper.
Shenum has
You have
pushed up in this B main with
pressure,
that Bucky.
and you push down middle.
Dog got a lot of info. Nade traded
That was not the one,
Yeah,
chat.
he gets all that space up A ramp. The rest of EG just waiting for any type of
Should
contact.
be, we can be
but
strict.
made
We
a
can give
good
you.
smoke.
We'll give it. I'll definitely give a yellow for that.
Martin able to
That's a straight up yellow card. We can be stricter in this game.
And again, his reposition there takes away the
That was
possibility
crazy
of
play.
contact up ramps into ropes.
No joke. Some teachers,
Yeah, the
some
way that
coaches
MIBR
there.
have been
That's a red
maneuvering
card.
around this defensive side. It's honestly been a pleasure to
Nilzinho would
watch.
give out a red for that, no
There's a little
doubt.
bit of
I don't know if he's still here.
Nosware. And he's going to win the head-to-head against Ye. Ye falling again. Not really able to get anything going in these duels.
The timing almost feels a little disjointed, right? Like Ye was really far
Check the
away.
timing on
Meanwhile,
this
they were
though.
still
It's
kind of stuck up
incredible.
mid. They hadn't really made
It
any
is
pressure, and
incredible.
now Ardzine-
That's the spike as well.
The judge, and now on Pop looking for
Wait,
another
nicely
target.
done
Icy jumps
though.
over.
Nicely done from
He's
Icy.
able to
That was a
punish him
great
back, and
reaction
Nature
from him. He's
helping.
made it doable.
And now they can go back towards B. Remember, this would be the bonus for MIBR if they can pull it off, and Shenum's in a really good spot to do so.
Imagine
but
they
Nature
lose it.
extinguishing
Nice shot.
that threat. Nosware with 3 on the round. Icy by himself. He was the catalyst for the possibility, but now he has to push
Oh,
it
they
over the
actually
finish
didn't
line
see him go
himself.
here.
Thrust into a position to deliver for EG. What a disaster this would be. MIBR's already gotten into half. They've got to smoke to
A
conceal a little
great
bit of that
smoke
pressure.
from
Nosware's just gonna
Aspas.
stick it the whole way.
That was
There
a
no
great
answer.
smoke from Aspas.
That's the bonus for MIBR.
Okay, Cortezia saying thank you to his teammates. They messed up, puts his hand up, says
Full
sorry.
confidence in that stick.
And
the perfectly
that was
timed
awesome
smoke
from them.
from
Fair play.
Aspas. Yeah, he loses the
They're still into a
1v1
bonus.
against Icy, but he bought more than enough time for that
I
diffuse
think
to
Scream
come
can
through.
still farm in tier 1. I don't think he would farm, but I think he would
you
hold
are
his own very
completely
well.
Right. It was disjointed. Normally,
I
when
think he
you're
would
going for
still
those
be
lurk
great.
kills as a chamber,
It is probably a
you
pretty
wait
good meta
for
for
the
him.
main
You could
pack to make all
you
the
could
ruckus. Take the 50-50.
you could force
Something
double
that we saw
duelist a lot,
MIBR
put him
do
on
very
Phoenix
well
some
in the
map,
last
ISO some map.
when they came back from a 4v5.
Like the meta would work with him if he had another good duelist that wants to like.
The bonus.
I mean, he likes
Now
to send
EG
it.
are left to
but
their devices
someone that's
with
a little
this
bit fearless.
scrappy little buy, but they're fully investing into this.
They have 3 stingers. Icy has his ult. A lot of noise made A, including that one, the big one. Payload will connect.
Okay, they put the ult into this
Artsy
one.
now
We got
down,
no
but
smoke over towards heaven.
No heaven smoke.
He's able to
Doesn't
get-
matter.
Yeah, able to get traded back though from Ye. And now the spike planted. A position here to try to turn the tides.
Yeah, this would be a disaster for MIBR really losing this
Retake
one.
attempts. It got a little messy on Abyss.
EG have to play a lot more discipline this time around. Yeah, the guns aren't in their favor, but these close-up angles, the Stinger can do a lot of work.
You're looking for one pick and then you can
Nice shot.
accelerate. That's not the pick I meant. If you're MIBR, that's the one you needed.
Yeah, it's done now. Surely Icy with the pickup as well.
Okay, just about damage now.
Aspas will get his as he does.
Damage is good here as well.
Give him another one.
Yeah,
Certainly
don't
not
let him
enough
save
time
with
to
the
win round,
guns.
but
Like it's a rough
plenty of
round,
time
but
to deal damage. Considerable one at that. Remember, the investment was a little weird here.
okay.
Nature will carry a
Okay,
rifle over
okay.
into the
Still
next, but
managed to do
that's
good
all they can
damage, so
carry.
everyone has to buy into it.
A breath
EG
of
get
life
one
now
gun
for
upgrade.
EG on this attacking
Still a
side.
bit of a
Chance
rough
to
round
get
for them
back
though.
into the swing of things. EG and Potter She puts these boys through the ringer in scrims. I've been there firsthand, specifically playing out rounds, forcing up for moments like this when you're in a match
I mean, he has
and
some
you
shots,
need
yeah.
to win the next round. Stingers in full armor and a showstopper
Sure.
was all that was invested.
This is a big one. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Important rounds. MIBR get this. They're getting a lot on the board with double duelists.
Gonna have a couple of walls and a couple of flashes to pave the way to forge a path.
Fake teleports.
Aspas up against Ye up. We finally get to see it. Do they meet?
Bite right out of his cheeks.
Oh, they might meet.
Now taking a step back.
Oh, they're gonna meet,
The
I
op
think.
is not safe.
Yeah, Aspas needed to
We go
run
over
all the
towards
way out of
spawn.
there. And a lot of smoke.
Give me the Prius,
Ye
I
is
swear to
already
God.
posted up
Thank
on
you.
this angle though. All that utility giving the advantage to Ye to take whatever fight he thinks Aspas is going to be at.
Both curtains fall.
I mean, this is iconic.
Here.
Yeah, who's gonna win it? Dude, Ye's just straight up just holding the tight angle. Here we go.
Well, he's moving now.
Here we go.
And he knows.
Yeah, Aspas has watched enough demos to know that they like to set him up here, and he just holds for it. Dude, they've been watching the demos. He held that for a long time.
Now they can move up towards mid.
That
and
is
that's exactly
good
what
prep.
MIBR are doing. Look at how much more aggressive Cortesia is in this position. Dodges the flash, not connecting. Icy falls. Trying to connect onto the transfer, looking every which way he can, and gets away with 2. It's criminal.
Disgusting work. Cortesia. He's really came to be in these last couple of matches, man. They got rolled by 100 Thieves, but the bounce back against Cloud9, that's where he really shines. Superman, he has no time here. He's getting sucked off of the plant into the gate as well.
Excuse me, baby babe?
MIBR off
okay,
the pickup
lovely rounds.
of Aspas's op.
They didn't pick up
that
the...
round.
Oh, they did.
Cortesia looking snappy with it in mid as well.
9-1 from our team, but yeah, I think it was this kill right here.
It's so quick. You just know both players understand how each other like to maneuver around with that operator, what the rotations are going to be, but this is the difficult part of playing on land, peeking into an operator that's holding an angle already. Ye was waiting for it. He thought that Aspas
nice little
would go all the way
timeout. I
back around
think
site. Maybe
that
give him a
she's
little
realized
peek right there, but
that honestly
Aspas, the
it
one
might
having
have been
the better
holding
read
them
this
for a
time
long
around,
time,
and
that they need to
honestly,
change their
having Ye's
default up.
number.
Because this was their old school default, and it got punished
2 and 5 for
because
Ye here.
Aspas was incredibly aware that he was on that
the last
angle.
map,
Even the ping came in for the rest of his team
Stats
just to
of
make sure that no one
Aspas,
peeked over towards
kills against
site.
the duelist of Icy. He was 8-2
Like he
against
was,
Icy. He was 8-3
and
against
also as soon as they took that A
Doesn't really
control,
look like he's
he had
slowing
no
down anytime
hesitation to
soon
instantly
either.
go down there. And you saw how they also like held up their wall and then dropped the
only one
wall when
that's
he was ready.
even close to being even with him is Superman.
So shout out to the prep for
He's just on
MIBR here,
Omen, man. He can't do
because
it
they
all.
were
He's
fully
getting
on top of
punished
that.
on these defaults
And
as
this is
well.
good from Poster though.
MIBR
She's
and
worked out
Fraud
early that
specifically
they
have
need to
done a
change up
really
this
good
default.
job of
Like if
prepping
they
for
want
how
to use the
EG like
op
to
on
approach this attack
Ye,
side.
probably needs to either peek over towards Heaven
Already
more,
punishing small things
or
like
you can
Omen
just put him over towards
teleports,
mid
like
or B.
where flashes are going in mid from the sky of Derek. On one player getting a 2K like that in mid.
That worries me a little bit
he
that
knows the
EG
exact
might
spot
not
to
change
play,
up their
understands the flash
defense,
isn't gonna
and
connect
Ye
on him
still
because
has
it
to
goes
hold
in the
down middle. BTL is dying to judges every round. Dude, it's so good on
Our
this
team
map.
once again on that judge.
It's so
Aspas
good.
keeps that operator into the next round, and he switches up positions now in B main. Yay.
You gotta remember as well, this is a judge
only
that's been nerfed twice. It
play.
used to be insane.
How will the second round go? It seems like Ye's actually rotating away.
Yeah, he helps.
Can the coaches see the enemy POV? No.
B main aggression.
That's why it would be an impressive timeout if she's worked it out.
And again, Aspas is holding an off angle, waiting for Ye to walk into his angle. EG are gonna need to set this chamber up.
But with what?
You have to flash. You have to flash the corner. Anything. Jump spot.
You don't take this dry, surely.
That's a good orb.
I love that.
It's a good
smoke,
bait
and I
though
love
in
that
the end.
dog. They're gonna back him off, but I think Shinup's in a really good spot to make a
Boss
play.
man.
And there it is. Only one found though. Aspas staying alive, repositioning, tucking tail, staying away.
But Ye just gets dropped by Cortesia running ahead of that smoke in heaven.
They got the sight though. They got the spike down. Weapons aren't great. Oh, both upgraded though. Icy and Superman now with rifles in hand.
Surely you pop the jet knives on this retake.
feel like Artsin needs to absolutely
really
send it.
Spot here. If he plays
Well,
his cards
that'll
right,
do
he
it.
was just too weak.
Deleted.
Folds at the hands of the judge. But EG are somehow still in this
Does he
fight.
check
MIBR
default
with a numbers
here?
advantage, however slight.
Very,
But
very
Derek cannot
nice.
convert.
Double swing.
Superman again,
Well, don't even need to.
forced to deliver for EG.
Nice shot.
He's gotten it down to one.
Right, the Superman is, he's got a 1v3, 1v4 in him every single time, it feels like. He's good for one a map.
Team needed him the most. He pulls through once again.
Yeah, he's done it again.
4 in the round, all headshots. But you can't keep winning off of heroics like this if you're EG. It's got to be a team effort. That's what you're built upon.
It's really nice
Headshots,
shots.
Nice! Let's go, baby. That's the father right there.
The Viet dad pulling through.
Bro, if he keeps playing like that, might need to call him daddy instead.
Woopaman.
What is going on in this cast?
Tell you what, I used to call him daddy.
Wild plays out.
What the hell is going on in this cast? They've lost control.
Blades aggressively across the middle of the map. And Ye has that up again.
Superman picking that one up. Playing very slow. Pack mentality right now for EG.
That nade's going to cause some problems. I like this. For as many problems as Cortesia has caused EG across the middle of the map, we're starting to see some protocols to get him off of that, to displace him.
Yeah, he got taken down to 50 HP right there. Gets healed right back up. Able to get back on that line with the operator.
Oh, nice little hop.
Good nade.
The Seekers are going to push them back all the way down steps. Now you can choose to go A, where you've got Nature who's taking some space, or you can turn back towards B.
This is a rough spot to be in.
Gonna
see
follow-up though. Shannon close by.
Wait.
Can play spoiler. They don't
They
know
think
that
he's
he's
B
here,
main.
and I don't know that there's any utility to clear it. The flash is going to be
Wait,
so
incredible
good.
flash from Nozwa.
Yeah,
Wait,
has to
big
connect and he
swing.
cannot.
Dude, he played great.
Shannon
That
with
is
3 at the
impressive, though.
round for
That was
MIBR.
impressive. It was. I felt like they were so sure he was B main.
Shenum, what an anchor. What a distraction.
Yeah, dude, he's doing
from Nosworth
great.
as well. That flash
He's
coming out
actually had a
strong.
really good
Everyone looking
best of
straight
3
there.
so far.
Maybe not trusting Ye to hold that line for them. And Ye, he just can't quite connect onto that wide swing. Maybe a little bit in his head right now.
We got the casters, yeah, double reds, honestly.
On a tight swing
Double
back
straight
from Pillar,
reds.
but
yeah, but those are shots he's known for.
The silence for the rest of it.
Especially on that chamber.
Yep.
The confidence just not playing a factor in this game right now. Now Ospas had
Yeah,
an
spots too,
opportunity
though.
for another first blood, but can't quite hit the mark.
Okay, we might get to see the
Playing a very passive angle here. It's quiet across
duel
the board
again.
Right now from EG.
No, okay.
And there was fire on the
But
other
you can
side.
see how
Ospas
EG have
with the
changed up,
shorty
right?
was
They're not
smoke.
going for the whole inside of Ye over towards here to try and get a peek on A. Like for sure, the timeout has definitely pulled Ye more over towards the B
Cortesia was
default.
looking behind his back, but with that Skydog clearing all that
But I also will say that MIBR as well, they have been putting Aspas over towards B.
He has single-handedly
But he's going to get
been the
traded.
thorn in their side from this exact spot.
Oh my gosh.
I do think he commits a little bit too heavy in against the ecos.
In for EG
In
to maybe
Vents.
get another thrifty
It's
round.
twice
Ye
now where they got a
still
1 for
has
1.
a
It's
vandal
not good
of his
enough.
own. Derek upgrades to
And he pushed down
sheriff.
mid on that other rounds. He
it
needs
looks
to be a little
like
bit careful.
everything's geared up
Playing
towards
mid like
this A
Zelsis.
split.
Zelsis is a
But
little bit smart with how he
Superman is
plays
gonna have to
though.
find
Even though he looks like a lunatic.
fantastic timing right here coming out of this vent.
And he's going to try. The wall goes down in Noswer.
He has to wait.
Like
He has to
Zelsis is
wait for
always a
this
lunatic in
game
the buy v buys.
pressure.
To realize itself, you're absolutely right. The
He-
wall goes
he
up,
wouldn't
and that should
commit
be the
like this
timing for
against
them
the
to cross.
ecos.
Noswer again ready for it. Sees it go up.
Here we
Sees
go,
Superman
Judge again.
fall, and now with 12
Dude,
seconds left,
this
they have no
judge
choice
is
but to try
annihilating
to
them.
brute force their way
Absolutely
in.
annihilating them. It must be the
And it's
most
again just a
horrible
mess.
thing to play
But
against.
what a genius move from Noswer to put his
He's-
back against
he's
that
Palmer
box so he can't be
Judge.
seen from anybody potentially walking up a ramp with that Viper wall being up. And yeah, he's playing like a maniac right now. Cortesia is playing.
Dude, look
like
at
a
it. It's
maniac.
a one
Let's
tap
just say
every
it.
single time.
Artscene has had a judge almost every single round on this defensive side.
And he's getting multi-kills with it every time, too.
And they're vibing, man. They're vibing. EG on the other end, I mean, it's not looking too good over in that camp, man. Their faces are not happy.
Got the tech down? Oh no, he's got it. He likes the judge, bro.
if
You
you're
can
EG,
tell.
can't be happy about that. The
Wait,
double
every
dip,
single
not
time
even
Aspas has got
required.
his back up every time he goes
1-2
aggro A.
punch
Nozwa
of
hit the
Aspas, and
Omen
now it's
last
for the
time.
duo.
Nozwa hits the pass and trying to get the trade on him
It
this
just
time.
feels like something has changed in these last couple of rounds for MIBR. It looks like, yeah, they got thrifty.
You know, I like the cheesy guns, but do I think it should be possible in a tactical shooter? Oh no, in an ideal world, there's no shotguns in this game, but it's in the game, so it's better to just accept it, embrace it, love it. Otherwise, you're just gonna get annoyed.
This really feels like they found their footing, though.
Yeah, it's so weird because against 100 Thieves,
Trust me, since day one, I've been the biggest judge
they
believer.
have a lot to work on.
Well, we did practices where Soulcast would use Palmer judge on this map.
How quickly they've been able to do it
Attack
is what's
and
most
defense.
impressive, right?
They look like a different team here.
And look, I'm not saying this map is over by any means. MIBR's composition,
I'm the
let's
number
just
one
put it on
fan.
paper, it's favored
Dude, we
on
got
the
to Radiant pretty much
attacking
just
side. You have
using
the
judge at the
double
beginning of the
duelist to go
game.
absolutely crazy inside.
That's all we would use as well.
I do think
It was
EG 's
incredible.
comp, and historically, EG is also better built.
Do I have a
play on
problem with the
defense,
Odin?
so
I mean, the
that'll
Odin's
be good
overpowered as
against
well.
good, but I think if
But
you're EG here, again,
it is what
given
it is.
how Split has played out for you before, you've got to at least keep it competitive on attack. And this feels like MIBR are just set to run away with this thing.
It can't be heroics that pull EG over the edge.
You don't want non-rifle guns go play CS. The CS is a similar problem at the moment, but no one really uses the guns yet. That auto shotty is nuts.
Maybe call it an off day, call it what you want, but this is an elimination match.
In CS, honestly, the players are a little bit too
MIBR will
stubborn.
get to 7. Aspas still has that up online. Financially, you take a look on the other side of the stage. EG not in a great spot.
You got to feel for Icy in that moment, man. I mean, he had no chance right there.
And so again, I want to go back to what you were saying a moment ago. This is an elimination match. This is also
Second timeout in one half. It's a rough one.
Right, we're not talking
Double
about
duelist
map one,
already
and there's
getting
signs that,
6
we'll
rounds on
bounce back on map two,
defense.
this, that, and the
Money's
other.
really good. Aspas is going to have an op all the time.
Second timeout blown. It's make it or break it for EG at this point.
Yeah.
And Potter can identify
With,
that.
with the chamber, you can do some cool stuff. So they've never been flanked. I wonder if they want to
As
like
much as we talked about Cortesia,
start using the
Nosworth,
chamber
duo,
more for A heaven.
Shenum
Start
having
using
his
the trip
moments in that
aggro
anchoring.
vents.
It's really been Artsine who stepped up to the
I
plate
think
here on
they.
this map.
I
with
wonder
Split on this defensive
how much
side.
they've
He's
explored with the
13 and
aggro
3
chamber
right now.
stuff.
He's had a ridiculous performance.
A lot of kills with the judge, sure, but those are kills that tilt you. To be on the opposite end of a judge, we've all felt it in ranked.
Well, and also
it's the worst feeling in the world.
And also, I mean, it does. The truth
Am I
is,
fine with the
it's
op?
still
Dude,
the
I
kills,
love the
right?
op.
Like, they're still
Op's
converting
good.
those into round wins, regardless of what.
The
tool
outlaw
is
is a
being
little bit
used to get
too
them there.
strong, in my opinion.
And it throws you off your game because now, even if you're clearing these close corners, you're running in with the knowledge that, okay, it might not even do anything. I'm definitely going down. And I have to rely on who's behind me to get the trade.
Right.
Let's see what this backup plan is. We might not see it fully until we see the big buy rounds. Dude, I thought it was 6. Sorry, I thought they've got 7 as well. This is really good
7-2
numbers
down.
for double duelist.
MIBR looking really comfortable here.
They don't have the most support to send it, but you can definitely sky flash send it. Aspas isn't gonna need to dash into the smokes though. Maybe they can op pick as well. Who knows?
Give yourself a fighting chance on the defensive side. But look already, look at this spot that Artsine is at.
How would I
This is
change
one
the
of those
outlaw?
rounds where
I would
this
at
spot
least
goes
start with
unchecked.
125 damage, and
He
then
hasn't
I would
played there.
reduce the firing rate of the second bullet.
Not one time.
It's
Oh, he
just
gets off the angle,
just
though. Off of that
way
mid
too
utility,
fast.
off that mid.
Like I would put,
Info gathered
no joke, I would put
by
like
MIBR.
a
It's a re-clear
second
up B
plus on
main.
it.
Position given away. Toes exposed. Kill found again.
I guarantee it still gets used.
This feels like they're forcing heroics. And I understand.
And then there's no point in the
need to
gun.
find a pick
I
to
guarantee
make something
you it still
happen.
gets used.
It's just not converting.
Oh, the showstopper doesn't convert, but Derek will.
Meanwhile, Aspas has gone unchecked. That's a spike.
I was
on
gonna
the
say,
ground.
imagine he
Nature
gets this.
striking it just the right
Ooh,
moment. The
Icy
second
did
will
good
come
to
through,
get
and now
that.
Nature's
It's
left in 1v2.
kind
Spike
of
out
made
of
this
hand,
doable.
but opt to work with.
And that Viper's pit online as well.
For MIBR, though, they're approaching us from different fronts, and that can either be a
Yeah,
blessing
you would
or a
imagine that
curse.
Cortesia has him down,
Have
but
to be another clutch
he can
from
definitely
EG
ult.
to stay in the mix of things.
Giving him the space to drop the pit. And Nature switch weapons. He's now got Phantom he can work with. Playing on the other side of this. Hearing one, spotting the
Nice
other.
shot,
Snap
dudes.
again from Cortesia's filth.
God, they're owning
That
them.
is-
They're actually owning them.
That's insanity. Just not low enough. The Viper's
Okay.
pit not taking Cortez
Delay the
down
defuse
enough
to
for
pick up
Nature
the
to
up.
just hit a little body shot, but he had the up on him. He had the up on them both. To hit a flick like that, we got to get that POV.
Blizzy is playing
All
well.
we might see is
It feels like
tracers.
all of MIBR are
But
playing
no, it
well,
was
to
a
be
Phantom,
honest.
wasn't it? Oh, barely. Sees him 1 HP.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
MIBR just looks so clean, and I think it's a lot of what we talked about in map 1, but it's rearing its head in map 2 as well. Cortesia has been insane. Artsine, as you mentioned, sitting at 15-4, and I think it's tough because MIBR are doing everything perfectly, and EG are struggling in every facet of the game.
Very well said, Doug. I mean, look at this. Even on another default, the paranoia is way too late. EG have truly crumbled in this moment, and they're getting picked
Look at them.
apart by MIBR.
The Surgeon Scalpel, that is MIBR.
Still comes the MIBR will be a good team by the end of the year. We might not even have to wait that long. This has been nice from them.
It's just completely fallen apart to the point where Derek is left in a 1v5, and he's gotten 3.
He's going to have the ult. No reason not to invest it here.
But he's sitting
Yeah,
so low.
they do need the
Savage is
hero
out,
round.
45 HP. Both connecting. The spit. Oh gosh, if that was how he died. Derek still, again, has a shot. A slim shot, sure, but a shot at this. He's isolated it down to a 1v1. Cortesia's on the
Oh, it's
other
unlucky,
side.
man. It's a really good try.
And he gets 4.
It's a really,
but 4
really
is
good
just
try.
not enough.
And the look on Derek's face after that disbelief. After you get the 4th, you feel like you have it in the bag. Everybody else on your team is riding on you to bring it back.
Imi,
But
hello.
it's such a tough ask. The fact that he's
You
put
can't
this
be calling
spot in the
yourself
first
that,
place.
surely.
Yeah. Such a shame. MIBR sitting at 9-2. EG, we've already said it.
God, they got
completely
annihilated.
dismantled.
Absolutely annihilated.
Tournament dreams look like they've been just
That
sucked
chat
right
called
out
us
of
it?
them.
Yeah, but mate.
Not seeing any type of
Have you seen some of the takes that go on there, me?
It's 5 rounds in a row for MIBR.
I'll be taking that
Full
one
steam
personally.
ahead.
It just looks so grim.
And it's, I mean, to be fair, it's not like they're not trying stuff. It's just nothing's working.
Yeah, and it's partly because of some really good prep work done early on from MIBR, punishing some defaults, but
Lin
also
Ye and Chamber maybe isn't an
a
insta-win.
dismantling of chemistry and team
I
play
wanted
from the
them
side
to
of
have
EG.
way
Like
more.
That paranoia not coming out for
And
Icy in that
this
moment.
is the
I
out
mean,
of the
he's
map
just-
pool. This is
he's
the
left
worst
on an island with
chamber
a player
map
in ARAM that's
out of the
not
7
flushed
maps
out
at the
all.
moment.
Artsine gets another
I think it's
first blood.
odd to
He's gonna
force
have
it
a
on this
shot at
one.
Second kill too. The flash is nice though. Artsine down.
It is a free A site.
They did get
Yeah, able
they
to
did get
strike, but
anti
Savage
for
is
sure.
out, gonna
But
give position away. Nazar's there on the trade.
I mean, they're gonna get 3. Maybe it's doable with the chamber. Like they still have a strong
Superman's
defense
out on
comp.
site,
It's just
and
the
now
fact
the
they're up
rest of
against double
EG's gonna be able to
duelists.
join him.
Yeah, he's gonna have to hit the shots, and it's only really
This goes without
Sky's flash that he
saying,
has
they
to
need
dodge.
this round.
They absolutely need the 9-3 curse. Bring it back for Derek if you're an EG fan.
They're in a position to do so.
Oh, but
Superman's
MIBR.
position's been given away. Spotted now, the Roomba there. Nazar looking for any window that he can find. And again, time is a factor here. The spike has been ticking for a little while.
Dude,
Cortesia,
gotta see
again,
is
now Shannon as well.
gotta see is sick, bro.
When it looks like there's a window in,
10? They got
MIBR
10 on
again
defense. Oh my.
do whatever they want. It's a 10-2 half.
Yeah,
They got shut
a
down
masterful
everywhere.
show of a
Absolutely
defensive side of
everywhere.
split. MIBR looks so impressive.
Yeah,
on
and
this
they got
map.
so much
They've
money.
taken
And this guy
advantage of EG
perma
every
judging at
step
the
of
beginning
way.
is sick. He built up so much
even
money
with
that he
that
can just like
crazy
always
clutch
have
that
an
we saw
off
earlier from Superman,
Aspas,
they
and
didn't
that's
let
just
it get
such a
to
big
them at
win
all.
condition.
I mean, they
I
have
mean, it
such
just
a
feels like
buffer
everyone's
of
aiming
elite
well.
that-
Yeah.
I mean, even if it does get to them a little bit, they have enough that they can fall back on. 10-2 half, EG staring down the barrel of elimination. We'll see you guys on the other side of this break.
You think after this
Red Bull
season,
gives
Ye will
you
be done for? Nah, I think it's gonna be fine. I hope they. It's gonna take a little bit to get into the swings of things. I hope they lean more into the chamber on the chamber maps, and then I think there's so much more that you could do with chamber that we don't see. Like I think if you did this map, you could really combo it. Like if you wanted to do it on this map, you would combo it with a Vice, surely. And then you can start using the trip a bit more aggro, and you could actually just like solo default mids and use their smoke against them. I don't know. I think the chamber's better on other maps. I have full faith in Ye, but I would say I'm also very slow at moving away. Like it's hard to delete the history from my brain. I think I've noticed with me. Like I definitely put a lot of weight on the nostalgia.
Here on Split, a 10-2 half, and they're now what, 3 rounds
Leaf
away
chamber?
from surviving,
I mean,
from
Leaf chamber is
eliminating
incredible.
EG, and from keeping their Bangkok
But they
hopes
also
and
use
dreams
it on.
alive. I
They
think,
also are using
we
it on
mentioned it, Dre, in the
2 out
first
of the
half.
3 of the strongest
This
maps.
roster looked like it would be really good on paper. They stumbled out of the gates at the beginning in kickoff, but this does not look like the same team we saw earlier. MIBR look insane right now.
I most
Hit me with the
definitely
posture
wrote
check because I
them
put the
off,
knees
especially
up.
after
Mad
that loss to
respect.
100 Thieves
You
and
actually called me out,
the
yeah.
manner that it happened, but again,
Wait till I
way
see the
that they've
Oxy
turned
chamber.
it
Dude, I'm
around
down
in
for the
such
Oxy
a
chamber.
short
Who's
span
sending
of
it on your
time,
team, though?
it truly
Who
needs
goes
to be
duelist
studied.
then? Oh my goodness, where's this flash?
Did the flash
Oh my god, the flash!
That was
No
not supposed
way,
to stop
dude.
there. Superman's still in a really good spot, though. He's able to get 1. Ye does 2. Connecting onto the 3rd.
Spike down B.
Did you on duelist?
This
Okay,
one,
now we're
seems
talking.
like they're going to be able to convert it. But this is where the hurdles have been for EG. This is not the first time something like this happens. Fortunately for them, the trip catches. Cortez just
Oh
still gets the
boy.
kill.
If anything, the slow just makes it more of a turret.
The Spit trying to push Icy off the line. Noswor's getting
Okay.
it down to a 1v2.
They're on the board. We still get a 1-1 pistol on every single
A
map.
lot of whiffage going
Still
on,
fair.
but, I mean, sometimes you just can't connect on the satchels happening, and it happens. But Ye, he gets 3 into this round, doubling his kills in this map. A nice shot right there.
I will say something that I loved here, and I know it's just a pistol, but that's so fine, is EG had a demo, they perma played chamber mid, they perma played the Viper here. Pistol round, we switch it up early, so now MIBR have gone in and they've gone, hold up. He was playing over towards B and we have anti and they said that he would be middle the whole time. This is something I used to do a lot, where you just have your pistol round different to your default, and if people include the pistol round in like the rest of the map, they might think that they can't do some of their original plan and it might mess it up. Like we always used to change stuff up within like the first 3-4 rounds.
And MIBR
just to get people confused. I think it works well.
Super slow.
And this is a similar vibe, having the chamber over towards B when again he played middle perma.
He saw the gun barrel, surely.
Just a little too fearful to take that extra step out, even with a teleport. And it's Icy that will get the kill, but he's going to get punished on the trade right now.
And there's only one person over towards A, so do they panic a little bit or are they good? Instant reaction was to push over towards B main. They didn't pick up the gun, so EG gonna be happy with that.
Pushing Aspas off the line. That's another big kill out from Ye, who invested into the
One
outlaw
bullet.
this time around. They still have a little bit of space. MIBR do up mid. Ye had nowhere to go. This is getting very messy.
Guys, please don't like
It's all onto
this.
Derek and Superman
I
now.
want
Remember,
at
this
least a
was
competitive map.
The anti for them, like this is the round that they were supposed to be able to convert.
And cleanly too.
13 seconds left. Derek has a lot
Oh
to do
god.
here.
Oh god.
And that
He hit
very
him with the
well might be
outlaw
the
at the
dagger.
end, so he's just one body
3-round
shot.
win for
They got
MIBR.
4
EG
eco'd and there
got
was
broken
1
by,
sheriff.
I don't know how you bounce back from that.
MIBR played it so slow and methodical on this attacking side, even with worse weaponry. And Ye, the pressure may be unsurmountable, making huge mistakes, Doug, not reloading any of his weapons, getting stuck in a pickle. teleporting back. Potter can't even believe it. And she can't bail them out of this anymore. MIBR.
That was an incredible, dude. We got the split coach cam. Oh my god, the split coach cam replay might be one of my new favorite things. We get to see the polar opposites.
EG are looking lost right now.
Potter looked like Potter was in absolute shock at what just went down.
And it's another slow, quiet round from MIBR. Very similar.
Dude, the half and half coach replays, that's sick. Pansy, show EMEA that. EMEA needs that. That's incredible.
Connects onto Shenum.
A little bit more confidence this time around.
That was awesome.
It's a stack for EG.
Gonna play on the other side of this wall. Icy not able to settle the shot. Superman will fall. But Ye has arrived at the scene. He's already gotten 3 on the round.
Yeah, he's had enough.
Looking for magic.
He goes for a plant heaven here.
Playing committed. Remember, it's Aspas who's got the outlaw on the other side, and
He might have done enough though.
Again and again.
2v2 now. Icy with rifle in hand.
Yeah, and
Switching
Nature
over to the
can
lighter
tank
weapon.
the
He has 2
first shot
satchels. You
here.
imagine there's going to be a spark to go.
Icy's gonna absolutely send it.
And there it is. First one popped.
Wait, lovely dash.
dropped.
Lovely dash. Gets the reload on this one.
What can Nature do?
Oh yeah,
I mean, MIBR have such a
he's in
good
trouble.
setup here. Yeah, Aspas is a little weak, but they have every single angle considered, everything cornered.
Very, very
and that's
nice.
MIBR at 12. That's not just map point.
God,
That's
they
series
annihilated them.
And that's the power of the double duelist, Doug. Yeah, they're down numbers. Ye does his best to climb
9
back into the round,
chances.
make up for the mistake in the previous. But it's just not enough. The overwhelming force onto the actual site. Look at that flash. Superman has no chance. So many targets jumping around his screen. And Aspas just doing Aspas things, baby.
That's done. Quick break.
11 and 8 from him. Again, our team 20 and 9. And so, the last attempt, the last hope for Evil Geniuses.
Icy gets his own judge out.
It just feels like with the way that MIBR
It literally
have
feels
been
like the
playing.
Billy NRG game.
There's no way
Where they got wrecked by it, and it's like, well, we should just use it back.
Sell. And again, it's Aspas. It's a protagonist. 2 kills found.
Is it better of ADS the headhunter? It's just personal
weapons that EG
preference.
bring into this round are going to make things even more complicated. How do you retake into 4 with 2 stingers and a shorty?
I'll tell you how it all starts with Ye right here on this flank.
Ooh.
It may have to start there, but I don't know that it's ever going to leave the gates. Derek and Nature now, the last 2 standing. Shoulder spotted on 1. You know the flash is going to be close. It's going to be aggressive. Traded 1 for 1.
Okay, shout out to MIBR because that was EG's map pick. And you could tell that they knew that this map was going to get picked or at least be third map, and they put a good amount of prep into it. And this was a very nice performance from them. And like each individual on this team, including the coaching staff.
In every department on this map of Split. Abyss was close, but this was just a complete outplay in mechanical skill, strategy. EG just getting ran circles around. And for MIBR, this was more than just a win. This was them announcing
that's gonna be
themselves
nice. That's gonna be a
as
sick game,
serious
chat.
threat in this
Us is
tournament.
gonna be incredibly pumped for that.
It's so quiet in here. It's genuinely so quiet in here.
MIBR look insane. And again, this is what you wanted to see from this roster. You wanted to see Aspas in a comfortable position.
Nozwa?
I love that
Oh,
they
dude,
busted out
Nozwa
the
might be
double
more
duels comp.
pumped.
Our team looks
They kicked him
spectacular.
on.
And
They
yes,
kicked
a
him
lot
on
of it was
Christmas
building
Day or
momentum
whatever on
off
New
the judge
Year's.
kills in the first half, but he found his footing, and they were able to convert that into this win. 13-3 on map 2 is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, every single player on this
Wait, yeah,
team as
I
well
forgot
in this
about
series
that.
had their moment. Shenum, he was sitting kind of low at the scoreboard on that second map, but the moments that he had anchoring
The revenge,
were
yeah,
so
they're gonna
impactful,
be putting a
crucial
lot of
3
work
Ks.
into that one. Dude, Nozwa's not
Cortezia,
sleeping.
his lurk
How many days has he
timings,
got until that game?
He looks so much more confident today than
Wait,
he
chat,
did
is that
even
tomorrow?
in the previous series in which he was at the top of the scoreboard as well.
That's
I
tomorrow.
would argue for for Cortesia in particular, it wasn't even necessarily his lurk timings. His defensive side on Viper on split
let me
was a treat
let me up
to
a
watch.
little.
I mean, he was stalwart. He was unmovable.
Dude, the
from
Palmer
that
judge for the
position,
first like
and
7
EG
rounds
never
was
really
incredible
able
as
to find a
well.
way to
I'm not
solve
gonna
that
lie.
problem.
And such an
Such a big fan of it.
choice of a composition as well.
It's so good when you have someone that is like reliant on an op as well to be able to carry you. Just being able to have a judge melt people, pick up like vandals, throw a vandal over so that person doesn't have to buy, and then you pick up another judge. Like it's like a money hack.
From MIBR, if you're any team going up against them in the future, you gotta do some serious
Can I convince
prep
Bacon
work,
to put you on chamber? For sure.
It will be a tricky wicket
actually
to
wanna
solve.
play it?
I mean, again, for MIBR to look as complete as they did today, particularly on map 2.
But what does Rex
as
then
you
play?
said, just really
Oh,
kind
dude,
of
Rex can play
announces,
Vice.
hey, this
Yeah, you
is
could
a
do
team
it, dude.
who had a lot of hope, who had a lot of potential at the beginning of the season, and are starting to find their stride at just the right time.
Yeah, and for MIBR Ospas, he's been a great leader of this team so far. I'm very excited to see what more he can do in the future.
They will have another chance to play on the stage. They'll have another chance to show us what they're made of. We're going to send it down to Elizabeth at the stage for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And you can hear a pin drop in this room. But I want everyone here to give it up for Shenum of
Yeah, dude, they should get a good shout here. They played so well.
Absolutely.
They
That
played
was an
great.
insane performance. The first question I want to ask you is, how did split happen? Just frankly, how did that happen?
Primeiramente, muito barulho para você, né? Você jogou muito. E o que aconteceu no split?
Mano, sendo sincero, eu nem vi a boneca direito, os caras tá matando tudo. Mas no final ali deu pra fazer um round de xerife, pelo menos no eco. Então, mano, muito orgulhoso de todo mundo do time. Sinto que eu tô jogando bem também, então, mas amanhã tem jogo de novo.
To be honest, I don't even know what's happening there. You know, I was barely seeing any agents, and we had a very good echo. I was playing with the sheriff, so it worked it out.
Do you think you
Yeah,
have
he
been
had a quiet game on
underestimated
B apart from the
by
1v4,
everyone in the
right?
community, including
Or
the
well,
talent,
the 4K.
including players?
Você acha que tem sido subestimado por todo mundo na comunidade, incluindo aí players, cast, fãs?
Cara, sendo sincero, pra mim é indiferente, eu não ligo pra nada disso, então se eles estão falando mal é porque eles queriam estar no meu lugar, e é isso.
Okay, I don't really care about that, to be honest, and if they're talking trash, it's because they wanted to be on my place.
Dang, okay. Your challenges only get harder from here. It is a continued lower bracket run facing harder and harder teams. How do you feel prepared, or how do you feel going into those matches?
Vai ficar cada vez mais difícil agora na Lower, né? Vocês vão enfrentar times cada vez mais difíceis, então como é que tá a expectativa para isso, pro fim do Kickoff?
A expectativa boa, a gente já tem jogo amanhã, acho que é muito direto os jogos agora, então não vai ter mais, assim, treino, vamos dizer. E a gente tá bem confiante todo o time, acho que a gente se preparou bem essa semana, teve uma semana de treino. E qualquer um que vir, agora o Leviathan, né? A gente vai jogar bem e vai dar nós.
We're very confident. You know, we have game tomorrow again, so we won't have a lot of time to practice. But, you know, Leviathan is coming, so we're just ready for whatever.
2 more questions for you. One is a fan question that someone didn't leave their name. How do you make split-second decisions in clutch moments?
Essa é uma pergunta de um fã. Como é que você faz essas decisões assim num piscar de olhos, cara?
De clutch, você disse?
De decisões difíceis e num piscar de olhos.
Cara, não sei, acho que já virou um pouco mais automático, vamos dizer. Acho que tava pecando isso até no off-season, acho que eu consegui arrumar bastante meu estilo de jogo, né? Até por ser um novo time. Então, acho que é isso, acho que é ser bem calmo, né? Ser calmo.
I think it's something that comes automatically. Like, I got way better since the off-season. It just comes because I'm calm, I guess. So we just need to be calm.
All right, one last question for you. I feel like you have a lot to say. So I'm going to give you free reign to anyone you like to call out or say, you know, whatever you want to say. The floor is yours. Don't make me regret this, but the floor is yours.
Por favor, não faça a gente se arrepender disso, mas se você tiver alguma coisa para tirar do teu peito, a hora é essa.
Não, nenhuma. Tô em paz. É isso. Tô preparado só para jogar amanhã e é isso. Não tem nada para falar.
I have nothing to say. I'm in peace. I'm ready to play tomorrow. And that's it. That's pretty much it.
You were like the coolest dude alive. Guys, give it up for Shenum one more time. an incredible performance. Now we're going to take a break, but stay right there because I know you know what's next. It is KRU Visa versus NRG.
Okay, big game coming up, chat. Big game. I'll be back in a little bit. Usual stuff.
So I've got a bunch of different mice.
When you find the one, you know it's the one.
저는 이게 제일 좋은 것 같아요.
Look at this. Isn't this perfect?
누가 만들었는지 알려주는 것도 같이 들어있고.
This mouse is ready for a fashion show.
It's Pulsar by me.
It's by me.
It's Pulsar by you.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Bueno, la partida de Energy yo creo que va a ser un reto. Para mí, antes de que comenzara el torneo Kickoff, ellos eran los principales candidatos a ganarlo.
Wait a minute. Motto with the ace.
I said I wanted to play against 100 Thieves the most out of like anyone.
Got that over.
No.
Yeah, easy, huh? Money in the bank.
Whoever comes next.
And that next match is going to be against KRU Visa. How do you feel about facing them?
They've always been a great team overall to play against.
Siguen intentando cazar a Angelo Mori, se les está acabando la vida con tal de llamarse la vía de Neo. KRU no para.
Mada y el Flex que es Verno, creo que son jugadores muy buenos, pero no son players que uno no pueda vencer, no son intocables.
¡Imposible! ¡Lo se todo los spike! Y ahora, uno en contra de uno.
¡Dale, papá! ¡Mister de frente!
And welcome back, everyone, to Day 8 of VCT America's Kickoff and our second elimination match of the day. It's NRG going up against KRU Visa. Of course, I'm Golden Boy here with Vansili. We got Emily, as well as the Sir Douglas of esports joining us here today.
I don't think I've ever been served like that.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us, Sir Douglas.
Isn't there a knighting process? Like, shouldn't you have a sword? And
There is, but I left it at home. So I'm sorry. It didn't fit in the Uber.
You know? When that happens,
and,
no, I get it.
And the last time I walked into an Uber with a knife, it was crazy. Anyway, moving forward though. Now look, guys. Here's the deal. This is the day of throwbacks, all right? First, we had Aspas going up against Ye. We saw how that one turned out. Now, it's NRG and KRU Visa in a high-stakes matchup here because winner moves on, loser is eliminated. But what is quite fascinating is the history of these two organizations. Well, rather, the history of FNS going up against this organization because FNS has been in the game for quite a while, and KRU have always been a team that's been in his way, but he has never really had a problem with them.
Yeah, exactly. It almost looks like a walk in the park every time, though, also for Finesse calling for the past teams that he's done, the past rosters too, different iterations, and I think that's the key component. No matter who he has in his roster for now, and on top of that, adding that superpower into this year, it's going to be another one of those potential walk in the park because he already knows pretty much the playstyle of KRU that's always been overly aggressive, and I feel like he's able to tame that very easily.
Yeah, it does feel as if this is a team that FNS just has the number of, right? Whatever Coach Adam spins up, whatever Kesnet tries to do, because those are the mainstays of that team that were there back then, seems to have an answer for it.
Yeah, I mean, FNS has been a solid IGL since I can remember. And I think one of the biggest things...
Been around the block too.
One of the biggest things with Kesnet and Mizzino is like, you were right. The way that FNS calls, they force them to make mistakes in those aggressive plays.
Yeah, and that, I think, Doug, has been, well, without a doubt, it's been the death knell for KRU this entire time. And we know this is a team that likes to get aggressive, get in your face, and oftentimes that can lead to a fair amount of mistakes. How do you stop that?
I think it's funny, though, because when you take a team that is as structured as the Optics, the NRGs, the Finesse cores have been, that's often the response, right? Like if you want to throw something into them that you aren't prepared for, that you can't really respond to and condition around, it's all of that aggression, right? But it does seem like Finesse has been able to navigate his way through that every single time. And so, I mean, if you're KRU, if you're Adam, I mean, what? Just have Kesnet satchel like again?
Yeah, especially considering
one more time.
You only got two.
Especially considering what we saw last week as well, right? I mean, we'll talk more about Mata in a little bit, but I mean, goodness gracious, my guy was out there looking like a superstar. It's very difficult to stop him. Now, here's the thing, guys. Now, normally, you guys know we do our talent predictions, right? Like at the end of the pre-show. Pero we had to do a little different this time around because we had a bit of an outlier here. We all went with NRG except for one mustachioed British man.
You know what's concerning about this is that I would normally look at this and go, oh, well, he got bullied, right? Like, there's no way he actually thinks, right? Like, he got paid off to do this. He was right about MIBR.
He was.
And he was the only, I mean, there was another Brit who we try not to talk about very often, who also picked MIBR, but...
So, you know what? Let's hear from the man himself. We have Bren standing by in the arena, I think, if he is there. If not, that would be a really funny segment. But there he is. Brennan!
Am I on trial? Is this what's happening here?
It seems like it.
Defend yourself.
The light's on you.
I just want to know why you went where you went.
I need KRU to have that dog in them today. I don't care about anything else, man. I need to be in the dugouts. I know they're on the stage. Let's pull them back, actually. Let's pull them back. I know they're doing their tech setups. I need to guide them around. I don't speak Spanish. I don't care. I'm gonna be screaming at them.
I'll get
I'm
you
gonna be
some
speaking
Duolingo
with
lessons,
heart,
Papa.
some passion coming at them because I need them to get that pack mentality. Werewolves ripping open the shirt, starting howling the moon type beat. You know what I mean? I need him to start running them down NRG because listen, FNS, you find where he's playing, just literally focus that dude. I'm not gonna lie, just focus it. I've said some mean words in the past. I'm actually getting paid to be on broadcast this time. I can't be mean this time, but I'm telling you, if KRU do this, they can dismantle him. Listen, NRG, Finesse-led teams. Listen, okay, Finesse is win rate. I don't want to go into the details. 10-1.
We need you to go into the details.
The numbers don't support my argument, so I don't want to go. I don't want to go into them, to be honest. Listen, they've never won. KRU have never won versus FNS-led teams. They're 10-1 in terms of maps. but I need them to have that dog in them today. I need it here today.
Why you didn't explain why you picked them?
That's the reason why I picked Crew.
You picked them because you said you want them to have the dog in them.
There's something in the, I'm telling you, I think.
There's something in the air.
Listen,
what air?
Finesse is good against teams that think. I need Crew to not think. I need them to self-lobotomize before this game and start shooting. Listen, if NRG didn't have Matter, Verno, Som, what would they have?
Not a team, because they'd have only two players on the
Exactly. And if they weren't putting up the numbers they were in those prior games, you think they stood a chance? I don't think so. So listen, I might have cut the cables to the keyboards a little bit earlier. They don't know that. But listen, all I'm saying is, Crew, it's good odds.
It's not. It's literally
not adding up.
Just come back.
I don't think I'm allowed to say that. I don't think I'm allowed to say that.
I
Believe it or
can't.
not, if you kill all 5 of them, you win the round.
That's true.
Wow.
Oh my God. He literally just said, I went with them because they have to have the dog in them.
Yeah, the mental gymnastics of, well, if NRG didn't have Verno, and if they didn't have Mata, and if they didn't have Som, and if they didn't show up that
day,
and if they were the only ones in the server, and if Crew had 6 players in the server, then.
But that's the thing. He also mentioned, if you see Finesse, take advantage of him, But if you actually look at Finesse last week, they actually had role changes where Finesse stepped away from the center role, and then Verno was also taking it so that he could play initiator, so they could activate Mata, and it's been looking really good against 100 Thieves.
Well, let's dive a little bit further into that game, because last week we did get an opportunity to see that matchup, NRG 100 Thieves. Now, you heard Mata earlier saying that was the game he wanted to play. Boy, did he want to play that game. And my guy popped off in that one. I guess, this feels like, Emily, that they're hitting their stride early on. I know it's too early to tell here, but a win against 100 Thieves is a really big deal. Do you feel like this NRG team, if they follow through with that, can they be this unstoppable force that everyone was predicting them coming into the season?
I really think they can. They're such a structured team. Like, you will never see them not going in solo. They'll always have trades.
We might get the Crew
They're
Haven.
set up so well.
It's all there.
It's all there. It's all there for
Bren
them. Let's just see if they can actually execute it today.
They got Bonkar too, and I think going into those moments where Bonkar has that experience with some of the players as well, also playing against and coaching, going from Oxygen Academy, not Academy, sorry, but Oxygen in Challengers, they've been looking really good at that one as well, developing as a roster for NRG after their tough loss in the upper rounds.
Yeah.
I also think too, like NRG showed the proficiency that they were going to bring into this season in the off season, right?
Bren was
like,
defending his
through the
Crew
Super League
pick.
the way that they did, and yeah, there was one like blemish on their record, but
He's the only one that picked
other
Crew.
than that, I mean, they look good, right? Like they look like the team that we expected them to be with. They look like the team that
Worth rewinding.
is going to
I
be
don't want to lose
competing
my
for
place. Let me
international
open a new
spots.
one.
And again, I don't want to draw back to this a ton, but Finesse did say this is likely his last year.
Yeah.
Like, you're not a guy of his pedigree, a guy who is as fierce a competitor as he is not going to go out with a win.
Trial? Is this what's happening?
It seems like.
If he is there. If not, that would be a really funny segment. But there he is. Brennan!
Am I on trial? Is this what's happening?
It seems like it.
yourself.
The light's on you.
I just want to know why you went where you went.
I need Crew to have that dog in them today. I don't care about anything else, man. I need to be in the dugouts. I know they're on the stage. Let's pull them back, actually. Let's pull them back. I know they're doing their tech setups. I need to gout them around. I don't speak Spanish. I don't care. I'm gonna be screaming at them.
I'll
I'm
get
gonna
you
be
some
speaking with
Duolingo
the
lessons,
heart.
Papa.
Some passion coming at them, because I need them to get that pack mentality. Werewolves ripping open the shirt, starting howling at the moon type beat. You know what I mean? I need him to start running them down NRG, because listen, FNS, you find where he's playing? Just literally focus that dude. I'm not gonna lie, just focus it. I've said some mean words in the past. I'm actually getting paid to be on broadcast this time. I can't be mean this time, but I'm telling you, if Crew do this, they can dismantle him. Listen, NRG, Finesse-led teams. Listen, okay, Finesse is win rate. I don't want to go into the details. 10-1.
We need you to go into the details.
The numbers don't support my argument, so I don't want to go into them, to be honest. Listen, they've never won. Crew have never won versus FNS-led teams. They're 10-1 in terms of maps, but I need them to have that dog in them today. I need it here today.
Why you didn't explain why you picked them?
That's the reason why I picked Crew.
You picked them because you said you want them to have the dog in them.
There's something in the, I'm telling you, I think.
There's something in the air.
Listen,
what
Finesse is good against teams that think. I need Crew to not think. I need them to self-lobotomize before this game and start shooting. Listen, if NRG didn't have Matter, Verno, Som, what would they have?
not a team because they'd have
Only
only
two
two
players.
players. on the
Exactly. And if they weren't putting up the numbers they were in those prior games, you think they stood a chance? I don't think so. So listen, I might have cut the cables to the keyboards a little bit earlier. They don't know that. But listen, all I'm saying is, KRU, it's good odds.
It's not. It's literally
Not adding up.
Just come back.
I don't think I'm allowed to say that. I don't think I'm allowed to say that.
I
Believe it or
can't.
not, if you kill all 5 of them, you win the round.
That's true.
Wow.
Oh my God.
It's Jesus.
I say this, but I don't expect anything different today. I think this is a team that
Yeah, he went
has
off.
tried similar
Definitely went
iterations
off.
of this project a couple
I'm not
times,
gonna
and
say he's right, 'cause
has
I don't think he
not
is, but
come together.
he went
They
off.
go on these runs to
Castro
make champs, and then
Dazzy
they,
with the tier
they
1.
get
Thank
ripped.
you.
Right
Appreciate
at the
the
end.
Glad we have
so-
Doug to
Thank
be able
you
to
for
say
that.
this because I would be way too scared to say it.
Yeah, me too.
So, and here's the thing is, I normally cast, so even I mean, they're just not going to let me back on the
KRU
desk.
winning, man.
Probably for
Guys,
the
it's not
best.
that one-sided. It's
All right, guys. Well, look.
just because
today,
KRU had a
get the
slow,
comms
bad
out.
performance at the beginning
Get out of here,
doesn't
Doug,
mean
run.
that within
All
the
right,
space
folks,
of
look,
2 weeks they
today
can have
KRU
sorted
needs to
everything
worry
out.
about a lot of things, but there's one individual that they have to be concerned about, and that is NRG's Mata, who had a star-making performance against 100 Thieves. So let's
FNS
learn
never lost to
a little
KRU
bit
in
more
4
about
years.
this young man.
Yeah,
Send
but
it over
KRU
to
back in the day was a freebie.
Thanks, GB. It
So,
seems like Mata has come from
I don't know when the
nowhere,
last
but
time
he's
he
been
played him
grinding
was.
competitive
Like,
Valorant
ever since they
since
got Atom,
2020,
they
where
actually
he
got a
played
lot
in the
better.
Valorant First Strike qualifiers and was one game away from making it to the main event. Back then, he was just a Sova main. After First Strike, Mata was a grinder in Tier 2 and made a name for himself as a steady, reliable duelist. He first signed with Andbox and then moved over to Luminosity Gaming, Shopify Rebellion into Moist X Shopify, an illustrious resume with no gaps. He showed a willingness to round out his agent pool when needed, but the call from Tier 1 never came. Everything changed in Challengers 2024. Mata broke out from the pack with some incredible plays and absolutely insane stats. When the 2024 season came to a close, Mata was one of
I've not
the
seen
names
that
on
clip before.
everyone's lips as a pickup. For those of us who have been watching Mata since
No
the
scope at the
beginning,
end is sick.
had the same reaction. It's about damn time. So when you see Mata pull off an impossible shot or a ridiculous ace, just know that this rookie is 4 years in the making and has put in the work to make this moment happen. And one last thing, come with me. The name Mata, it's his given name, Adam, backwards. Back to you, GB.
Are you serious?
Dude, that's what we call that. If I'm not mistaken, that's called a pantomime, right, or something like that. I don't say the name backwards. That's
What
what
did you just call me?
something that you could see.
Yeah.
Actually, no, it doesn't even.
No, isn't it? Actually, do not know things.
Sean Garrett's
and,
learning at some point in this chat. So.
and this is proof that the North American education system not very good. Thank you so much, Liz, for that.
I'm
though.
sorry, Canadians.
Thank you so much, Liz, for that one. Now, of course, last week we had Mata, who really did make a name for himself. He had that massive game against 100 Thieves. And Doug, I think it's safe to say this guy, he earned his paycheck that day.
Yeah, I think it was Finesse early on in the season, or maybe in the off-season, who was talking about how if there was any player that he could have on his roster that he could build around, that he genuinely thought was one of, if not the best player in Americas, it was Mata. And I think last week we saw why. Right, we saw how good this kid can be.
I thought that Mata was playing poker pretty much at this point against 100 Thieves with the amount of 3Ks, 4Ks, and aces that came in that series between them. I mean, even EU had a lights-out performance, and that was instantly shut down with how confident Mata was playing from map 1 to map 3, beginning to end.
He really is one of the most
Sometimes.
impactful duelists out there in the league
Not
right
consistently
now.
enough.
And he's like one of the players that I can wholeheartedly trust to turn a whole game around.
But
It's crazy
sometimes he is,
how,
but you would
in such
lean
a short amount of time in
towards
the
no.
VCT now everyone's got Mata, like at the top
But
of
sometimes
their
he
head.
is.
Of course, big opportunity there for him. But on the other side though, right? We've been
Problem
talking a
is
lot about
America's
NRG, but I do
has
want to
some
give an
stacked
opportunity here to
duelists, dude.
highlight some of the other individuals. We always talk about Kesnet, and we always talk about like what he brings to the table for good reason because he's so good. But we also had Melzer, who is pulling off some great moments for KRU as well. This is going to be, some of what they need, but I also can't help but feel like, Vansili, that we're also putting ourselves in a very similar situation to what EG just went through, where it was an over-dependency on the clutches, so you really do need to see that game plan come to KRU.
Yeah, and it's sad to say
Oh,
that
yeah,
I
I
have to
forgot
go back
about
to
this.
that crutch of they could go on a run. It's always in the most important games, but it's never been the same way for like KRU and the opening games for kickoff or the beginning of the season. It's always towards the end, and towards the end, it's that Melzer. the consistency rather shines in for him after that, where he's able to get those multi-kills in and have like that hero play that KRU needs. I just want to see that end-of-year performance of KRU start off now instead. I'm angry.
You're mad.
Really angry.
You're
I almost karate chopped this table.
I believe it. I mean, look at you. You're an absolute unit. You could have just destroyed the thing. Look at this guy right here. He lifts. No, but really, there is something to be said about how KRU have really been slow on these starts, Doug. Just so slow. And now there's a great chance here because you know the NRG's coming in this one. They're like, we respect our opponents. And, you know, we're going to win. So
There's the game
think KRU
starting.
can take advantage of
I mean,
that.
they had a
Yeah, I
counter.
think there's a chance. And the tough
But then
thing
they
about this
took
roster
away
is
the
it's fine.
counter.
Frustrated
So it
with
makes me
because
think
they
that
do
it
have
might
the
be a little
pieces.
bit longer than 2
There
minutes.
are things they can put together. They've got Kesnet, they've got Melser, they've got fresh blood that's been injected into the roster. I think Adam is incredibly intelligent at the game. And he knows
Bruce
what he's
Haven?
doing.
Yeah, I think
there are
they
a lot of
ban it,
pieces there, but
to be honest with you.
it never comes together when they need them.
If they
to.
don't
And
ban it,
maybe
NRG
you're able
pick
to
it.
capitalize on the fact that NRG expect to win, but I still don't.
Are you getting sleep today? I mean, we got a 2-0, dude. We're sleeping pretty good tonight.
A lot has to go right here for them.
Yeah.
As
yeah,
long as
right?
this tech
Because are we
pause isn't
concerned
like.
about consistency
I know, there we go. The
regarding,
timer's
Mata and
back.
Stuff like that.
Oh,
Based
good.
on what you guys know from his experience back then, is that something? Because you know, first game it was like, okay, he was good, he was solid, but then he started to see that rise up.
Yeah, definitely. When I was looking at Mata play during Challengers too, and I was like, he has these moments where
You
he
hope
pops
it's a
off
free
and then
mapper?
moments where
Is
he
that 'cause you
pulls
want a
down, but
good
it's
game
not
or 'cause you
necessarily
want me
on
to have
him.
less sleep?
There was actually top teams in Challengers
'Cause
that were
that's
making game
crazy.
plans just to try to shut him down.
If
And
it's
that's how
straight
you saw
up
Mata finally getting
admitting
iced
it.
out in some of these matches. But then he tells it himself.
Both
He had this
damn
moment
dudes.
of brilliance where he's like, I'm actually better than everybody else.
Yeah.
And since that moment, he's just been popping off. And I don't know if there's a way to really stop him now.
Before we end, Emily, real quick, 2-0, 2-1. What do you expect to see happen here?
2-0.
2-0 NRG.
2-0.
Hey, you know what? You heard from the desk here. It's going to be a tough one for KRU without a doubt. But
The
they do
hate
have the
watchers
tools
are
to
here.
make it
Yeah,
happen.
just hoping that
Can
leads all to
NRG
sleep.
stop them as well? Let's go ahead and send it over to the
We
stage.
spamming more ads, man. Cashing in on them.
Arena. Llega el segundo match de eliminación. Llega la rosada. Llega KRU Visa.
Damn, bro, send it.
All right, there's KRU Visa now as we are.
Luck and 3
seeing
with the
this
tier
team make
1.
their way
Thank you
out
so
to the
much, bro. I
stage
appreciate the
and,
14 months.
You know, a lot
Thank
of
you,
pressure
thank
on
you.
these guys, man, but I'm really looking at Kesnet to be the one to lead the charge here, as usual for this KRU team. But we know what he's capable of.
Yeah, I think we know what every single one of these
Wait, what?
players are capable of as well. It's just, it happens in different moments. It's not at the same time, and they're just going to be super dominant in that fashion to be a dominant
missing
team.
one.
So I'm hoping there's going to be that cohesion.
Yeah, I think it's easy to look at Kesnet and to look at he needs to be the tip of the spear. He needs to be the spark. I want to look at Shy. I think
good
Shy is a guy who, when Kesnet does or doesn't deliver, and you know, as a
there we
duelist,
go.
you can be swingy, right? Like sometimes you're hitting it, sometimes you're not,
Damn,
and you're
dude,
going
you didn't want to do the
continue
walk
try
on?
no matter what.
I
But
didn't realize
Shy,
it was
in my opinion,
optional.
needs to be the equalizer.
And now it's time to bring out their opponents. Let's make some noise for NRG!
And of course,
Crazy to say that
NRG
Loud
led
still
by the
look the best
general
out of
finesse.
all the lower
We'll
bracket
see what
teams.
this team can do.
Dude,
as they
doesn't
get
Mata
ready
always
for
go the wrong
this
way? I
matchup.
feel like I've seen him do it 3 times.
Impressive showing against 100 Thieves last
it's not the
week, where
craziest
we
thing to say,
saw this
to be honest
NRG
with you.
team look like the team that we
And
expected
the NRG
them to
look
be
good as well,
coming
but
into
I don't think
kickoff
that's the
here,
craziest
Emily.
thing to say.
This squad has a lot going for them here, and it really feels like it's a take
Hey,
your
what's
pick
going
on who can
on?
pop off.
Oh, for sure. And I think to add on to the point before is like about
Why?
consistency. I'm not
Why
even
do
worried
they only
about
walk
that
out
for
with
them
5
because
now?
of
What is
how
this new
good they
tech?
are with their fundamentals.
That's actually a very good point there, because, you know, when you think about Ethan, just Ethan, right? Just focus on him for a second. I mean, the man's a veteran. He's a legend, a world champion. He's been there for so long at this point now, so you know the fundamentals are there. And if they're there for him, they're there for FNS. They're there for everyone else on that team.
That's what I wanted to say next is, okay, maybe not Mata. Okay, you take Ethan, he's a legend. He's, you know, whatever. Maybe it's not him. Okay, who's next? Oh, it's another legend.
Yeah.
It's another guy who's been around for
Oh
a
my
long
God, they
time.
left
It's
Haven
Finesse.
in.
And maybe it's not Finesse. Oh, it's Sam.
My
It was
W
the-
streamer.
who was
the
best
we get
KRU
Haven guarantees.
This roster, I mean, when you look from top to bottom,
KRU must
they were
have
built
known
to win championships,
that
and not just
100%.
Well, let's go ahead and see the series layout. You got Abyss,
getting
Haven,
played.
and if necessary, we'll be taking a trip over to
Fracture.
Spine. Vancilia, does
NRG's
this tell you
Fracture
anything
didn't look great.
from what you're seeing on the map so far? Or are you waiting for those agent picks?
No, you were talking about it before. Like when they played against 2G,
they must
is it
have-
the confidence
they
that they
must have
needed
spent a
going
lot
into
of
this
time
game?
on
And
this
indeed it
Haven.
is. It's a map that they won against 2G 13
They'll at least
and
have a
playing
default
into the
now.
simple just MIBR
that's
Ascent
all I'm
type of
asking
play style
for.
where it's a jet
And I'll be
KO.
happy.
That was really good in terms of those fundamentals just to play into your comfort zone. So I think that is a great start for KRU to pick in that spot.
Yeah.
Going into that second one though of Haven,
Was the Haven
that is
bad?
just
Or
FNS's
worst map so
playground.
far
So at
this
that
year?
point when KRU was dismantled by even I think it was Furia at that point with Digizine just having everybody walking to his crosshair, this is just going to be even easier for somebody like
But
Mata.
you can get it better.
I really do
so
think, Emily, that
they've had a good amount of
for
time since then.
KRU, this first map is absolutely crucial. They cannot give this one up if they want a chance to win this series.
Oh, I believe it, because then going into Haven, like I really feel like the way that FNS
They use
calls
the
could
Viper
force them to make
Astra
those
on this
mistakes that I
map.
was talking about earlier. Like I just think they need
Sure,
to
but
get,
they
at
got
least
the-
secure this
they got
first
the
half to have a
beast-
chance of
sorry, they
closing
got the
out.
ace
They're
spam
going to
comp.
need to do it, but it's going to be quite difficult. Look at this
And
composition
then
coming in here. You got the
NRG have the kind of the A retake
I know,
comp
I'm in the minority.
with the Harbor. The
on
Harbor
this,
stuff's
I
kind of
love
nice for the
Harbor,
retakes.
and I particularly love Harbor on Abyss. I think being able to section off things with your walls, having the versatility of being able to apply pressure with your walls across different areas of the map is really nice. And I think a lot of that is going to be set up around getting Mata in positions to make plays.
All right, well, this is it, folks. Let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. Here's Brennan.
The Kova mode is so
Sideshow?
savage. It's so
Someone
good.
had a real late growth spurt. Damn.
Don't be too surprised. Listen, I put him on the torture rack before we started the cast. But yeah, it's,
Wait, that's
listen,
sick.
this game is going to be a good one, Josh.
Yes.
It's going to be a good one. NRG
Why does he
KRU
look so much
elimination
like him?
on the line between these two teams. The compositions are looking interesting too. And I don't know how much longer I can go on with this bit.
I think this bit is just going to have to go on, and you're going to have to accept that.
Are you going to have it on the whole time?
I'm going to have it on. What do you mean, have it on?
Sorry, I'll continue. Yeah.
What does he
Josh,
mean?
So let's
What does he mean?
What do I mean by that? Well, listen, hopefully we get into the game soon. Listen, Abyss
What
is
a-
the map
what
that
a
we're gonna be
hero,
seeing
man,
these
that's
two teams
awesome.
play on. NRG, they haven't actually played it so far in Kickoff. And for KRU themselves, they haven't shied away from the map, honestly. It's been one that they've been leaning into a lot. And it has suited their style of play to a degree.
All right. We got
But,
KRU
yeah, they've got a
on
lot to overcome here because
defense.
they
We
had
got
a heavy
NRG on
underdogs despite
attack.
my mad ramblings in the pre-show.
You've got some belief in them, though, and
And we do
honestly,
the okay.
they're going
I'm
to need
fan
some
of this
strong
wall.
plays out of Kesnet. If we're
But
gonna believe in
A
them
pressure, you
as
can
well.
also get
Early on
info
in
over
this
towards
round, though,
middle.
you're
And
gonna see a
honestly,
little
this
bit of
wall
that
probably makes a lot of
fake
sense
out
when
of
NRG
utility
like
sent into
to
mid by the
do
Harbor.
the harbor wall to
NRG
like
have played
create
this
pressure
before
on middle. They
against
can
like we were
disrespect it,
talking
put their own wall
We'll
up,
see how
or
much
just
they've
put the wall up
added
and
into
recon.
this after getting a win on that
So,
map right
honestly,
now. Just
with
gearing up for a hit over towards the A.
KRU
Ball goes out
already,
deep into
we might be
backside.
seeing good signs of how they want to play against NRG.
Over the dart, barely dealt with, but it does light up shy. No attempt from NRG to really step themselves further. They're waiting for the response actually from KRU, just holding for now, but eventually
Yeah,
stepping
Mada
over
was
that line and taking the
patient
fight
here,
straight
just
to them.
waited
Still
for his team to be able
dashing
to
into the fray. It's not working out for KRU though.
actually get over towards the
Rethink
side and
how they
help him
wanna
out.
approach this one, but already a two-player disadvantage.
Yeah, a bit of a disaster there, and now this crossfire held back towards spawn. Good on Kesnet to find that first one, but KRU still don't have an angle into the site yet.
Just to open up a few more of these kills potential there, and
Oh,
okay,
way.
the kills opened up wide. Still time is going to start to tick at this point.
Yeah, a little bit of damage done, but
played.
Kesnet
Kesnet,
is
though,
wrecking them.
Just ripping off their heads. Anybody who aims and tries to take
Damn,
those
nice
fights, that is
shots.
KRU with an opening
It's
pistol
one through
round.
smoke, Kesnet
I'm sorry,
does.
KRU had no business winning that round.
No, they really
It's a
actually had no
two-player
business winning it.
disadvantage.
He's not
Getting
wrong.
into that retake.
Straight up 3v5
It's just
retake.
Kesnet just
Kesnet's
aimed
finding
different
one kill
everyone.
through the smoke, and then is able to isolate a couple of fights. It seemed like as soon as this first player died through smokes, NRG realized they were kind of out of position, right? They couldn't trade with
That
each
thing
other.
about
There
him
were
being
two
in top
players
three,
back
free
towards
jaws.
main
I
as
mean, I
well.
covered my back,
They
dude.
weren't
I
able
said
to assist in that
sometimes.
fight backside,
Might be
so
one of those
credit to
days.
Kesnet, 'cause that just saved them a pistol.
And
Whoa,
listen,
whoa, whoa.
wouldn't
I
be
said sometimes.
Team Americas
I covered
without
myself.
this
Chat, don't come
setup
for
now.
me.
It's not a prediction
I
from
can't.
me, but,
I was
it's
smart
something
with
to
my
have
word
time.
in
FNS
there.
He's 5-0 against KRU in his VCT career. We kind of touched on that as well. I wanted to ignore the numbers.
Cue the
when I was trying to
TMV
make my
video.
case and defend
Dude, I watched
myself.
his one
But
today. His one today was a little bit
10-1 when it comes
criminal.
to playing against KRU.
He's
Finesse
calling out a sage. Did he ran? DMV run out of ideas this week. He called out a sage for not rezzing someone into a brim ult. Like, relax yourself, dude. We got a whole nother round where the Sage might have a better chance. Like you should go in on the second round where they went like 4 showers, because that's bad strat.
Oh, you think NRG? Oh,
I don't know if you could do a whole video and your main thing is the Sage not rezzing someone who would then get Brim ulted.
So it works every now and then.
I see.
CMB beef. I don't know. I'm gonna call him out for it on Flatchat as well.
That's really good
I'll
work
do it to his face, but I just thought it was funny.
Yeah.
He's got a solid 80-20% hit rate at the moment, but that was in the 20% of the misses.
Start playing with things with having absolutely zero experience. That'll do it.
That was a big miss.
Okay, I mean preemptive.
He should have focused heavy on the second round, because like that default doesn't make sense. Why would you take showers when you want a double TP? Like you should always have heavy short, because the TP should then create pressure showers, right? So you should always have like 3 or 2 short. But he focused on like he focused on the wrong thing, man. And it was cracking me up when watching it. I started. Do you know what? I think I've turned into the TMB hate watcher, because I love his rant so much that I'll like watch his videos to like store ammo on stuff that I can call him out on later. It's incredible. That's all I do. I'll watch something. I'm like, oh yeah, dude, I can definitely use this on the plat chat.
You never know.
You can definitely call him out.
Like Ethan might have fallen asleep, so that could be a reason.
Just meditating.
It's hard to say.
Okay, well, listen, in the meantime, as well, we can send it over, because Elizabeth was speaking with Melza earlier today ahead of this match.
He needed some content. Yeah, I mean, it's still impressive. To do what he does and bring out content every single day is still impressive.
Melzer, after such a dominant performance against
I don't have a leg stand on because I can't do that.
Prepared going into today that you can show off exactly what KRU Visa can do.
But this one did crack me up.
Creo que lo que demostramos para 2G fue una mejora en fundamento, en cómo nosotros veníamos jugando, más que no haya sido un gran reto por muchas cosas que ellos son un equipo nuevo.
What the ook with the prime? Thank you for the 4 months, mate. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
Y creo que esos fundamentos que venimos trabajando.
That challenge changed me. Yeah, it's bringing out like the old CS version.
Van a dar frutos para enfrentar a cualquier
the streams
equipo,
are getting more unhinged because of it.
Contra ellos, obviamente. Y creo que eso nos tiene preparados. Creo que podemos ganar a cualquier otro equipo que nos venga, cualquiera que venga, NRG, el que venga siguiente. Y eso, o sea, estoy confiante en el equipo, confiante en todo lo que hemos hecho y a jugar.
I think that win against 2G, it was a win that we got working on the fundamentals, working on our own game, and focusing on ourselves. And even though it was not really the biggest challenge because they're kind of a new team and they have a new roster, they're adapting to new things, these fundamentals and these things that we work are things that in the past week we were able to work and continue to work. So it are things that are going to help us out for going against NRG, going against whoever's next, and working on ourselves is ultimately what is going to push us to the end.
Best of luck today.
Why does FNS still play?
We'll be getting into
He's
it.
like
yeah,
32.
I mean, listen, this is,
yeah, but dude, FNS's story is sick though this year. Like he could have taken the easy route out and just been watch partying, and he decides to go back and have another go at it. That's awesome.
They haven't found out that they've sabotaged the keyboards yet. It's all about
like you gotta respect what he's going for this year. It's a giant. It's a giant. It's not, I mean, it's not a gamble because obviously he can go back and he has this, but it's cool to like try prove to everyone
sort of
that
covered all your bases right
he's a
now.
beast.
You're messing with a little bit of everything.
I really did.
But hopefully the producers are listening to us and they can get ahead of the keyboard issues that are to come in map 2.
I don't think that's the case.
No? Okay, well, I have a little bit more
Do you think
faith
at one
in
point
them
FNS
than
will
maybe
come a
you
coach?
do,
Nah, I don't think so. It doesn't.
I got plans on plans.
The competitive like drive you get and the competitive itch that you get when you like haven't competed in a while. Coaching it doesn't cure it.
Yeah, you know, you don't actually need to listen to each other.
You have to be like in a server.
Maybe that's what took them so long on the retake. They were waiting to see if they could hear anything. But it does look like, hey, that counter, it's clicking down.
Going down.
Look
it's
at
going
that.
Down. Okay, straight back into the action, and yeah. Decisions to be made about the state of that economy. NRG are going for
he's at a wedding.
It's a buy with 4 stingers with a judge. Mod is going to try and
okay, NRG go for the force buy. We've got to pay attention on this one. Mada gets the judge out. We've got an outlaw that can one-pop every single person.
I really do feel like NRG need to get up in front with this judge to get value there.
Are going to avoid that.
Get the spike on the ground.
So, it's going to be a drone to try and Set the pace now for the rest of the team to follow up behind it. Getting that nice little tag. Meltzer just backing away. TP forwards.
Takes the TP. We get a Judge into a really strong spot. I don't know if Madden needs to go more aggro, but he's going for it. Got a TP to get out of there, and he does it pretty late so that he has a long time that he can hold this for. And he's going to tank this flash and take the TP, right? Or is he going to... Oh, it's not a flash.
Grenade at his feet, though. It's good discipline from KRU, making sure they can try and clear the way. But look at how aggressive
oh god, now he's
these
dissing
NRG
unit.
players are. Just trying to hold this one up close into all of it. There's paranoias into their faces, still running them down with the guns in hand.
Weird round. It's not really planted for
Taking that
them.
heavy control. Still, it's that 2 versus 1, and Som, he's left
Nice
alone
shot.
to do it all. Makes it that 1v1. But can he land this? Shot,
Oh, bro, it
Kesnet!
shoots so fast, this gun.
That was his last bullet, too.
Yeah, that
Kesnet
was,
misses that,
was
it's
all
over.
down to that shot.
And what a gamble to make.
Kesnet now 1 away from his ult.
I mean,
and
NRG, they make it as close around as you can
they got a
possibly ask
plant.
for.
They got 4 kills.
Kesnet
They
finding
could
2
try and
kills
force
on the
again, but then
flank,
they're in
right
some
with
weird
those
spiral where they
low-range
just keep
weapons.
forcing.
NRG were trying to fight up in front of KRU's face, and Kesnet was able to still find that angle to come in at the end and get a couple of kills.
Not a bad play. I thought he was going to get more from the Judge here. I actually think that Ethan's Omen Flash
At least the harbor of the
maybe
Som,
wrecked him.
Be setting yourselves back a little bit here.
I don't know. I'm not sure if they would have entered the smoke.
Away from the knives himself.
It's hugely risky. I feel like especially on your attacking side of Abyss where you're supposed to be winning a majority of your rounds, to gamble it away like that.
Okay. Sure. Get away with a little bit of murder there. I mean, this was just a round where they're seeing what they can
Yeah,
get. You know,
and Wall
Wolves in their
goes in,
hands,
creates a
maybe
lot of pressure, and they can
a
now.
bit closer to somebody's ultimates, but an early pick onto Kesnet, who has been
Yeah,
the
honestly, this
difference
Wall going a
maker.
little bit further, like to cover the gun would have been the one.
See if they could get a little more information. I was wondering if maybe
With
they were
that
gonna
kill,
try and reclaim a rifle.
he might have picked up the orb there as well. Honestly, I
It
wasn't
was
paying
just to maybe
attention.
threaten
But
crossing over
either
the
way,
right
he's got
hand of the
his
site,
ult.
really put some pressure down on KRU who have limited information on that side of the map.
Not saying he's going to use it into this round because obviously you'd want to save it into the big buy rounds, but
Does open it up to be a little bit more dangerous, like you said. Play it down.
But already Adverso has read this and has rotated over. KRU have 3 here.
They have good understanding. Mazzino gets the deep knife as well, so very strong understanding. With the wall in their face, this is difficult to chew through if you are NRG.
Papega Beans with the Prime, thank you so much,
The
dude.
map control really just
Appreciate the Prime, thank you.
But okay, fake TP in, just trying to the paranoia seeping in, and bodies are piling up into the main choke point here.
Nice
Lighting
recon.
them up, nobody on that dart. Duty.
30 seconds left.
Just Verno and Ethan left to stand and see if they can make a mark onto the B site.
Good news is Ethan certainly is able to get this spike planted. Bad news is it's just a Guardian now in the hands of Verno. There's going to be soaring on high and low.
Stranger things have happened up and over the top though. Nobody anticipating it.
Yeah, it's a nice round from Adverso. Okay, it's 3 on the board.
Straight back, and that is that third round conversion. Shouldn't be too
I will
surprising
say,
if you, again,
the money's
paying
still
attention and
low
looking at the
for
steady economy, but
KRU on
they did
this
get
one,
closer.
so
Got to shout out the anchor
they done
smokes
good
KRU were
damage to
using
make
on
sure
that
that
side of the map as well. Of
if
course,
they
you have
win
the,
one,
the Viper wall that's
gonna be an
making it
eco
annoying
for
to jump
KRU.
around on the right side of the site, but also from up on top site, Melzer dropped an Astrostar just right on top of himself, even though he's getting paranoid, so he was able to use that angle, even if it's going down, find a couple of kills. It's all these players of KRU that are up on elevation, consistently finding those.
It's a good beginning for KRU so far. Again, a reminder, this is elimination. Here in Kickoff, we're right into the swing of things. A matchup where NRG were all expected to really just come out swinging, especially after kind of handling 100 Thieves.
Get ready for a fight here. Kesnet's got the knives, Flash coming in.
and they know it's a big buy round, so they decide to go aggro and try and get some kind of combo.
Get a fair engagement, Kesnet.
Smoke into a recon.
It's hard to try and overstep yourself and fight into A main there.
They did spot a lot though. And how do these 3 react over towards site against this ult?
Dimensional drift in the hands of Mada.
Oh, that's a nightmare to deal with.
Sweep through, 2 players spotted, flashed up, everybody blind.
Hey, Omen flash on top of it as well. Kesnet went for a play.
Stuns in play, Mada just
Wait, how is he
barely
stunned?
getting
Is that
himself out of
the
there.
is that the team harbor ult?
Supplementing with the fire NRG, full control of heaven now. The decision has to be made already.
A pretty cool
for
combo though. And he did good in the Omen ult to... Sorry, he did good in the Yoru ult to keep distance from the guy that got Omen flashed, obviously. Because he would be seen if he goes close.
Finding those openers, that was absolutely critical. And
NRG understanding important rounds.
For NRG.
Double
Look
ults
at their
into
last
it.
series versus
Got 2 people that
100
can't buy.
Thieves. Close games. And
next.
This guy's putting up
But
ridiculous numbers.
KRU with the save.
Consistently for the
so
team.
we do get a big buy view buy. And Kesnet can buy
In
an
the
op.
case is the sole difference maker. I mean, I thinking back at that 100 Thieves game.
It was the Harbor ult, yeah, the friendly fire, just because he was close.
Back control of the pistol rounds.
Yeah, he's getting
on bind.
Double aces on pistol rounds, getting a showstopper online for
absurd.
Okay, great money for
round threes in
NRG
the
as
same
well.
game.
3K for everyone. No armor
insane
rebuys.
stuff. So no surprise, we've got him with the Your ult in round 4 here.
Save a good amount of
Very
util as well,
important
to be
swing
honest with you.
round they had to get for themselves after risking all on that round 2 buy.
That's a nice thing about Euro currently in the meta that we're seeing, where it's kind of settling. The game trending to more defender-sided, I would say, as well. The Euro ult is fantastic to just crack it wide open. You can see the coordination as well. Ethan's paranoia, just setting it up for the easy kill there onto a Verso. Harbor's first time being picked in America's
Yeah,
Kickoff. Okay.
look at Som keeping it interesting. What's the play this round? I mean, Harbor while being A main is
They
different.
wait for the late recon.
trying
Wait,
to
where did
creep
the
in front
recon
of that.
go?
The last 4 rounds,
If Verno misses
Som's
recon,
been
am I
pushing
just
that
out
up into
here
mid, so I was waiting to see if
missing
NRG
a
were
recon
gonna
that got
work off
shot?
that one. Instead, this game has really just all been about A main control so far.
They hit a drone though. Kisner backs away. Doesn't want to give away and show his hand that they've invested into the operator. Of course, listen, if NRG are paying attention, they can hold tab, they can see that it's a possibility.
Why has Euro become more meta?
That can be really tough to.
There's a lot of people playing
deal with
Vice,
that
first of all. Vice gets a little bit wrecked by the Euro. There's also like
Like he's
a
moving
lot
in
of
a different
good
direction, though,
initiators in terms of the drone
A
initiators.
real slow
that
round from Finesse.
Maybe
Actually,
you don't want to play the
watching
donut
this through,
flashes,
he
so it
gets
kind of
stuck
adds
on this
flashes
wall right
into your
now. I was
comp as
thinking
well.
Maybe they were gonna set up some kind of a fake
And
into A.
honestly,
Okay, well,
it's
Manatee's
pretty.
back as
It
just
is
a
pretty
fake on
good.
fake.
He's trying to fake.
Especially on
Yeah, it is a
defense as
fake.
well. When we got
Here
like
he comes back and
these kind of
Kuru bit it
areas,
completely. It's
Yeah.
only
and you got like a
He's
couple of these maps where you got like
operator in his hand, no dash to play with,
Pearl
no
as well, where you
work
kind of commit over
whatsoever,
towards
and
long
easy
B,
kill
where you can
to make
TP
it
out and
work.
kind of have the similar vibe of
Man
like a
against the
chamber
wall,
on
he can do
defense.
this, util going his
It
way,
does a
anti-flash
lot.
position, trying
It
to
does a
play
lot,
if
a
your
lot.
TP's in, and
The
the
only
wave
fact,
and
the only
clearance,
problem is like
and
you got to
listen,
do
taking
this
time
stuff
with
on
the
attack,
shots till
where
Som
sometimes you got to take a
instantaneous
bit of
to
a
the trade,
risk.
an open sight now. Not you'll be able to get this plant down.
But
save
it
the
does
cove
add
on
a
top
lot.
of it. Hammer wall is going to be hard to get through if you are Crew.
NRG are choosing to fight up in front, stop anyone getting out from back towards spawn.
You got quite a self-sufficient bit of util.
Util going to be looking at here. Stun into the one side, dart, and a flash. It's all
Combo.
accompanying it. It's good. At that, Ethan is going to put a stop to any of that funny business out towards the back of the side, but he's killed. Flooding in now,
This
Ethan.
is a big round from
Playmaker he
NRG,
is,
just
and that
purely
aggressive holding through
because
the back of the A site.
they make them feel like they can't retake
That
over
was
towards
nice.
A.
They got hit with a
They
pretty
had
nasty
3
combo
people
there. The KO flash,
really
the
aggro trying to make
dart
sure they
landing on
can't
the
get
ground as well for
through
the info. Even an Astropole.
this choke at
Ethan
spawn
just shut
here.
it all down. Good trade on this entrance from Som. Second guy into the site here. I mean, look at that. Dude's just full blinded. Yeah. For the first one. The second 2 were legit.
Yeah,
little bit
it's
off,
nice to
maybe
do that
the
early
util
on as well,
offensive
so they might feel like they have to
take,
fight
but that's
A
one of
a
the
little
things
bit
this
heavier,
NRG comp is gonna do
which
very
might
well,
mean
which is
when you
really
create pressure over
fighting
towards mid or
hard
the
to
B
hold on to
becomes
map
weak and
control
can
once you
spam
get in
P
and get
hits.
into those exits. This is different though from Crew. Making moves down towards mid.
At the same time, NRG, they've got a drone going into B, so they could have sped up into that off of the mid pressure, but their spike's still in spawn.
Yeah, Ethan needs to be careful here, but the angle he's playing, there is safety, surely. It should be... Spray it down, man. Just players waiting and walking right into
Yeah,
the...
sometimes it doesn't
Reset enough
matter
to
how
get
it
that
looked, it's
third.
just about the free K that
Just
you
2
get.
rounds in a row like that?
It's good composure. Because he was the player having to hold down that mid angle. If he goes down, he gives a rifle to the hands of Crew. There's more possibilities, but right now the
Nice
slow
shot.
play working out for NRG. Sailing their way to
Yeah, and they went
evening up
from
that
no
scoreline.
money to a lot of money, right? 3,000 on top of all of this. We
That's
got
snappy.
Yeah, the Sheriff's
3
not
people
standing
getting
up
max
to Ethan
money
there.
here.
Not even one bit. And Ethan's going to have a little bit of a feel for that. You know, mid usually is experiment.
Yoru? No, he's
experimented more with
insanely
on those
versatile.
lighter buys. But still, just committing to that spray there. Exactly what he needs to win out.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Yeah, good awareness. that it was
It's just
gonna
the
be
amount he
multiple
brings.
players there.
Again, comps can have
Be alert even after he
weaknesses,
gets the
but as long as
second
your
one.
strengths
Timeout
are
gonna
like
be called
really,
here by
really
Crew
strong,
now.
you're kind of alright.
Like, they want to make adjustments of their own, but
And as long as you're aware of your
not so much that
weaknesses,
they're really
you can
getting
cover
tripped
that
out
up
about.
as
I mean,
well. It's
maybe
kind
they
of
want
fine.
to clean up some of their retake protocols towards A.
Yeah.
That hasn't been working out
Doc
for them.
Ray,
It
5,
worked on the
6,
pit.
7 with a tier
Oh,
1.
come
Thank
on
you, thank you,
now.
the 2
I mean,
months.
it's a good
Actually, wait,
thing.
sorry, I'm not committing to the bit.
hold on, you
Yeah,
need to commit
kill
to the
that
bit. Kill
penguin.
that guy.
That's not Enderson, that's Sideshow saying
That's
that.
Sideshow saying that, okay, for the record. For the record.
He's fine, he's fine. It's just a bruise.
There's some good ults to play with as well if you are KRU. Verso working himself up. He's got that Hunter's Fury. Melter with a Cosmic Divide.
I think one thing I've been noticing about NRG,
yeah, the Yoru Teo stuff's really good. I will say the only thing I'm not convinced about their Zen stuff is the only thing I have a slight worry about is their split. Everything else looks really, really good. It's the only time I'm looking at the Yoru stuff thinking,
Finesse is definitely
I'm not
calling
sure
to get that
long
fight
term
going
it's a
back towards
thing.
You saw a great example of that. The
Everything else is
pistol
really
end in the
nice.
last round.
Yeah. I mean, it makes a lot of sense.
G2, yeah, G2 has some good stuff also. Okay, let's see what KRU have got because these buy rounds have been really convincing.
Gunplay and just spamming through the smokes like you used
But
to. I think it's a good change, personally.
I agree. Hold on.
Kesnet over towards middle.
It's a little bit crazy.
Yeah, and this was good from NRG again, right? We spoke about the fact that over towards A, they're going to feel like they have to fight site a little bit heavier because they didn't even have a chance in that retake.
Ethan's right in there.
And then create some pressure over towards middle with the smokes, and then maybe we're going to be ending over towards B.
He's going to try and go for the pick here. First tag, maybe not quite. Yeah, Verso with the movement ajar. Kept the Verso guessing with it. That's going to be a wasted ult. Doesn't really combo up into anything.
Smoke, vision block, pressure over towards middle. That pulls one away from B.
I was going to say they want to slow play the round.
And then we head over towards B with the second Harbor ult already, around 7.
belongs to them.
Yep. Another Harbor ult. Layering it down onto the side, giving it open. KRU just kind of throwing in a bit of util, just posturing really, but it doesn't deny the plan whatsoever. And here's the difficulty for them, playing these retakes into these sites. Cosmic Divide makes it easier, but NRG are one step ahead.
Yeah, I mean, they're already fighting 4 on site. The problem is they're just all stacked together. So Zeno getting hit could, and almost did take all of them down. Nice shot.
But a flick from Kesnet, enough to adjust with the angle in time, and Ethan, he's low enough, 33 HP, and a Dream traded. Leave it down to Verno, blindly firing away, but he doesn't know exactly where to even fire these shots. He's spraying a while. He's not going to get it at all.
Okay, nicely handled from KRU. Only thing for NRG there is maybe they had to take more space.
Yeah, they tried to play 4 players
Yeah,
stuck on
they had
site
4
there.
on
It was
this
just
box.
Verno left his late round insurance. Very nearly
Especially when they have like
Mazzino
an
found 4
Omen. You're
kills,
seeing a lot of
but even
Omens
though
these
he
days
went
like
down,
try
there
and
was a
smoke
shot
TP
dart,
here, but he did
and
use
a
both his smokes to
snake
enter
bite
over
combo that
towards
went
the
to the
site,
backside.
right?
So
Oh no, they had a
turned in
smoke
different
there. He just
directions.
TP into
They
one of
were
them.
worried because those smokes also helped get the extra angle for Kesnet. There was an operator that was holding his window the entire round. Then that smoke comes in, and he can use it to scale out and support his team.
The Viper is a lovely addition, I think, to throw into Abyss. It's not as common as you might expect.
Yeah, it was more just after plant positions. And this was nice from KRU though, they had some good shots. Mazzino did great by the way as well, to spot them all there and give the info that literally there was that many people back at site, did insane damage as well. And this is a great early pick, but that is a shot through smoke, I feel like. With the kill he gets his ult, clears all aside again. And they might feel like they have to flood back in because the retake was hard for them. Dude, he's gone for sure, creates a lot of pressure over there, they got to deal with him. Yeah, look at them still searching for him. He's wasted a good amount of time here.
KRU trying to figure out where this Yoru is.
And this time, they were over towards heavy spawn, and now they're 3 heaven.
Up on the side, trying to take these fights, are just leaping straight past it. Unexpected. KRU just trying to set up for that retake. Catching them unaware. Deep flash in as well. Getting the connections. What is that? Hello? Everybody falls.
Oh my. Okay, nicely done. They didn't hold on to the space. And then they ended up getting pinched with the 1-1.
A-side has just been completely won by NRG. And
the flash was sick.
KRU decide that it's actually theirs to win.
Yeah, actually, we're just going to win that.
Yeah, it felt like the flash and the shots were sick. Oh, okay, there wasn't a smoke here.
Yeah, NRG are all over the site.
And the flash enabled Melzer to get the kill as well.
Wow.
That's what they need. That's what they need.
Or did they leave heaven? Yeah, they probably should have stuck one just so that the other 2 could focus on site here, but
Plenty of money in the back pockets as well.
I think they thought they were both coming out of spawn.
Full frontal over towards A. Corrections need to be made in terms of the way that they're holding this.
Well, that's nice info. 4 of them. They don't know about 1, so they gotta. Well, they can't at least take as much map control.
Stopped it in main and threatened more of crossing and leaving an embed over towards A main, but instead.
It's interesting as well. They're prioritizing the orbs all on Mada, just really trying to get dimensional drift. I mean, it's what I was talking about prior, because it's a great
Okay,
way to
Walker
crack
minute
open
behind. We're
sights
going
when
for the
L1's
sight hit
just
here, and we've got 3 people
brutal to
here.
push through, especially with the double control.
Mazino has
The
double
info you get
flash.
from it is just completely ridiculous. And it allows you to go for those
They got
extra
Verno's
fights
ult,
back towards your
so
opponent's
that's the
spawn.
one
Here
to
comes
hit
that
the
hard
sight
wall.
with.
3 players waiting for it.
Trying to cut up this side here. Shy. He's trying to anchor this one almost single-handedly here, but Verno, again, Hunter's Fury laying it down. Second burst.
Pretty
almost
good
getting the
though.
2v4.
Did anyone take
His
any
struggles.
space?
Mazino,
No,
though,
and they
still
did just get hit by the
gonna
knights.
offload
They
that
can't get
util.
out.
A pause is called for here by
Auto gave
NRG.
them a bit of
down.
space.
The crew stall has been effective.
Okay, cancel at 40 seconds. What are they going to do? One person fake and then 3
They
person hit?
challenge mid. Kesnet's going to be waiting for them. But still, we're down to 35 seconds. Pretty soon, NRG are going to have to commit.
As we can see on the minimap though, like crew, heavy,
Knives are out.
stack, big rotate, empty sight. Like this is the right call.
It won't even be that bad a retake for crew because Kesnet will be able to.
Yeah,
throw
the
up
problem
those
is they have
grabs.
no idea
Good
that
news
there's
for
no one
NRG
sight.
is there's no Viper Wall because they took down Shy already.
Okay, very nice.
Free plan here, Som. I think it's a position for it.
Maybe they had a good read here. I'm not sure. They didn't check this. I don't know if I missed something. I don't know if the recon cleared it.
In terms of the presence, just the 2 of them. It's Ethan and Som playing towards the back here. Dart needs to be broken. Which it is. The knives into the hands. They spot the 1. What a shot by Mazino. Inside the smoke though, these players just trying to play around
Guys,
it.
he's
But they
sticking.
need some options.
Yeah.
Hello, sticking all the way. NRG finding a few kills now. Up and around Som from behind. Mazino snapping, but it's that 1v1 and he doesn't know where Ethan is.
That was close.
And he
Okay, I
seals
mean,
that
ended up
round
being
up
nice
nice and
mid-running from
pretty,
NRG.
yes.
Got
It
real
got
close, dude.
dicey.
Mazino was
It got
spinning
messy.
around, hitting some shots on sight
We
here.
got the job done, and that's what's important.
I feel like neither
I
team
think that
fully
forced them
understands
down
what's
to an
happening in these
eco,
post
I
plays
think.
right now.
Um,
NRG just sticking.
That's
what,
a little bit
2,
rough for
3
crew
players inside of that
because they got
smoke.
punished for the over-rotate a
offsite.
little bit, but at the same time they feel like they need to fight
Yeah,
over
that was
towards
that
A
was a clean
sites.
shot from Mazino. He had a couple of those.
Looked it.
Not too shabby, but at the end of the day, the work Ethan was able to do in his smoke back sight was just too much.
Damn, everyone's bringing in a slow-mo replay.
Relatively even
Everyone's
so
going for
far.
a nice little
Something to
peek
be
with a
read in that
TP to get
previous
info.
round here, and NRG are fully aware that the money's weaker for crew.
Yeah, and he saw the other person's foot.
Looking up onto the angle and spotting
Oh,
the
that's
shoulder
nice and
of
easy.
Mazino, so he knew he was next up.
Bro's just farming orbs. I'm not talking about the one on the ground.
Yep, it's the year of the outlaw.
It's nice work from NRG. You can tell that there's discipline instilled to them. They know what to look for here. But just to touch on the previous round as well, I think just a bit of presence that they're making, these fakes that are pulling the crew players to try and defend. There's something to be played for there, I think.
Let's
NRG
get it
do wanna go for
nerfed.
that a little bit more.
Yeah,
Seem
but
to be
no
thinking about it
teams
really
really
well
were
in
using it
play.
last year. You could count the
Rounds
players
matter was
on
alone,
one
just trying to
hand
create
that were
that
using it
presence,
last
stacking
year.
though,
So
crew. Players up onto the side. Close quarters here for Melza, but there's not really too much he can
it's
do. It's a fake
it's
TP,
good that teams
paranoia.
are using it.
There's the
Caught
follow-up.
a couple there.
Yeah, wait a minute. Giving away the plot. Another fake TP. I mean,
Right,
just
he got wrecked there.
It's flawless. Nobody loses their lives.
Yeah,
nobody
it's very
loses
nice
their
again for
guns.
NRG. A lot of money in the
That
back
was
for the
nice.
rest of this
One
half, no
thing
matter
I've
what.
been noticing from
And
NRG,
crew,
especially on these A
kind of
hubs,
similar, but obviously,
comboing of
if
their
they lose
utility
this,
wall,
they'll
they can't
have to have
always,
like
you know,
Guardians
have
light
those
armor.
deep flash into the backside. It's a little bit harder with the Oru compared to something like that KO. They're often
How
finding
much
ways
he
to
did,
combo
no, he was
paranoia
tanking
with
it
that
non-stop.
Silver Dart hitting backside. No one's breaking
Like
it.
once he
Every single A hit. I think
once he
the Dart's
recovered
been
from
able
a
to
flash, he then
hang at
got
least one or
flashed.
two
Yeah.
players on backside. That's something crew have to find an answer to, because I mean that's an eco round, but a lot of these other times those backside players just get owned.
Big ultimate's built up again for NRG. Dimensional Drift and a Hansa Matter has cracked open a side.
5 rounds on the
numerous times now at
fence.
this
Oh no,
point.
crew will
Tells
be
it's a
happy.
clear
Yeah.
game plan from NRG, but
Obviously, you would want like
send
6,
a Matter
but
over towards A main. The rest of the team.
and they got the
6.
comms that can
They've got
spam
a
A
lot towards
hits.
mid. This is what Harbor's good at. We know this. It's a fact.
And honestly, they
Many
got the comms
teams
that can spam just sight
use
hits
these
in
walls to try
general.
and take that deep control of it, but they're just posturing. I think they're looking for a response from crew.
They're trying to sell a sort of an A fake here, right? Break that vent door, use the
You're a
push wall,
coachless
clone, just
IDL
jump
doing
to
the
its
cooking
death
for your team. What do you
over
think
off
is
the
the
A
bestest,
side.
easiest fracture
So that
comp?
they can
You
set
just
up
do
for
the
that
EG
B hit.
comp.
Again, it's another example of NRG.
I know this is a
some of
self plug, but
obfuscation to
you
mix up
can
crew, get
on
them
Coach
inside.
Potatoes we have the
We're-
EG
are
comp
leaning a bit
played
heavier
out
towards the actual
easy
hit.
for you. You could literally
50
just
seconds
get
left.
it, send it to all your team.
The Viper's pick committed onto the opposite side where the
Or
action's
ult up
going to be.
mid.
Yeah,
It's
okay,
it's
ult up
everything
mid.
laid out easy for
Doesn't
you.
get you the information you're looking for. Paranoia sweeping through as as well.
It's almost as if you're a
Gets
paid
onto the
chatter, I'm
one.
not gonna lie, because it's the perfect question.
Just to take that backside control himself. Kesnet holding on to Heaven, trying to play the retake game. plant finally coming through. Lighting a few of these players up, and we're dealing with that time. They know the one is committed. Getting up to the corner, that's FNS. Isolated on a bit of an island, but now backing away here.
I like this choice. NRG played so much on-site.
You run the Sen split comp. You'll love the easy one. It's so easy.
Trying to play retake into this, just time.
It's easy but good.
Once more, KRU. You're running out of options quite rapidly at that. It's a well-layered approach here. All by NRG. Kills need to be had by KRU if they get even
Keep an eye on Mada.
Smokes try and get themselves in, spamming, spraying.
Mada's the security, but they got to delay and kill a couple on site here.
All of these angles, the walls just trying to split up and partition all of the site away. Spamming with the bullets again. They don't know where these players might land. Nobody's got onto this in time, and it has ran entirely out for them.
And it's rough for the money because we got everyone here. It's going to be average 3K.
Saving some ult for the post.
Light armor guardians.
Far too much to try and get through.
Yeah, that's good calling right there. Because remember the last time they had those two ults.
Hello, Doom Bros.
They stacked them up at the same time. This time, it all comes in just one after another.
This is the FPX comp fracture. Which one are you even talking
Sniping
about?
off that kill at the end. Yeah, we'll give him credit for it. Why not? And did you know? Smiley face.
Smiley face.
I feel like you were Navi with the almond
face
one.
is part of the legal name?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Is that legal in America?
I don't know. That'd be a sick middle name, though. I'm not gonna lie.
Various forms of punctuation in your name. I don't know. I like that. That was a nice little injection of personality.
Brought a little joy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I like this from KRU though.
I'm not gonna lie,
Getting a little bit proactive.
This week.
What?
That is named backwards.
Reverse?
Yeah.
Was that you? Did you
I just never thought of that.
Did you tell him to put that into the broadcast?
No, Liz solved that case. Regular Sherlock Holmes.
Yeah, this is gonna sweep its way through, but there's no follow-up from NRG. It's a bit of a different armor wall as well. This one is just to purely try and take heaven control.
Yeah, and which one do they choose to fight heavy this time? Dude, that Fawns at spawn is gonna delay so much time.
Second layer of things now. Drone tagging forwards. Dash back by Kisnet, but he's being sprayed down.
Verno needs to make sure that if they do go heaven, he plays first before he can get bait here and win the round.
In the process still. Players are toppling on either side here, and it all comes down to this heaven control. Can they land these shots when it counts? Verno catching the first one. Kisnet low enough. Single shot to the head, though. Bit of overkill in fashion. And Mazzino 1 HP to his name. Not a lot that he can do in this spot. Just being toyed with. TPs for the information. Scattered to the side.
No time on this one again. I mean, 5-7 is pretty much like an average half. KRU won't be super angry with it.
Yeah, right? Losing that pistol round seemingly impossibly, then going for that force-up. But truthfully, I've been very impressed with how they've held these post plants.
The good news for them as well, there's a couple of demos out with like the Vice, so they should roughly know how they like to play.
And playing very nicely off one another, too.
Yeah. Good ideas in terms of how they wanted to use the ults as well. Just layering it up into the sides here. It's NRG, you can start to see glimpses of what got them that win versus 100 Thieves. But for now, we're going to send it down to Liz, who's actually standing by Cloud9's Vic.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I am here with Cloud9's Vic. Obviously, you have been eliminated from the tournament. Just talk to me about the feelings of being here after being eliminated, watching the stage you could have been playing on had things turned out differently.
Oof.
I think the environment's a little different from playing. You're watching instead, but it's super fun watching instead of playing. So
yeah. Well, talking about this season, kind of Cloud9 came into the season with kind of like a villain kind of assignment. Was that? But you guys performed against expectations with that. How did it feel coming into the season with that sort of assignment on y'all?
I think coming in the season and having like the community call us like underdogs or like with roster changes, we aren't very favored, but I think it gave us less pressure of playing, and it made us kind of show what our worth was in the server.
Do you think you are to be feared in stage one?
Yes.
All right, fair enough. Now I want to go back a little bit to your past, because you've actually played with Mada on MXS, and we were talking about how incredible of a player that he is. We were highlighting him in the pre-show. Talk to me about what a privilege it is to play with Mada.
Yeah, not only that he's a superstar on the server, he's also such a kind and good person in real life, so I think I'm here just to support him and watch him today.
Aw, we love it. Everyone give it up for Vic. Now we're going to toss it back to the casters. The game is in your hands. Please take it away.
Yeah, Mada has been that that real difference maker for the team, honestly. They've just been building the game plans around him with the ults, but honestly just on an individual basis as well. He's got that firepower to offset any disadvantage you might have by being on Pi Watch. Listen, I'm not going to name any names. Don't want to get too brutal, but there's 2 players on the server currently that are on Pi Watch. I will be keeping an eye on it.
So I think you can one way?
I'm hearing a Pi
In A main? I don't think so, Team Bros.
That is absolutely brutal.
I mean, that one's not a thing anymore.
When you look at a guy like Mata having so many pop-off games, it feels like NRG always have had that one guy absolutely dominating. So far in this one, it's been Ethan. We'll see if that changes on defense.
This is interesting.
And the comp is bad, yeah, pretty much.
Committal, the Viper roll, isn't it?
I spoke about that a little bit, how
mid-control,
that was like the biggest hit, if anything.
Go for a split here.
Yeah, it's a funky
The whole
split
thing is around holding game in with that one way. Okay, this is a free site. NRG normally have a pretty good retake though. They got 2 variations, I'm pretty sure. Helps when that happens. It's normally down to Som's wall. Doesn't have a code for the pistol though.
The ball for him, but Melzer just catching a few of the rotators. Deep flash into the back of the lines, but oh my goodness!
And he got out of there.
Damage done, softening up these players and just not accounting for this high ground position. They can't
Lovely shots, holy.
Just another piss around. Kesnit's dropping 3.
Okay.
The inverse of the same exact thing he did on the first half.
It's rough. 2-0.
I mean, that was pretty.
2-0 for the pistols.
First of all, I love Melzer hanging around in mid to catch those stragglers going for the quick rotate.
The pistol demon,
then,
yeah. I mean, if you can.
Was it Mazzino gets away with murder?
If there's any round where you need to step up, that's the one.
No one's ready for Kesnit to be baiting him.
Not happy about that. See if they slow down around themselves. NRG showed good discipline when they were up against the weaker buys, but KRU.
Dude, that is 5 players on the B side.
Yeah, this is like
It's a firing line. Doesn't matter if they've just got classics, man. You really want to square up to that. That is brave, Mazzino.
It's looking like the. Was it Astralis that used to do this on Inferno?
Somebody from NRG running away now.
Just 5-pass and hold an angle.
I actually really like this read coming out from KRU. There was a push wall on B that
active.
You'd think would be aggro, but instead the aggro is going in mid like you're talking about.
Nice. Yeah, NRG are being incredibly fluid in terms of the way they want to play this one. Finesse is still alone, isolated onto the fighter. Right,
I mean, at least he's alive.
Even a flash just blinded him up.
Who's the hero player to save KRU because no one has that much HP apart from Melzer.
No presence, but listen, the spike is hard committed. Melzer is deep onto the side here. He needs some help to try and get the hell out of there. But listen, the Guardian is not favored in these type of fights.
They got guns down.
And it's all gone.
Guys, chill.
Or has it a Verso?
You have the spike.
The players are low, and there's still
7
chances
HP,
for Mata.
23
Drone
HP.
committed, tagging him up, pushing him back and away, but entirely winnable here for NRG. Mata again, can he beat that playmaker? Just can't quite hit it. Single bullet would have done it.
I'm not sure. I mean, I'm pretty sure they should know that the spike was down. Maybe they thought they were going to be like more committed in the choke.
Can't argue with it.
Unreal. I mean, the first half, it comes down to one player.
Yeah, this was cool though. This little pistol strat. 4-person hold a window. 1-person watching Ali.
And again, I liked the choice of KRU to stick around and re-hit B, reading that it was fake aggro on B, and those players are going to be moving, but NRG very nearly got themselves a chance with that walk down into mid.
At least they did it together. Yeah, you're not wrong. Okay, this is a nice bonus though. Yeah, and Werner did not hear him or even expect him this close that early on.
You know, we've been talking a lot about how NRG likes to call as a team, but this early type of aggro play to just bust apart what NRG's set plan was going to be. Definitely throw a ringer into the mix.
KRU to one slowing this one down. Got the opening kill, but maybe hoping for a bit of re-exploration. There's a lot of unknowns right now for NRG in terms of map control, but they do have Ethan holding aggressive A main.
When you make a play like that, you show so much in mid and get a pick, you expect your opponents to start walking somewhere to get some info back.
NRG still holds strong with a 3-person stack over towards B, as we can see. It's perfect. And I mean, Ethan's in charge of doing a lot here, but they trust in him.
Dash to the side to avoid most of this. Thorns
Oh, he's going to tank this flash.
Finesse just layering it down to try and stop the approach and a hit coming through. A bit of spam where that came from. There's 30 seconds left and you're trying to
They
pivot.
cancel?
You've got no main control. You've got no mid control.
Ethan.
Yeah, I mean, Ethan's walked all
Does
the way
he
up to
overstep?
main. He's been lights out so far today.
And this is an aggro angle from him. He's getting all the info that they are heading towards him. Knives out. Ow, he's going to land these kills still, but the Trader's on site and they're losing players all over the place.
It's a little bit weird over towards there. Some can definitely make a hero play.
Getting the jog on some though. Has to be a player to stop them in their tracks. Wall down, isolates the one fight, instantaneous with the repeat, and now leaves it all down to Matter once more. This guy is always left to pick up the pieces. A 2v1, walls up, but will be dropping down. Shy with a reposition.
Big
Opens
1v1.
up the angle, but a snap. And a flick of the wrist from Matter.
No,
now to the
it can
1v1
literally
once
be
more.
anywhere.
Him versus Meltzer. A lot to account for in terms of that positioning. Flash up and over towards the top. Meltzer.
Hey, nicely done from Meltzer.
Takes to the corner.
Yeah, big
Avoids
call
his
to
eyes
cancel
away
on this
from
on the B hit there. Dude, as soon as they found the vice, basically they wanted to cancel on it. They saw the forms and they were just wanting to hit the other side. They thought maybe with the time being so low they're gonna get wrecked by the wall. Not entirely sure.
Getting hit by the flash, playing all the way in the corner.
Ethan.
Himself, honestly,
Whoa.
I don't hate him trying to take a
Oh,
fight.
he's
There's
giving
a
it.
match going down. It's a messy scenario. Shy was on point, I believe, at the trade.
Ethan maybe
puts
had
NRG
to
into a
play to
miserable
stay
buy
alive
here.
there. It was
Failing
unlucky
to
because
defeat the bonus.
he saw the
So they throw a
gun
push while
like
their own
sticking
down
out,
mid.
so
Looks like
he's thinking
Mata
he
wants
can
to
get one,
a
but
little
then
bit active, but even then
they
it's
gets a
just
peek from a
gonna be forced to dip on out
different
of here.
angle, so he's just there committed.
Oh, the slow actually saves him.
Trying to break it though, it kind of spells, it spells out what they're going for. Especially with the dart being broken, you kind of suspect, I think, that Matter, or at least somebody's going to be pushed deep.
Been pretty controlled from KRU so far. Really expecting some kind of aggro. Oh, no.
Yeah, you got no armor on that. You don't have time to chill.
He thinks to get across, but there's not time.
Yep.
Another Cove incident.
Money though wasted, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a bit of money.
Not as
wasted.
bad as the fast sort of
It's the only play
cost.
to try and stay alive. They'll take everything they can get. Matter is hyper committed onto this angle. Has the TP, of course, to get himself out, but honestly, this
Oh, he
might be
doesn't
over.
have
No,
the
not
TP.
anymore. Yep, suppression. No abilities to be used for you right now, but are they even going to clear this angle? No one's watching it at all, and this guy is a
It's
menace
unlucky
right
though.
now.
He did
Snap to the
great.
side of Verso finally gets the sight line onto him. Puts him in his place here. 3 players grouped up, just the Sheriff to work with in the hands of Verno. It's hard enough as it is.
I like this from KRU. They've just left Mizzino backside. He's got a flash to work with. The
Yeah.
rest of the team can spam away with this outlaw.
And Kesnit should probably just wreck everyone.
Potentially get themselves in.
All this.
Tapping away though, rifle in hand.
All
Gun
this.
in that play, but yeah, Mizzino
Getting closer to his
tracks
ult
it.
again as well.
Lovely towards the back of the site here. This is KRU now steadily accruing up that lead, 9-7. Difference of the 2 rounds. Economy. That's nice.
That was clean. Talk about
They
plays.
saved a lot of money, both of them.
Zeno didn't even need this flash back here, but
What do they
honestly,
say?
if I'm NRG, trying to bounce back after losing that low buy, I'm thinking there are some holes in the attack of KRU in terms of how they're scaling into sites. We've seen it in their games previously.
Before? Yeah,
Even
that's a
there,
lot.
there's that spot where Mata with a classic is able to get 1 kill and a headshot. If he has a gun, that's 2 kills guaranteed, probably 3.
Yeah, they're in a rough
So I think
spot.
there's ways to either
doubt
disrespect
about
some
it.
of the smokes that KRU are throwing you or finding angles, timings you can get in front and start challenging KRU once Kesnit's already past you. Because I think KRU, as they scale into sites, if Kesnit's past an angle, they're not so concerned about those anymore.
Yeah. So NRG having to dig deep and think about those adjustments, possibly what you were talking about. Find those cheeky timings and angles. Past some of the smokes that are being thrown out.
Bunker, I think he's good, dude.
It's been
I think he's good.
relatively, I mean,
And
I don't know, kind of cautious,
everyone
slow
that's
KRU so
like
far,
either
they've just been
played with him or
going through the motions
coached,
almost with Abyss as a
been
map,
coached by him is very
just big
vocal
opponent
that
wanna
he's
get
good,
those
and that's
bits.
like
When 2
the
teams are
best
making it every
indication
champion
really for us
so
that
many
have no
errors,
idea
Alice,
unless
the
we
camp's
actually
a way
like
off.
obviously
Yeah,
get coached
that's,
by him.
that's many months away, many moons.
It's a while off, but it's still relevant.
That's like all we have to go off of really.
Kind
But
of.
everyone's
There's like
very, very
ambassadors,
vocal.
I think we have
It all
to
ties
Without
in
getting
together.
asked, they'll just bring up that he's good.
Before that. There's a few
Yeah.
things
And then
we
he
do
adds like a
before that.
lot.
But there's a lot of history with this org, I think, is the point to be made with that. And KRU, especially since Valorant has been a competitive title, they've always been there, making a name for themselves.
Okay, I wonder if NRG are just gonna turtle more because the time's been running low in some of these rounds.
the operator really the thing that's going to be saving you, though?
It is kind of a big band-aid, I think.
Yeah.
Would a player ever say that their coach was actually bad?
Listen,
I mean, first of all, for sure, some would. Like people like artists exist, remember? And then, second of all, people will bring up Bonko when they're not asked about him. Right? So it's not like they're asked a direct question. They would.
This one way. If Kesnet
they'll
drops
just
down
mention him
to
randomly.
break that one. They could accelerate. They could even use an Astra pullback, but seems like they're taking it slow.
You can see how awkward it is for NRG as well. They both have to play in front of
That's a lot of info. And I like this from NRG. Again, I think the turtling's going to work well.
It's a paranoia. Shoots through, players are blind.
Great flash.
Capitalizes, tucks himself through, but just blanked it up in a moment.
Next kill's important.
These fights are still
my
Ethan
God,
alive.
that was the kill as well. Ethan placed the stick with his team, has one smoke for the choke, obviously.
Backs himself away as well, wants to play the disciplined angle with the rest of his team to try and get themselves in TPs.
All three here, they could fast flood off the tap of the spank.
Flash through the back. That's a recall star. Mel's just trying to bait some players out into the
Oh my God.
And the trades in a space.
Man, dude, Mel's has been great though. Like these close rounds, he feels like he's the difference maker.
This is the shot though, and they're swinging right onto him. Rifle picked up, flash up and around.
Oh, this is a nice try with a flash shot to Mel's. Mel's is having some
Up in the feet, a
impact.
4-piece in the round. And this lead is growing.
Having some impact for sure.
I am telling you, Melzer is having a game right now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I swear, more than half the rounds crew have won. They are not in positions to have any chance to win. And he is just coming up with some insane multi-frags to make it happen. So consistently, it's him and Mazzino, shoulder to shoulder, winning in these rounds. And they're even there on stage.
He's crazy fired up.
Wow. And that was the op round. That really took Mod out of it at the end.
Luckily for NRG, they still have money.
And they've got some ults.
I got scared.
My heart leaping out of my chest.
Milan, hello mate, how you doing?
That one too. Yeah. But now they know Kesnet picked up that up for attack. Stole that away from Mod last round.
Lucky in the last game.
It's going to slow down a lot of their approaches here. I don't know if I like it as much, honestly, hasn't it? It's been pretty consistent with the rifling and had still. Oh, he sees the shot. And a jump spot as well, barely missing.
They get
Something
good
Kesnet
info on
loves
that
to do,
though.
though,
Yeah,
regardless of map. Get that op, especially when you know the other team wants to op.
They've
and he
done a good
loves to
job
take
of
that
like
duel.
hiding the vice stuff at the moment.
Disagreement, it doesn't.
Varno.
You rifle, we'll get you in.
We had a rare fast death from him earlier, but he might be on for another here.
Aggro hold.
This KO flash is the one, right? They all gonna tank it?
Off to the side here. Trying to play anti-flash almost into it. He can't hit that trade and he can't even TP to safety. It's a hammer wall, stretching wide and out. Som just doing anything to try and push
You
the
got a hero
back
play
already.
the Som.
To sight garnered and granted, and put over to the opposition. Som has got a lot to do in that spot, but there is no trade in sight.
Yeah, he got no
kill
pings
to
for this.
Melzer, and an ult as well offloaded. Stun's going to be rattling out and away. Finesse should be set up, primed and ready for a couple more kills here, but are not anticipating the angle. Dash, active, dodging off onto the flash, but Mada still there and connecting 1v1.
Big 1v1.
Again, Mada cannot lose this, and finally,
The committed swing. Mada keeps them alive. And honestly, like, actually just keeps them alive because we've got 3 people that wouldn't be able to buy. Sorry, 4 including him.
Finds it here. Lose that round and it's slipping away. I'm sorry, NRG wouldn't have had a chance. But Mada stays composed in that moment. And this is wild because this hold through NRG was terrible. Ethan was supposed to be anti-flash. Somehow he still got caught off.
It's because it's improvisation. They're just not ready to go up against his Viking.
Okay, we got some ults though for this round. We got some ults in it, and NRG have to win this round. We got 1, 2, 3. They can't buy next. We got 1, 2.
3.14.
I mean, that'd be fine.
Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. Listen,
Yeah, it's an important round.
That's not good. Listen, we won't mention it. Maybe a few more times, I don't know. But listen, off in the hands of Mada. Listen, it doesn't matter.
Cast this one. Not again. 3 fast deaths. This is a guy that never has fast deaths. He's got 3 so far.
Brutalized and even caught out in the open. It's a smoke drop down, propped up in his face. Just the least expected timing. Re-exploration from NRG.
Same flash, yeah, same flash.
But it's desperation
I
inherently.
mean,
They need to
he's
get
definitely
a
in
handle
charge of
grip
getting
on this
early
round.
info. Like, they want to try to get early info over towards A, but...
And yet NRG now have to try something else. Finesse
what is his timing like? He's dead now.
Yeah. But he gets timing by Melzer again. I mean, Melzer has locked down this mid space consistently throughout this half.
Dude, and KRU are taking no risks on this.
On their way down here.
Ball goes in, they can obviously still res him.
Steps up to it. Som also. That's a pick down through mid. Wait a minute, this could be doable. Res in sight though. No spam from the rest of them.
KRU should still be so fine here.
Now coming through.
Shock
goes down to the shock keys.
What?
Where's that one getting fired to? Mada.
Dude, there must have been crazy timing on that, I feel like.
Only 350 in the bank.
It's possible there could have been a snake bite thrown in there as well. I'm not quite sure, but now with the smoke going down, well, Mada's going to get the kill on the way out. And
Yeah,
that's
and if he
important.
can save the op,
operator,
it would be
if you
pretty
want the money,
big for them.
NRG can't buy back in. If they,
Yeah, they got no money. Like KRU,
12,
you would imagine get to 12 here. Let's have a little think.
I don't think it's a coincidence though.
We got
gets off that attack
2
side
people that can
operator.
buy on top, save gun, 2 people that are wrecked.
Another round under their belt. This will be 11 now. It's always just felt like KRU have had that slightest of advantages.
It really has, and also, like, look, playing the defensive side of Abyss is no easy matter, but it's shocking how consistently A main has been an issue for NRG.
Yeah.
They've been trying to just
do about it.
Yeah, they've been dropping down this Omen smoke and just playing right behind it.
Doom Bros, what have you typed there? That's outrageous.
A look is the play, or just get out of that space. You got to choose one or the other, because the way it's been going, they've just been getting cleared every time by this KO.
Very, very difficult.
They
for
got a
them.
big choice
Timeout.
here.
Second one here for NRG.
They got a big choice.
Yapping away, trying to come up with some sort of solution.
Mid space is another thing that NRG haven't worked with too much. There's been sort of this handshake each round with some harbor push walls. You know, KRU have been throwing that Viper orb into top mid pretty consistently. But apart from that one round where KRU just sort of, you know, dive bombed all the way forward with Kesnet to find that pick and get out, I don't think NRG have really tested that space too much.
That's a good point. I mean, listen, the harbor wall, it affords you that luxury that you can just put a deep wall all the way down through mid. You can control a lot of the angles. You can take control deep. I mean, Leviathan were doing that pretty consistently last year in Americas when they were running the harbor on this map.
This isn't the first time NRG have played the comp either. They played in Super League to win that. We've seen this played across the pond with Sadak on Carmine Corp.
Yeah, yeah. They had some very cool ideas, actually. The way they were opting into it.
It was always fighting through those walls,
So,
right? I think because NRG have shown a lot of those harbor walls.
I was about
and
to
they
lock in on
haven't had
the
that
buy.
aggressive look with it.
I thought I had some more time.
A little bit on their back foot. Maybe they're not expecting it so much.
Give me,
Certainly like to see NRG
give me the old HUD. Why have you given me less info?
We'll see. I mean, adjustments to be made here. Ethan is all the way off. Completely away from the site and a deep mid play and push and committing. Oh my, seeing that one just the other day here. Hunter's Fury.
Oh boy, I don't want to say they forced into this chat, but they forced into this one.
Of KRU. Deep dart now in through the back of the site. Nice one committed. 2 players up and over it with a drone in their face. Finesse. I want to try and take that time in his horns in his face. Damage onto a Versa, but no kill to be found up and over the top. That's Verno. But he
No
is
idea about the mid lock.
dusted. Som's left just holding on to this cursed artifact of an op. Feels like it sometimes. Not the weapon of choice.
Okay.
Barely missing the time.
Not
But
about
just gets
heaven,
back
though.
onto the line. But
4
creeping up from
chances
behind.
for
That's
KRU
Mazzino. Puts them
to
up
take
to
the
12.
fast map.
1 round away for the second round, or second map, I should say, that KRU have ever won against an FNS-led team.
And KRU have only dropped a round this half break. Like,
yeah, they've been on one.
Ethan, it's like a set play. The thing is, chat,
I think it was EG
you
that
take
ran
off
that ultimate all the way back into spawn. Read that
you take
perfectly.
off,
Have the player in A main that swings through the hard wall to kill.
like the outlines of the players here that we can see from the observer POV. It doesn't look that bad.
What a great read as well.
It's just a set play that they do.
What energy we're going for. The back end
But
of the
I do
timeout.
think that it can be a lot
So here again,
safer if they want to
utility
go for
traded
this.
into mid. This time though, NRG not gonna try that again.
Oh, they know what a vice is as well.
Unless they're trying to do it to get info here.
Good news is NRG have this walk up. Maybe they can do something with this. It's their rifles.
Ethan's been dropped. Mada is hyper committed. The knives are out. Just catches the 1 and the second.
Did good though. Two's
Inside though
giant
for
on
Shy.
that.
Is it enough?
Importantly, Som has already put down the harbor wall. He's being able to flood into this site. The rotates are being called in. And he's in front of this Astra. He's got a real chance to stay alive.
could definitely do something. Spell defeat here out for KRU, but they've cut noise entirely. They're just waiting for this wall to drop down.
They're fully walking out with it.
And dissipate.
Now NRG are second-guessing themselves.
Deep knife, getting the tag. They know that this one player is in the
No
surrounding
way.
area. Is that snappy
Ah,
again?
I thought he was
Straight.
done for.
Picture perfect from Shy. He's been on top of it.
FNS doesn't
He's a
know.
more supportive player and roll. Deep
Ult's
drone into the
good.
map
Do
now.
they go
That's gonna
fast
be a
with this
steel
one?
guard, but a
Viper
pit
ult.
to play in gives you that peace of mind. Ollie out towards the
Recon
back.
inside. Did it get a scan? No, it didn't.
Bit of random spam at play.
They have no plan. FNS is creeping around the side. Oh my god, he's in a pause though.
Committing Mazzino onto the plan. Finesse is walking a tightrope, weaving in and out. Shy doesn't take that shot. What's going on? Just trying to chase this guy down to K damage. Narrowly dropped.
No way. Damn, dude.
Seals it all up.
Okay, KRU take the map. Double pistol helped them obviously, but there was some rough buy runs in there. I feel like some nice. Shy had a quiet game, but that's obviously a very important 1v2.
And here, having the presence of mind to slow things down.
I felt like
with the
Malza
Astral.
played
So
insane.
it's just Psalm left on site.
That was nice.
And then also they've got two shorties to counter the Steel Garden because they have a Viper's Pit.
The
So it
good
doesn't
news
even
is
matter
they
that that'll hit them.
can lose
They're
Haven
comfortable to
because
play
the
inside
Haven
of that.
didn't
Just
look great
just a
last time.
beautiful way
So
to close out map 1.
I hard agree. And listen, honestly, just the composition, the Viper just being inserted. Listen, Shy didn't drop the highest amount of numbers towards the end.
he had good. I mean, he had the
Viper
impact
was the
that mattered
difference
at the
maker
end
in my
there.
mind. I mean, it threw NRG for a loop massively.
It was a combination of that
oh,
Viper
the
wall
VOD
on
review is
attack,
brutal
and even
for
some
this
of the
one.
rounds they
Yeah,
were winning on
no doubt.
on defense, using that Viper wall, the Astra smokes to hard anchor into
You
their
can't-
sights.
you can't
make it
be,
harder for NRG to scale on through.
You can't be making this many mistakes.
And really,
and
it
not
all
expect to be
started
punished.
with those pistol rounds, right?
Especially when you
Kesnet
lose double
finding
pistol, you
3Ks
got to
with
make
both
no
pistols.
mistakes when you lose double pistol.
Snowballing that forward, NRG's strange force in round 2.
Absolutely. Listen, it wouldn't be VCT if our expectations were just going a bit skew with upset in the process, of course. But brilliant display from KRU to open up things. It was their map pick. They did decide to go over
was
here.
their map
Next,
pick, and I think it's a
moving over
must-win
towards
because
Haven as our second map. Bit of a playbook.
I don't give them a
playground,
high
I suppose,
percentage
for
to win
Finesse
Haven
himself. We're going to be stepping
from what
away
we've
up
seen.
next. GB and the analyst desk going to be breaking it all down, so do not go anywhere. You don't want to miss it.
Do they have defaults? No, they have defaults. They would have been because they because they perma banned because they first banned Fracture. They would have worked a lot on their Haven. The Haven, KRU's Haven won't look anything like their Haven that they showed first time. Like they'll have a default this time, at the very least. Like they might even be pretty prepped if they spend a lot of time on this. And they should have known early on that they were gonna ban Fracture. So.
Okay, Team Secret, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Let's go.
Wanna bet? No, they'll have an. I guarantee you they'll have an A default. Spooky, thank you so much, Spooky. I appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate the Prime. Appreciate the whole year. Chat. Ads are coming your way. We've got Haven coming up.
Huh, nature sure is full of wonders. Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
while Xander presented with another 1v2. Oh, Van Silly, he does it again!
Los hay patado el Spike. Y ahora, uno contra de uno.
Dale, papá, Mister de frente.
Here with Coach Adam of KRU Visa. Your map pick, you ran away with it, especially towards the end. It just kind of seemed like NRG was just getting to disfavorable positions. What do you think was how did KRU Visa run away with that map in the end?
I mean, I feel as at the end, I feel as we were better prepared. Like we had a more in-depth preparation on that map at least. And I feel that we were having most of the reads on attack. So it was pretty good because defense was hard for us. But then we just breathe in, breathe out, and focus on attack, and we cleared the map.
Well, one map away from nail in the coffin. Best of luck.
Thank you so much for that, Elizabeth. And your eyes do not deceive you. KRU walks away with that win 13-8, and they don't just do it in a manner where you're like, they squeak by. No. That looked like a KRU ready to play and ready to dominate. Welcome back, everyone. Golden Boy here alongside with Van Silly as well as Doug. And guys, I mean, great showing from KRU.
Oh yeah, and look, I don't want to sound biased. I told you guys, as the biggest KRU lover in the world, that NRG had no chance.
Wait.
KRU's gonna go on a run. I told you guys at the very beginning of the show, they're gonna take down NRG.
Thank you.
Kesnit's gonna do it, and then let me tell you about my boy Mazzino. And nobody believed.
No.
But here we are.
Caught a 5-0. Caught a 5-0 over
saying,
here. This is too much.
I mean, run the VODs. Don't run the VODs. Don't run the VODs.
Run the VODs.
It came down to that, though. It came down to that to say what we prefaced towards this first map, that you needed all 5 of them to really connect going into this game. It's not just Kesnit having to go through a highlight reel. It's not just having Mazzino going into clutches or Melzer going to clutches and everybody else kind of falling asleep at the wheel. There was a good cohesion going through, and what Adam was mentioning before, that there was deep preparation against NRG here, it definitely showed.
Yeah, and it really paid off as well in some of these pistols because, I mean, just look at like what's going on here, right? You start things off and you're like, wait a minute, this is looking good for NRG, and then out of nowhere, these guys are just winning the pistols by brute force. They're pushing through, not caring about their opponent. And Doug, you had mentioned before that the thing that teams like KRU like to do is sometimes the kryptonite for players in IGLs like Finesse.
You just full send and you fight, and look, either you're going to win the gunfight or you're not. And I think when it comes down to that, as we saw in the pistol, that 3K is a really good example of that. Kesnit didn't take a single bit of damage. Standing top Jenny, facing 3, wide open, no dash, nothing, doesn't get hit once.
Yeah.
Right? And I think they want to fight, and it worked.
Full sending was something that was huge too, because if you're looking at how KRU got a lot of their rounds on defense, was a lot about these retakes and defuses after killing
and
everybody.
Big part was Mazzino as well.
They were so good going at that. And exactly, Mazzino was definitely one of the key components going to that because he was at double digits in terms of assists. I think 14 assists, 20 kills, but for him to initiate, engage, you have to give it the sight. Be so hard to hold here as an anchor on this map. So to work together for that was great.
Yeah, it really was impressive to see KRU walk away with that win the way that they did. But now let's hear from Coach Bonker and how NRG is looking to bounce back.
You're with Bonker of NRG. It was their map pick. They ran away with it. But I want to talk to you about the Viper. We seem to think that the Viper may have thrown you guys off a little bit. That wasn't what you prepared for. Was the Viper an issue for you guys moving into Abyss?
No, not at all. We prepared for the Viper. We were very confident that they were going to play the Viper. But also, if they would have played the Cypher instead, we had a game plan for that as well, but it wasn't a problem.
Let's look on map 2.
Going on to that point when he felt like they were prepared for Viper, I think it's kind of true because at some point Shy was like at 2 and 10.
Yes.
He finished like at 8 kills, but the most important kills was at that 4K clutch towards the end. So I mean, at some point the firepower is gonna shine, and then he's gonna get those moments. But if not, at least the game plan to shut down the Viper was still good.
Yeah, it did work, but
Bonker's response there felt very close to chest. Right?
Yes.
There wasn't really anything that he chose to divulge beyond that, other than nope, wasn't a problem. We were prepped for Cypher as well.
Yeah.
And that's an interesting interesting way to approach that question.
For sure, for sure. But you know what though, I think he keeps a lot of it close to the chest because really, like, you know, with the way that Crew is playing, you really just don't know what the hell is gonna happen against those guys. But thankfully though, for NRG, it wasn't like all doom and gloom, right? I mean, let's not get it twisted. It was a close game until Crew was starting to slowly but surely eke out those round wins. But one of the players that was instrumental in maintaining the closeness of this game was Ethan Vansili. We were seeing some great stats out of him. He was not just getting those kills, he was putting himself in great positions to do so.
He had a very similar tweet to like Oxy after Oxy had his team help him out here and pull through a couple of these games. So he's like, I need to set up in this moment. And you definitely saw it. I mean, as this Omen player, he was looking just sharp in with the Phantom.
Yeah, diabolical without a doubt. And if Ethan can continue to output like that, really you got the rest of the team. And there were moments for sure that we were seeing Mata and those guys pop off as well, Doug.
And I do think some of that will be a lot of the contribution from the rest of the team members. But I think the other thing we have to consider is we're headed to Haven. You mentioned it before the match started. That's Finesse's playground. He's very comfortable there.
Good evening, Sonny. Dude, I need to check on water.
Seems to blossom
good
there.
sign.
So I think when you've got some of those things in play,
Sonny, hello.
There's a very good chance we're going the distance. But I mean, what do I know? I was right the first time.
Yeah, totally, Doug. You were so right. In any case, so everyone, let's get ready for map number 2. We're going to take a quick pause.
I'm excited
for the
to see the
calls,
progress
and when we come back, we're
of
going to
Crew
Haven. See you in a few.
on Haven. That is why we're here. Never hydrate. Do you want to see me poke again on water? That's right, we nailed it this time. Cold_decay, thank you so much. I appreciate the prime, thank you, thank you. Thanks for doing that, mate.
Welcome back, everybody. Yeah, we've got to relish the opportunities we have to really show this on camera. I did not know.
Sorry, the stress of that first game, it's hair loss.
Has it always been fake?
No, it's not fake.
Oh,
no, sorry, I'm just experiencing male pattern, male baldness.
It happens to us all. It eventually it claims all.
It just it's happening to my upper lip
Don't
for
worry,
some reason.
maybe we can fundraise a trip to Turkey or something.
Yeah,
eventually.
sure. I mean, let's get an event back there. You know?
Yeah, make the most of it. 2 birds, 1 stone type beats. Yeah,
I wouldn't complain.
We'll see. We're going into Haven. We're getting some glimpses as well. If you've got acute eyes, I don't. Mine are failing, but you might be able to catch a glimpse and a bit of a spoiler at some of the comps.
Normal comps probably though. A little bit of Haven.
Pretty standard stuff.
We got a Cypher.
I feel like Crew have never changed their comp here on Haven.
Yeah.
It's put Kesnet on Jet, play all the standard stuff, and just open up as many opportunities as
Play on
possible.
Crew.
This guy to dominate.
Dude, honestly,
definitely.
with how the Haven looks, you might be on something.
Mata on the Neon.
Hey, dude, we got a Cypher against the Neon. I think Crew are looking. If we just looked at comps and we didn't consider what we've seen so far, you would actually be thinking that Crew might have a bit of an advantage.
And honestly, I'm still even post Neon nerfs. I'm a big fan of the agent in general. And still on Haven, it is a bit unfortunate you don't have like the verticality you can dive into. You're less powerful with the operator, but in terms of running execs and also those fast rotates on defense, it can be very effective.
Neon does have quite a marginally higher win rate over Jet. Yeah, but against the Cypher, you'd have to get real deep with stats on this. Okay, Crew on defense, NRG on attack. And we're gonna have to wait a little bit for Crew to see their attack. And they did have some setups that we saw last time, right? They had a little trap play over towards long.
He has. Here's the drone. He's just trying to break it out early. Expending every bullet almost.
Ducky0320 with the prime. Thank you so much for the prime usage, mate. Thank you for the 3
And the
months.
stun coming in, so Kesnet could take that line down long, but I really like how Mata snuck in here. He's on his own. He's got a great timing up short.
Looking like he wants to go for it.
There is no one to stop him.
He's fully broken the timings, and Kesnet none the wiser. Patience, discipline, being held. Oh my goodness.
So good.
Controlled. Oh, so good, so good. Mata has cracked open the A site, and it's a frantic approach now from Crew.
It's a wild round because NRG were originally just going to use him as a fake or maybe a late lurk, but finding that kill changed everything. Keep your eyes on Crew though. 3 players have run into mid to get a fight going on.
So they're gonna break a trip, but obviously don't know the numbers.
Like they could be trying to put some players back in with a smoke like that. Still, just spotting the one. Verno's got to keep an eye on.
Shock's
Shot
on his
dart
head.
up and over. Dart to the side as well. A lot to deal with. And can't quite handle it. What a util just being thrown in his face. Up from heaven. Mazzino smoked and away from that angle. Trying to flip that sight around, but there's still a lot to clear. No one is accounting for the heaven drop out. Weaving in and out. It's all Ethan now. He's going to do a lot from that spot, but Matter again into this spot here. Rattling away with the ghost.
Nice
it's
retake from KRU. As he managed to jump out of heaven and no one's noticed.
KRU putting their best foot forward with another pistol round.
3-pass and push behind.
I swear, it's deja vu. It's Groundhog Day every
It's
single
3-0 for the Pistols,
This
chat.
series has been the same thing. NRG in an impossible to lose situation, and then somehow we're dropping out of heaven with no one watching.
No eyes on it.
For Mazzino.
That is messy. Some might say muddy. Don't know if we're getting into territory
3-0
like
for the
that,
Pistols.
Glue metaphors that were being used. I think that's the
NRG, Stinger buys. Got to pay attention on this one. We've got the Outlaw though. Everyone could be one shot apart from. No, everyone could be one shot.
These rounds slipping away. But it's a force for NRG again, by the way.
Yeah, they've really gone for it, and they wanted to fake over towards B, try and pull the rotate from A, and then walk over towards A. 2-pass and fake on B. We've got 3 passing on A though. They might hold strong here. Oh boy, it's a rough start again from NRG, unless someone goes crazy with a Stinger.
Across into a lot of this one here, but just spamming away with the Stingers. There's no real clear game plan, man. This is just throwing anything at the wall and seeing what sticks.
Yeah, they really thought that fake into B was going to do more, but Melzer took care of business on his own with the paranoia. All those A players just stuck to their guns and held
The
on to the
strat,
site.
if it worked, I do. The strat's nice,
Really strange position now.
especially if you can get one over towards B.
Go over into the C site, he's going to end up running into trips or that camera down C long. Not much of a chance here for him.
Yeah, he will have an open site at least working for him. KRU in this spot just stacking up over towards A, making sure they don't give away any solo fights. Chances
It's
of Verno getting
doable.
back into it.
7
Happy to play the
HP.
retake, but they see
You got a
that dart
camera down
on
long.
their minimap.
Yeah, had a camera here. Not really going to feel too confident to use shocks at any point. Doesn't know if he's getting flanked on from garage.
Probably going to be the first to take that contact as he is the lowest player.
Okay.
Rest of them
Very
just
nicely
swinging
done.
straight
The
from
7
behind.
HP managed to just jump out of
I
there.
am really shocked by this from NRG. Clearly, their read has
Yeah,
been
and
that
they're gonna have to go
win
down
these
to another
rounds
eco.
on the force by round 2. Not sure if it's just a thing they feel comfortable on because they got. I mean, obviously because they got the plant down, but maybe thinking that Kesnet is always going for this outlaw. They think they can overwhelm him. He can only get 2 shots off.
But it's just, if you think he's going for the outlaw, wouldn't that prioritize you?
You'd think.
Saving money so you can get full armor, rather than just trying to go down to half armor all the time. I mean, it's a head scratcher. I mean, it's
Force by in the outlaw meta. Yeah.
Disrespect. Maybe not realizing where things are going wrong ever so slightly.
You can run
Listen,
the outlaw
NRG have got
down
hitters
though.
on that team.
It depends
They
on.
can shoot back.
Depends on
A
you,
lot of
so.
roster.
I definitely think it's not as impactful as it used to be. Like it feels
nice
riskier
and
because of it.
pretty. NRG. Barely anything to work with coming into this one, as they did just kind of topple the economy.
Like maybe you have to change your buy a bit more.
After these 2 losses, it's not like
and,
KRU
like,
are
drop.
snowballing in the ult game ahead of them.
Like the
Relatively
first 2
even when you
people
look
that
at
are
those
turning
power
around
rolls
corners
and
maybe need to have
the
heavy
reach
armor.
on both sides.
I don't know. You might have to just think a bit more into it if you know that someone likes to buy an outlaw. It's nice little jump spot from Adder on this one. I mean, this is an eco, so we're going to see how clean KRU can keep this one.
Has just been the complete fake out.
Need to have a good strat for it. I mean, their strat was good.
Kesnet walking up into A lobby. It's going to be a
It's just the fact that KRU didn't rotate off, and
they'd have to spend money to use a drone.
can't remember who was back at B. It might have been Melzer. Just stood so strong on this. Yeah, and that smoke just has a ever so slight gap in it. But this smoke has a gap anyway, just purely because you're trying to do it for vision for further back. They're using like the only pause to actually capitalize off of it.
And it's a full stun, vertical stun from backside from Mazzino, so you're not getting in there. Let's try A. Okay, let's not do that. Okay, maybe garage.
What is the pivot?
Oh no, there's a forward trip on us there.
Okay, broken swing.
Okay, C long. Let's go C long. There can't be anyone there. Uh-oh, there's a cypher there.
Yep.
Uh-oh, there's a breach.
Siphon, softened, and yeah, okay. Play's putting a stop to it.
All right,
so
similar start for KRU.
Some guns into their hands that potentially win them around, but I mean, so far from what I'm seeing,
Adder gets the attack off out.
Attack side
What
off.
is opping? Okay, To be fair,
he swapped it back.
Okay, I was gonna say, to be fair, he is only 1 off of the ultimate, which gives them some better options. And he knows that Kesnet, I believe, still has that outlaw in hand, so not
They're
so bad
pinging out
for the
on the minimap right now as well, the unbreakable trip position.
That one down C long.
Yeah, but they're actually doing it a bit further forward.
Wait, that's a breakable trip.
Yeah, it's very breakable, but... Oh my, okay.
Holy, I thought he was going to get 2. It's a nice shot, though. And we've got 3 people that can get... Dude, I'm not sure you can have this many light armors when they knew an outlaw was in play anyway, though. Kesnet gets out of there on 2 HP.
Finesse will be so important in this round. There's no trip spawning him out in mid. He's got a great timing to pinch into the back of KRU here and win this critical round for NRG.
Yeah, FNS does...
A little bit too
Holy. I was going to say, it's good to create a lot of pressure there, and that Omen Flash is incredible from Malza. It's everyone. The after plant positions are 3 over towards here. They wanted to put over towards Garage, and then obviously stopped after they hit the trip. And then they were just all stuck on site.
Dare I say, not really turning up.
I mean, this headshot, that was almost a collat, Ren.
Yeah, no, I thought he was going to get double.
And then Finesse.
What's going on? Surely you want the distraction of the side players there for Finesse to get a backstab going. I don't understand why he's maybe feeling like the footsteps are going and he can take that timing, but there's a lot going wrong there.
It's hard to say. I think he took a shot against Kesnet in mid. I don't know if he missed or it was like a dink or something through the wall. Didn't quite see his HP, but yeah.
Timeout called. I mean,
early timeout, and they don't have the best money.
3 players in a line default getting
Lost bonus with a plant. Everyone's sitting at like 3-2. I'm surprised they had as many light armors.
That was the last round they played. They haven't
considering their full buy, knowing an outlaw was in play.
Tactical reasons, I don't think.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe some adjustments because they have been working the map. They know roughly where the setup's going to be in terms of where you're putting the
Kesnet, I mean, he's having a performance here. But I think Mel's is the one to talk about at the moment. I think Mel's is playing so well. I never knew, thank you so much for the tier 1. Thank you with the 26 months.
For tactics. What I've noticed so far from KRU is their A side has been relatively light. Thus far, it's been the Jet up there mostly. And they've shown some util early, but then they've moved and been stacking 2 players on B, a couple towards Garage in those rounds. So I think NRG may be thinking back to the pistol
how do they
rounds,
have
the
way
round
more
3
money
where they
than I
got players
thought?
all the way up into sewers.
Wait, did they
Might
have the money for the heavy armors, but then went for the light armors, knowing that there was an outlaw? They must have.
Back side of NRG's timeouts, KRU have had a good adjustment or a good read, I think.
They must have saved extra money. That was an optional choice to have the light armors when they knew the outlaw was in play.
They do have that Cypher trip on A long that we saw.
I know there was only a headshot and like it didn't really matter, but it still seems on paper just a mad decision. Okay, let's get into this one because it is a full buy round, obviously. And
Dark clears most of A long too. Still, as you mentioned,
we got a Sovo.
Yeah, NRG are really expecting a refight into long right now. That's why they made so much noise and then froze and are playing in positions where Som wouldn't be hit by a flash, making sure multiple players can't be stunned at the same time. But KRU, contrary to NRG's expectations, have done nothing. They've just rotated a Sova over here and are waiting for someone to walk in.
A default, then sub 1. Cuts down, and we have Drone that spots them far back. So after that, you might be tempted to go to the angle. Yeah.
I really like that KRU are playing this slowly.
But then does some consider that they might go to the angle?
When the opponents don't give them clear info.
Trip gets broken in Garage.
Just from the trip being broken, it's okay. Just offloaded.
Yeah, they don't get anything on for it, but 40 seconds on this one. And Spike's moving over towards C.
I think that it's an A hit because surely Sova hits someone if it's a stack on C.
What is occurring here? I mean, just jumping around.
NRG have won this one, though.
You're right. The KRU players have already ran over towards A. This is just
yeah, because they Sova all over towards Garage and they felt like they cleared it.
Matter to galvanize and all, but there's no targets to really try and fry.
Kesnet is going to have this.
Yeah, do they get better after plant positions? This time they go through with their Garage push. Oh my goodness! How did he get a kill?
Crashing straight into them. Kesnet though, to bullet to the back of Som just when he was not expecting it.
He got a mid-air kill.
Players on through main, need to try and defend them. Dodging, weaving this way and
that. No vision block though, so you would imagine the 2 here are okay, even though they are tucked in towards.
Forward angle, double swing in the face, and the play finally.
It's all good. They're on the board. 1 armor rebuy, 3 guns to rebuy, but they saved so much money from earlier that they're actually alright.
been pretty stellar in a few of these rounds. Back on Abyss, he was the sole reason I
I
think.
mean, at least they were.
Why that first half went so well.
It's
For
where they were
NRG.
more
Here it's
decisive.
that walking back into the space.
The
These
garage
players sort of
tank.
coming one by one out of window. And just getting in front of KRU's retake, I think, has been effective.
Good macro. Yeah, they create a lot of pressure.
In this series.
Grouped up though.
And then KRU Sova all kind of just
Why
worked
plays
against them,
NRG?
to be honest, with the info that they got from it.
It's a trip to deal with. They don't have anything for it,
Big
but
jaw here.
Shock Dart might be able to deal with it. Flash into the face of Kesnet.
Leg
That is
shot.
a tag straight through the leg. Not a kill, unfortunately, to be claimed.
Kill trip,
Oh
but
my.
the stun
dealt with.
saved them.
Gonna be chewing them all the way up, but they finally
Oh,
break it.
that's
That's
a
breach shot to
nice
try and put the
early
weight all the
breach
way
shot.
in.
They clear
KRU
everything
trying to
here
fight this
in
one too for
NRG.
Nail, but
Gonna
not
have to
finding
come up
any
with a backup
targets.
plan.
Sitting
Bono
ducks,
still has a
potentially
drone
in front
and
of
an
the site.
ult,
It's a
so
quick
that's
pivot
pretty
from
good. He's gonna be
NRG.
droning
NRG
off
have to
A
go
at the
into A
beginning
because you
here.
can't stop and re-hit
As we
C
can see,
because
there's
you
no
just
one
use
here.
so much
Oh my
util.
goodness.
Clearing
Okay.
out that up again would not be easy.
Maybe not.
That said, the rotates have already started coming in from
I don't know if
KRU.
Adverso gets his
Zeno's
recon.
going to have a stun online
Back.
pretty soon as well. I don't know if
4
NRG
seconds
can
might be
full
really
excel
good
into
timing
this.
for him. He might also get spammed if he's out in the open.
Yes,
Great stun.
It's already there. Stun, swinging straight into it. It needs to be supplemented with a little bit more. There's damage
Look
done
at
to
the
a few of
damage
these
done.
players. The counter spam
Nice
is
shot.
good. Kesnet there with the knives. Smoke at his feet. Just
Okay,
try and
big
buy them
3v3.
a bit of safety. 3 versus 3. Plan has to be stuck here. How about Ethan? Front line back online for him. Can try and slow down his approach to the paranoia. Be traded out evenly for it. Smokes into the face of these KRU players.
What a shot.
Finding it hard to get damage done, but Kesnet, Sky, it's a wrecking ball man, just absolutely
Very,
lights it
very
all
nice.
up.
Mauser again is done insane.
5-1 being that scoreline. This is KRU.
Kesnet, what a shot from heaven.
They're on an onslaught, man.
Prafu. The
Wouldn't have it any
DFM
other way.
MIBR matches, were they worth watching? I liked watching MIBR earlier. I was impressed with how they looked.
There are 4 people
And
in
definitely
the back
watch
row
the
right
DFM
now
game.
hitting a higher decibel than all of the NRG fans in this studio, Brent.
It's almost like a library. Take me back to the lock-in finals. But KRU, they got that confidence, man. The way that they're taking these fights, it's rapid as well, trying to flood defend in. They're being mobile. Always following the action.
Go, go, go.
It's a rifle in the hands of Mada.
Win one,
Putting the
lose
hopes
the
and dreams into
next.
Just his hands, as the rest of the money
And
really isn't ideal for it. Dart.
So no matter
Gets
what, they
tagged.
will get a 2-4
Plays her
loss
up.
bonus.
First, it could be in a
They're
bit of
doing this
trouble.
weird thing that Fnatic used to do with their money.
A ton of breach utility just to get these players from KRU back on site.
Plays are on. They want to try and square up to it. Straight up into the smokers. One Mazzino! God almighty.
Oh god, he's going for it.
Does
2
even.
bullets.
Sell it.
Very nice on this one. Cleans him up. Was an eco. Doesn't get too carried away, but that's lovely.
Mazzino,
He used his
We
ult
love
into the
a
round
good
before,
eco
and
ace. We do
he's
love
almost
a good
there again.
eco ace.
Unreal Mazzino, hero of the last round. Now he's coming away with the I-Buy power ace.
Dude, someone from like NRG have to win a round just
one by one.
purely to
He's
stop the
tracking them through
momentum.
smokes, flashing them both himself too. Impressive work.
You can follow I by Power on social media as well. Hashtag unlock your ace. Chance to win multiple prizes, and already the round's beginning. We are 4 seconds in. Clash to be had. One of the first rounds where Kesnet isn't really just holding down the ace out by himself. Instead, this time it's the Verso.
NRG really worried about the op purchase, using the camera.
Yeah, but this was nice from Adverso. He's super aware that the Sova ult's out, so he can't really commit to this because if he gets tagged by the drone, he's gonna get stunned and then ulted. He does go for a play on short, and there's a camera here, but there's no like util off of it. It's literally just camera, and then I guess he's gonna take the jaw. Normally you would have like a breach to stun, but
Vanessa's timing needs to be taken when the rest of his team can.
breach can maybe still stun from here. I'm not sure, but he's gonna be occupied.
The shock to try and push them back and away. NRG are not committing.
But they're gonna have to.
And the flash goes in. Mada sends it. Adverso wins the jaw, sends a recon out to help his teammate as well.
The rest of his team, it gives them that peace of mind and safety to get straight back in and make this defense possible.
Whoa.
They swarmed it
Nice
now.
shot.
Entirely up onto the
Kesnet,
side,
don't-
reveals across the
okay, shot.
board. How the
First
hell are you
shot.
getting away with that, McCom? At least some, I should say.
7-1
that spot.
NRG.
Not enough resources.
They got
or
enough
firepower
money
to
to
do
be
it.
able to buy again
7-1,
here.
man. 7-1.
KRU have just scattered NRG. I mean, in this round, they get info 5 players over towards
Yeah,
A
it's a
lobby.
big jaw on shot to win.
Sir Omens walked all the way down
No
in
pressure
C.
here.
KRU
Recon's
can
nice to help
stack
the rest
into
of the
site.
team.
winning that fight down short with Adverso too, just full running and gunning.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just disrespectful. But it makes the round straight up unplayable for NRG.
It's gonna be a short day potentially. Listen,
Oh, wait, you had to say it.
The way
Second
the maps are
timeout.
going,
Both of the timeouts
forced from
used.
NRG. Second one?
Yeah.
I mean, he's got to.
And I'm sorry, but we are 8 rounds into the game, and Melzer has died 1 time.
Yeah, Melzen's insane.
Yeah. He's on one. He's
9 and
definitely on
1.
This is more than adjustments that need to be made for NRG, I think, at this point, because rushing into a lot of these plays, they're just gaps, I think, in terms of what they're trying to go for overall. Credit to KRU for capitalizing on it. Listen, takes still a good team, I think, to be able to jump on the opportunities when you are handed them.
Seemed like NRG really thought that their straight-up side hits were going to be able to overwhelm KRU, and I think if you'd looked at some of KRU's VODs, okay, maybe you could see that where a certain piece of utility not being, you know, turned away from, or Silver Darts being broken, maybe you think, yeah, we can get in there, it can be no problem, but they've been stalled out too early on.
Look at the money
Again,
diff.
it doesn't look like a real strategic shift. They probably want to send more players into short.
It change up, and
KRU
we're expecting them to take mid fast. We could op over towards there.
That has to
And
change, even if it's going to be another full send.
The attack side op has not worked for them this time.
another
Rifles,
AD fault for
Hammer,
NRG.
Guardian in play, scrapping together by Deep Smoke Adverso. You really disrespecting this? You've lit up multiple players, man.
Yeah, I mean,
you know that they're taking A lobby.
they're feeling it.
He's up 7-1. You know, it's working for
Okay,
him.
A pressure.
He's not gonna
Question
gonna
mark
pause.
created.
Now, I do like the NRG show that heavy presence, but this time are working into mid. Problem
Similar
is,
thing,
Kesnet's
dude.
been
My
walking this op
Cypher
in the
is
last couple
walking
rounds.
down middle.
No one's been there, so they don't
He hears the
actually
drone.
know
He's
that the op is lying in
walking
wait.
down middle. The Cypher duelist, and you would imagine he's absolutely on it.
Right from behind.
Burner must be like,
The
what
dagger
the
to the
hell?
back
It's
for
a
Verno.
Cypher.
How do KRU just find every angle?
It's crazy.
The round
I mean, and
NRG
also
finally separate. KRU are just walking at them.
Reading these adjustments to a degree as well,
Yeah.
just understanding that NRG, okay, well, they haven't been breaking any of our Cypher util that we've had spread across the map. Out of the timeout, slower pace for NRG called. Probably going to make an attempt for it, and Shai just finds the gap.
So now Finesse calls a freestyle round. Like, can I find something down C?
Yeah, it's...
Our Spike is going to group up with teammates back into mid.
Scooby-Doo round, that's how I like to call it. Everyone split up and just try and get anything done.
Literally. Even throwing that front B smoke to be like,
Okay,
hey,
backup plan, 30 seconds, going to force through Garrett. There's 2 people
We're
here.
going to go into the C split. Anchoring. Tough
Okay, nice
position.
shot.
Melzer there. Could have potentially got a lot done. This is NRG. Okay, pressure's on and mounting, but sometimes that's when you perform at best. These KRU
Hey, fair
players...
play, man. They managed to force over towards
away.
site here and make it look relatively
like
easy.
that.
They gotta try keep it clean.
4v2,
Yeah, that
Spot
helped.
tagged up, Mazzino.
About to hit some shots.
Get ahead of the time when he was
Fair
tagged up by him. Maybe there was a chance for it. Averso might still want to go for this. You've got the money. You're one away from the ult. Might as well. Eco damage also
that's
pretty
one.
important, considering how much NRG have been against the ropes. But honestly, Lurk coming through, knife out.
Okay, very, very nice round from Mada.
Nice and simple for Mada. 7-2.
Yeah, 5
7-2.
possible.
Getting alive back in here. NRG, I mean, credit to them to find a way out of this round. Mada getting a couple of critical kills there. It is funny, though, the other round that NRG won also came down to a big garage fight.
Yeah.
That time was in a post plant. That area of the map is working out for them.
Yeah, nice amount of ults as well. War chest is filled up for NRG. If there's a chance to start stringing together a few more rounds where that came from, it's here and now.
First look at an op down short, though. Kesnet's got that. Pushed back.
Gotta be tempted
no
to
one
serve
break the
all at
dart.
one point here. He's got backup. Especially if this hits.
Emphasis by KRU being placed over towards A as well. Normally playing with just
This is
one
nice
player
from
here, but
KRU
NRG are
though.
nowhere near.
They changed it up.
Never shown the refight into A just yet, so this time seeing that drone,
Double garage
NRG
hold.
quickly accelerating into garage. Melzer right in the corner,
Melzer's
and he gets it.
Ethan's
Yeah,
there,
imagine
quick
it's out.
on the trigger, just trying to trade this one out.
This
TP
is
through
nice
into the back
insta
of the
ult from
site.
some.
And Verno supplementing with a bit of extra firepower.
3v3,
The C site now cracked open.
and it's a bit of a nightmare because KRU don't have Melzer alive, right? This is kind of the main one for smokes and flash for retake. They still have Sova ult.
Trip in window. Now the ult to push players off the spike.
Hunter's Fury. Doesn't get too much. It's not comboed up with a fault line just to try and slow a player down. It's a bit instinctual from KRU, but that leaves openings if the discipline isn't quite there. And NRG are just trying to hold this one down. It needs to be a little bit of coverage.
Oh, they're taking some space there.
At least stick this one. You're losing gunfights up onto long. The players are already in.
My goodness, what a shot. Holy, they made that one look easy. They stopped the plant so much and then take the timing and just walk out. Mazino had a great shot on Slum down long.
They just barely dodged away from a paranoia
KRU
and
playing
instantly
great,
started
though.
shift walking out from Spawn off the back of it. Caught NRG sort of in transition. They were trying to retreat back into long, get the spike down at the same time.
No, they're doing good.
3 extra seconds. They absolutely did not.
Just losing these critical fights. The overall game plan to start around, I mean, listen, reel your mind back, but it started similar to how NRG won that prior. Trying to go for the slow play. A bit of A presence.
That's brutal, though.
Moving back over towards Garage, breaking some of the util as well, trying to force these fights
63% of their 4v5s. 5 out of 8 of them.
Last map?
Is that correct?
That's what it said.
Is that correct?
All right, spike out in front B.
Here is a tempo increase.
Hello?
Oh no. Oh no. TP4s by Som, just trying to cut up these
Mada,
angles as
Big
well.
Joe.
To try and close that gap, Mada. Okay.
Yeah, Mada's kind of keeping them in it, to be honest. He
got
got that kill from Garage that enabled them to get the second.
Still, the smoke not going to be dissipating. Doesn't look like any time soon. The rest of his team, NRG, happy to play up close and personal now onto the side. But he's giving good information for the rest of his team. They're going to know that they're playing this one aggressively at first, so you can see patience with the play that he's playing. This is all just from Kesnit, taking this forward position. Util out into the hands. Mada, he's already got 2 for the troubles. Can he make it a little bit better here? NRG, aggro, the aggression, kills toppled here, and damage done to the final few players. It's Verno, closed that one out, so 8-3, there's one more chance.
Ethan has his ult, and this is the, I mean, this is normally a freebie when you have the ult, right? You can go over towards A, save util. How the crew want to play this one? They haven't been that proactive in terms of like pushing down middle other than the Cypher round we saw. Yeah, I'm going to keep an eye on crew on this one. Looks like they want to push middle. It makes a lot of sense. It's all because of the breach ults here.
To back them up heading into the second half here, but it's going to start with a mid walk. First time for crew.
Straight onto the open. Fault line up.
Yeah, this was nice from NRG to expect this. And I think it was as soon as they saw this cage, they knew that this was going to happen. I don't know if that's like a tell of the round, but it felt like it.
Just in case it's an
Because that cage came down and this guy's insta-shock in middle for a swing. Oh boy.
FNS is taking first contact, trying to play off of this. Drone swinging wide, skates on the feet of Ethan.
No way. Big Joe. Dude,
Ethan's really
kept him alive. Mada's the only person with high HP.
All the way through this. But even to bail them out.
The round is so awkward though, because NRG can't accelerate into C. They don't have long control. They've got to walk into B. And Ethan's got 2 HP.
Dude, Vasa has full util.
Definitely slow this one down if you want to. But
don't get audio of the backside player.
Yeah, they should. Yeah, spotted
Okay,
out.
very, very nice. And they got a free A side now. Mel's has been a beast. And this is very doable with the HPs.
Be aware that Mel's is not going to be really anywhere near this one. But Mel's has also got tools to play with. Paranoia still. Smoke's going to be regenning. Not too sure when, but at some point soon. He's got one back.
And with the HP, he only needs 3 bullets to get 2 kills.
He does the smoke out to make it look like he's walking out through spawn.
Contact for now. Anything to hunt out these players. Smoke to try and divide up this site. Planted in an awkward spot here. Paranoia now, he does reveal his hands and there's players towards his back now. All it takes is the first peek and the time.
Now what? He's just going to wait for his next smoke before he taps the spikes. Wants to get half on this.
Got the fault line. Spots matter. Stuns up, avoids, dodges it. At this point, you're running out of the wing con stun, landing, and I believe that circle is shrinking. Yeah, it's a bit whiffy, but listen, a bit comical.
That was sick, dude.
Even clowny, but listen, they get
that was awesome.
At the end of the day.
He was looking at the spike and then looking back at him. That was awesome.
A win's a win. We're going to take that one.
It is a win.
A bit silly. I mean, Ethan, again, in this garage spot, finding 3 kills. That wasn't easy at all. And importantly, staying alive with that ultimate. That made all the difference.
That's incredible.
Okay.
It's an elimination match, by the way.
It is an elimination match, just a reminder. Yeah, it is.
I don't know if he knows that, but...
No. Lot of giggles so far, but listen, we're only just getting started. The second half.
Dude, NRG after on a pistol. And this is going to be relatively fun because we get to see if KRU have an attack default, because they didn't have one last time. And with how this defense went and how much prep they put into it, I imagine they for sure do. I reckon they probably have some good stuff on attack. Doom Bros, I'll be your assistant coach. Come on, Doom Bros, give us a Doom Bros. Have you had any offers yet or not? I know it's early in the year, but I just wanna check. I'm not talking like last, like for building new teams. I'm talking now. Any interest? People being like, hold up, we need an assistant coach or a coach. Go read your theory. Oh wait, is this what I was talking about? Have I literally just said what you said out loud? Theory. It takes. Oh boy, do I want to read this one out? I mean, I get where you're coming from, Desp. He says read the theory. Okay, so Desp's theory is it takes FNS around... Dude, this has similar vibes to the 105 page, to be honest, but it takes FNS around 30 rounds to have a great read on the tendencies and style of his opponent's IGL in a match. Reason why his teammates are known to lose map 1 and then come back on map 2 and 3. Yeah, but you don't have the... I mean... I get where you're coming from. I love that you went for the 30 rounds. I'm not sure about the map 2 and 3 thing, because it kind of changes on every map. Let me unmute. Rexit, thank you so much, by the way. Thank you. I appreciate the bits. It's 3-0 at the moment.
Good news is, from Garage Window, there could be a breach done that helps Mata out all the way across
But
that
I do
corner,
get what you're saying.
stunning up all of short.
I do get where you're coming from. I like that you went for the 30 rounds. That's what was cracking me up. No offers, teams are happy. Okay.
Yeah, gets the tag and the stun. Follows up through, off to the side.
Wait, when you start getting some Doom Bros, we want to be the first to know.
Well. Plays himself back
That's all we are.
There's a smoke. Potentially, if he wanted to just try and take another peek, but no. Plays his life now for that retake.
Wow, Finesse
Oh, it's a hard retake, no? They still have Omen Flash.
Cypher was not clicked into it, so him on the flank is going to be somewhat
Yeah, and I think they know they have Omen Flash, so they're going heavy over towards Heaven.
Pull the power
So, Omen Flash sight. Mada gets a kill on Heaven, and they're going to bust here.
Mada's already picked off the one.
Chat, they're going to tank this Omen Flash.
The flank, so Finesse's timing here is going to be immaculate.
Yeah, he's looked his way all the way back. This could be the pistol round that they needed.
Time's going to get a little bit low.
Trying to bait the
Let's see what FNS can do.
Corner, and it's worked ever so slightly. Colliding and clashing. Finesse going to align
pretty
into
good.
that spot. Verno off from
Yeah,
the
he did
side.
very good. FNS did what he had to do.
And they got it done. Some said it was impossible. But a pistol round for NRG, 8-5.
They made it happen. And straight up, the two major things there. Again, Cypher camera in mid. As the sight hit is going down, that's when Finesse chooses that timing to make the mid lurk happen. So he sneaks past that. And then second, I think it's Verno, or sorry, it was Mata that gets the kill on the sole flank watch down on long to let him get in there. Even then, it came down to be close because KRU were trying to fight towards spawn, but really Finesse finding that walk-up opportunity paved the way.
Yeah, he knows it's possible.
No forces on the side of KRU. Kesnet with the Guardian,
Double
though. Been
outlaw.
opted into this.
I love this.
It's a lighter play, isn't it? Just
Kesnet gets dropped a Guardian
quite a hero
and
rifle,
buys
but
heavy
does
armor.
damage.
Yeah, we saw C9 do this a lot last
Against
year
the
with Odyssey.
double
And with 4
outlaw,
players on
might
light armor, that's
actually,
double body shot to get kills with the
actually have
Guardian.
some potential here. Dude, if they lose A, they can't
Okay, now he's
retake, by the way.
revealed the hands.
Judge and Outlaw for a
I do
retake.
like that Mod is going for this boost, jumping out of Heaven onto default over to triple.
You could maybe switch, right? I guess you could switch the
disregard that
Judge to
ability when
Mada,
you're
and then
outplaying
Mada
against
could
a
slide in, but he's over A anyway, it doesn't really matter.
Conditioning KRU that he likes to play up there.
It's a lot of pings down over towards short. Looks like
They insert one over towards short, and then they're going to hit B, and then we're going to have the Lark up. And that means they don't really have to commit over towards B if they want to. We'll kind of see.
good information
Like
on
if
the
they get a
eco as well,
lot
you can try and poke
of
across,
resistance
see where the
here,
defensive setup is.
the Cypher can take space and then they can go back if need be.
We're so patient here. They don't want to finish into B. They're trying to
Oh
catch
boy.
over rotations.
Oh, give me this Judge cam. Oh, I thought they were going to go here.
Okay.
Very
That would have been
awkward,
so
'cause
many
right
kills.
now, Shy is down short. Mod is pushed up into lobby. Mod would
Ada
have no idea,
pushes
but there's
up.
also no
He
reason
has
for
no
Shai to
idea
really
that
turn
someone's
around.
over towards short. It's going to get a little bit weird.
Just being
20 seconds on this one.
constantly, just in case there
We've
is
got
that push.
Verno
The
back at
fault line
sight.
out up towards the front. Plant, Melzer, sticking it out through the back. That's Verno taking a peek. And with the weapons in hands, yeah.
Oh, that's the heavy armor.
Light work
Okay.
onto a
I was going
multitude
to
of
say, I
players
was like,
here.
what?
Shai being that backup plan. Not really too much you can do.
This is nice info though for NRG. Like even
Shai was spending most
they,
of the
they keep
round
this one clean.
taking picks
Double
for the
armor
gram
rebuy,
mid.
and they got info that this guy
too
was
influential in that one.
inserted over towards short, so they might need to look out for that in the future.
But that's important. I mean, NRG having a flawless round there. Finesse, I don't know. Did Finesse actually shoot the judge? I don't remember if I even
Nah,
heard
he
that
didn't
come
shoot
in,
the judge.
so
I'm pretty sure they don't know about it.
it's not necessarily given away. I think he just held his ground in garage the entire time. Didn't indicate that he had that weapon.
It's going to be a very nice bonus round here for NRG. At least in terms of the money, which has been a rarity so far. For sure.
Again, they switched one of the outlaws for the Guardian.
They're on
That
a
was dumb.
Guardian and a Stinger because they know there's an outlaw on the other side, so they're low buying to make sure they have the heavy armor.
Yeah.
Yeah, this makes sense from Crew.
Smokes are going out here. Cam dealt with. Whoa, taking a peek.
Yeah.
It's danger.
Oh,
It's
no.
definitely danger
How?
there too.
The Stinger.
through the wall.
The Stinger.
Silly.
I imagine that Mazzino did all
By
of the
way,
damage
trap
there
setup,
and he
there's
finished him
camera
off.
Finesse is looking through.
Because there's
Also,
no
just
way that
shoot
that
you
should
with the
ever be
judge in that
happening.
corner.
It's definitely going to be favoured. The players start walking straight back into him, judge in hand.
I mean, Som could also send a Paranoia to help him out after his first shot. There's a lot of ideas for NRG.
Uh-oh.
John's going to surely tag. Yeah, they've seen it.
Yeah, they've seen the judge now.
Now they
Well,
know.
those ideas were good on paper.
Yeah, that's nice. It's nice,
Whoa!
Okay,
Sure.
where'd that come from?
He solo owned
Yeah.
it.
Pretty unaware.
So
I
the
mean,
thing is,
he had a
Finesse,
couple of
he's more
solo
a big
rounds on
picture
attack as
guy.
well, in my
Yeah.
opinion.
Mata handles the day-to-day.
The day-to-day,
Yeah,
the
that's
heavy
what he's
lifting.
in charge of.
Yeah, the pistol round aces potentially.
Yeah. The Guardian 3Ks,
Yeah,
winning the
yeah.
bonus, yeah. You can count on the guy.
Still good damage.
140 for Kesnet. Still lands
Yeah,
that
you
shot.
know
Now,
that
this
judge
is a
can now kill one
2v3.
at any range,
NRG
really.
Not out of the danger zone just yet, but another kill might be enough to do it. Listen, ult earns, and why not? Kesnet's low enough. They stand their ground, but you're just going to be cleaved
Okay, very
down.
nice. Dude, he's 21
Bonus
to 10.
converted.
He has 21 kills in 15 rounds.
And at this point, NRG might just be right back into it.
Mata getting back involved.
Yeah.
Out of all the rounds to get an ace on as well, the bonus
power ace in this
is
game.
very,
Man's on
very
fire.
nice, dude. It's up there.
Wasn't going to allow Mazzino to have the only one. He wanted a chance himself, and he really did that all on his own.
That's an eye by power ace.
There you go. Hedge. Oh, a little
Wow.
collide
Nice line up
action.
for that.
Yeah,
Another
calm on it.
headshot, and then woo, smooth with it.
That's what you need to convert the bonus.
So different. I'm so different. I'm so different.
He's 21 and 10. He's 21 and 10 currently. Probably deep into. Oh no, not quite. Time is ticking.
The crazy
Thing
thing too is he was doing this in
Light
this series
armor,
against 100 Thieves.
Guardian.
Yeah.
In a
They
close
want to go
series, put up
fast with this one.
ridiculous numbers. Stepping up when the team needs him.
Over towards Garage. This is a nice little
Through the
bait.
tempo
NRG can
increase
set
here.
up with some halo.
Straight and forwards. Classics out just in case there were trips close and forwards. After shot, hello. Now we appointed.
That was his teammates.
That's taking a bit of damage from it. Cuts it up though. There's a paranoia and a flash forwards. He's spamming away. He's revealed it. He's got
Chat, he
reinforcements.
was
Players are
blind.
drifting into the side
Don't
to
go
try and
too
help and
crazy. He
assist.
did tank a flash.
Heavy presence actually just from these NRG players. TP forwards. Melzo as the follow-up and play shy. Drifting in and out.
Yeah,
But
good.
ultimately
Very,
NRG
very
with
nice.
a pretty heavy handle on things. Doesn't get away from them.
I mean, bringing things all back up to even. Good stuff. Now, Crew gonna call a timeout. That was just stingers for them. They've got the rifle here, but yeah, that paranoia catching Kesnet on his way out. Was still able to find the first kill.
At what point do we start to think back as well to the last time that Crew was playing on Haven? The difficulties they were having on attack.
True.
Because it's 4 rounds in a row, a timeout called for Crew as well. When they played against Loud, they really struggled, I think, with just
Oh, I mean, when they
Loud
played
making
against
sure
Loud, they
filled
didn't
up
have
all
a
the gaps
default.
on the map.
And
With the slow attack play
have we
of
seen
Crew,
them
they
have an
couldn't
AD
quite
default?
get
Yeah,
a
they had an
handle
AD
on it.
default. They
Lobby
inserted
control
one on
was
the
I
shot.
already saw Mata get away with a
We know it
with a
exists.
3-piece just by pushing mid.
Yeah, there was a lot of these moments where in mid-rounds, either, you know, a drone's not clearing a corner or a smoke's just off or you're not quite expecting that walk down. And obviously, KRU will have known that. Coach Adam will have talked with them extensively about working on
simple underscore Val with the tier 1.
Something that NRG
thank you.
Appreciate
the 8 months.
With, but I like that you mentioned too that NRG aren't just limiting their
Why
options
does Paul
to that
Chan
side
look
of the map.
stressed
They are
out?
challenging,
Come on, dude.
with those mid-walks too.
He's a map down. They were 8-4 down in the half. Like they're close to getting 2 nils when most people would expect them to win.
Listen, it's a heavy,
like you gotta, you must know the answer to the question, dude. He's obviously a little bit stressed out.
Doesn't really matter about the scoreboard at the end of the day. What matters is that you win the maps.
I think finding a way for Kesnet to get involved here early as well. Hasn't been having his typical blistering performance
on
the attack side.
Yeah.
But it's going to be a big fight for A-Lobby here. I mean, NRG are fully stacked, 4 players ready to go.
You're going to see that clash. The bath bar here. Fault line, but just holding. This is going to be a re-clear protocol by NRG. That's going to be put away, though. Drone offered up instead, just catching. Onto Kesnet.
Really patient.
Yeah.
And Ethan's held the stun this whole time.
Waiting. It's going to be disruptive. Both teams just playing a game.
A late takeover this. They thought they were a little bit closer than they actually were. So KRU, similar default, and then they kind of cut some. But this recon went deep, and they kind of revealed that there was still people over towards here. Wait, excuse me? Wait, what's going on?
He doesn't even respect it. Finesse is just out of there.
I was so confused. He thought it saw him.
Loud, and KRU lost a round for
this time not punished, though.
Whew. Moment of relief.
He's trying to catch up with the drone.
The ground state's kind of miserable for NRG.
That's
they have
incredible.
no barrage control,
Yeah, chat, he thought it saw him.
On A. Luckily for them, that's where KRU are going, but it's really uncomfortable to play this round out now.
It's a fantastic read, though.
It's incredible how many situations that are weird that he's involved in, though. It's awesome.
Yes, they do.
Oh, that's a fast kill, by the way. They're super on top of this pathing that he likes to do.
Hunter's Fury. Nothing to be found with it.
Yeah, they might think this area is clear because he dodged the ult pretty well.
Here, but already one step ahead is NRG. He's going to take that raw gunplay in hand. They're not even aware
okay, it's all good. And Mad got an extra one on top.
And now NRG, 1 round ahead. I don't know who made that call, but maybe Finesse himself as well. I think just reading that the drone was coming through and they didn't end up killing him. That's
I mean, yeah, they didn't follow the drone. He realized it was fake pressure because he's alive.
You have to find those little angles because
dude, it must have been crazy confusing for the guy in the drone. Also, why is he droning and not clearing close left? The main angle that you would clear. I'm so confused at that.
Execute or whatever, but yeah. It's just an instantaneous read. Okay, they gave us A pressure at the beginning. They've taken A control this entire time. We weren't able to root them out. It's a good call.
And now KRU forced down onto Sheriff, just getting absolutely slaughtered down long.
Yeah, but they read this one. They were on top of it. They were 1 ult away from ult, right? And they realized that they were going to get Kesnet's ult. Spam.
Cuts it up, though. Anticipating that. It's a stun to potentially save you, but okay. Quick play by Kesnet.
How did that hit? He didn't even full peek out.
And those guns not necessarily retrievable, but maybe if they can get their way in. Okay, he's found himself something. He's being peppered though from multiple angles. Hunter's Fury even just
they really don't want
to try and help them out. Push back the attackers.
Really don't want to lose this one, but somehow Adversa's dodging Sova ult and he's got a kill.
And now that front beak smoke again makes it very hard. Can't guarantee which side a player could have worked on out on that. So NRG have to stay grouped up around mid. Cover all their bases. That's going to let KRU get this walk down over onto the C site.
He was stunned as well. He was stunned as well.
Ethan still has 2 flashes. There's a recon.
That's
Ethan's stun
insanity.
will be back up for the retake.
30 seconds left.
KRU's best chance would have been if they could walk up and actually get some space on the site before planting, but they don't have time for that.
No, Ethan's going to put a stop to this most likely, almost immediately. It's picture perfect. Crosshair placement.
Ooh, that was
nice.
Nice.
As well.
That was very nice.
A little bit of a glimpse of Prime Ethan there, I think, as well. The thing that really separates him as a player is just the game sense. He had peace of mind. They knew the garage was controlled up.
Okay, I mean, six in a row on defense, 8 in a row altogether round-wise.
Yeah.
And double timeout.
Impact kills he has been getting are massive.
Yeah, that's mental of that hit, by the way. Dude, he was stunned up, chat. You're right.
Yeah.
That helped all his teammates flood in, all his teammates that were stunned up. He's been very steady, and I mean, if you look at it, it's kind of crazy that him and Mata combined got 43 kills this game.
You're joking.
Those 2 players have 43. Okay. The rest of the team's got 19 combined.
That's quick maths right there. I mean,
I can add.
second crew.
We're getting a third map. I mean, crew haven't had an attack round yet, mate.
It's 6 rounds in a row for NRG.
It's looking like
the map
it.
at this point has gotten out of hand to them.
We've seen crazier
And it's the
things
same
though,
difficulties with just the overall slow play that crew are just trying to embody on their attack side, work the map a little bit. It's getting away with them.
It's kind of always been the crew story, at least to me on their attacking side, where I think crew succeed when their lurk players are feeling very good finding their windows, you know? You know, back in the day, you know, Kesnet would play this Jet, and it was all about him finding lurk opportunities. And towards the end of last year, they sort of changed their tune, because all of a sudden Kesnet was playing a lot more than Neon. Jet was fading out of the patch. They were working a lot more on these full exec hits, these faster rounds.
27 to 12.
But they've kind of slid away from that, going back into these Jet ideas, and it just hasn't quite worked. In those details of their side hits, that's where NRG are finding the pockets where they can play and not be spotted out.
That's nice to have.
Interesting stat about Ethan.
Cows are cool with the tier 1.
Seriously,
Thank you for the 10
smartest
months.
players that we got in the Americas League for
Where
sure.
did the E even come from?
I really like how he positions himself
Thank you so much,
on site.
Cows.
But crew, this will be a big one for them. Down to nothing
Okay,
on
after the
money.
timeout, they force over
Floating
towards
towards
Garage.
this C7.
Go to smoke, they
Even
would
Backplat still has stun. If
block
they
the
try to come out
camera,
of garage,
but
they're
obviously they
getting
got rid of it.
Do they have anything to try and punish this one here?
But Ethan is so ready.
Ethan was holding down.
Oh, no.
Yeah, no one was holding for it. Ethan didn't feel safe to even do that. Paranoid was sweeping forwards. Oh, no way. Patience and discipline at its core. This guy has just absolutely saved the day for them. You can scurry away. You can try and save that gun. Still, Spike dropped down into the middle of nowhere. Lots of breakdown, honestly.
I mean, talk about Ethan being in the right position.
Yeah.
You never expect Finesse to have teammates around him when he's anchoring a site. Loves to play on his
I mean,
own
the
side.
bait, the bait was incredible.
Maybe potentially with the ult, but
Intentional or unintentional, the bait was incredible.
It's better just to keep the gun, but that's a long time to try and survive.
Dude, Ethan's playing like Mad is playing unreal, but Ethan's playing good as well.
Okay, minus Ethan, you know, putting a stun away at the exact wrong opportunity. But again, crew find the opening kill, and back plat, that spot you've got to clear. But because it's Finesse, the guy they're taking down.
Yeah, they're
they
not
see
doing
him,
great at clearing angles, but this one was more understandable than the garage drone for sure.
I got to give credit again to NRG. I think even though the setup did have gaps, as we saw, I mean, FNS got caught. Relatively unaware.
Yeah, but I mean, he's calling the setup
that's
as
just
well.
a small execution error, because there should have been a stun.
Yeah, they read there, or at least something to take contact off of the stun. You know what I mean? Rather
Well,
than
yeah, they thought they weren't good at context all the way up.
Crew out of timeout, they make the call, okay, we're going to start to remove some of this garage util so that they don't have as much information to work with. They go towards it, but Finesse has already moved his setup up over towards the C site. Both trips moving over to at least play over towards that direction. So NRG are they're one step ahead currently.
Okay, but
that they are.
Breacher is the one.
Flawless second
Breacher does a
half, and
free
it's
round,
complete inverse
so they
of
decide
this.
to go kill trip, and they're going to show early pressure.
Curious.
Because again, Breacher is a free A site. Too much util you in the after plant, so NRG should be doing something a little bit proactive, and everyone should kind of be on top of that. Like this little bait in though. Oh, what a shot.
Dude, Mada
Yeah, and then do they consider this?
At this point, almost
He's not
This
okay.
guy, he's dropping them.
Well, Som doesn't even get a chance to get any kills, and that's
Double
going on.
face up, jump spot almost punished.
Spot 2 on short is over there.
The Verno Mada wants to go for another peek.
He's everywhere. It's a nice stun from Ethan.
And what the second one is as well.
Yeah,
Despite
give me another.
Dropped down. 30 kills reached for this guy. I wonder if his back's hurting yet.
Yeah, the net's closing in too with Som walking down mid.
Yeah, they know everything. This is going to be 12 for NRG. It's inevitable at this point. The exit's covered. And no even attempt to play for crew. They just want to hold on to what little they can. Just a Guardian and a rifle, if they even will be allowed to.
Yeah, at about 15 seconds, the hunt is going to be on. And crew better hope they can hold their ground.
Now they're making a go for it.
8-4 half? Yeah, it was 8-4. In every round in a row at the moment.
17 seconds. And how important these guns are. NRG.
Mal the Bard, thank you for doing that. Thank you for the bits, mate.
Send it flying forward.
Appreciate
Still
you, dude.
toppling a few of these players here, but Som just drifting in from the flank. Paranoia. Maybe expended. Can he keep this weapon in his hands? So damn important. It's going to be util as well.
Oh, get him all. Doesn't really matter for NRG.
Yeah,
they got so much money.
timing.
Okay, 4 chances.
Was that worth it for NRG?
And that is a streak and a half.
Bodies away.
Yeah.
Look at
Melzer,
that.
genuinely, Melzer already had the ult, so it's NRG that are stacking orbs. Money didn't matter, and they got one of those guns taken away.
Mada is just... He's brutalizing.
Yeah, the op headshots really just adding insult to injury.
But this is it. NRG up to 12. It's not just a string of rounds, man. It's a whole collection.
Mada? I
of
mean,
them
yeah, mate,
so
Mada's
far. The defensive
the
half
reason
has
that
been
they
all
have
NRG.
had doubled their rounds on defense as well. I mean, sorry, on attack.
Play and adjustments they've tried to make. NRG have always been one step ahead.
Yeah, once again, a weird setup. It's Mada and Psalm playing mid together. Ethan playing real deep. I can't tell if he's in heaven or in hell with that breach. Yeah, he's boosted up. So again, ready to get a pretty nasty stun line into long and counter this out.
Breach up. A lot of players playing towards the one side, but they couldn't be caught by this one still.
NRG
Did
messed up
connect
here
onto
though,
Verno,
no?
and he was isolated on a bit of an island.
The same thing that I said in the round before kind of
there.
applied for this one. He tanked the ult. You would imagine they got too much util here. Saying that, it's a doable retake. Omen flash out, breach damage out.
So now KRU feel those walls closing in. It's shy to try.
Don't think
and find
Mizuno should use his breach damage there.
And he catches him without a gun out.
Yeah, just not quite expecting that one still. NRG could make a play towards this one, but now the flank is no longer a worry for these KRU players. Dart up and over. Paranoia on top of it. Som just trying to create an opening. Crack open the site from many different angles. A lot of openings still ready to be claimed.
Ethan
from
is
the high ground, but he's
he's popping people from heaven every time he peeks out.
Does he really want to try and play for this? Exit still valuable when the money is being stretched in.
Every single peek he got one.
Plenty of outs even at this point of the game, but KRU, I was going to say breathing a sigh of relief. Maybe not at this point, to be honest, because it's still sketchy.
I think the money will still be a little bit awkward for them.
Yeah. But at least they get a round win and at least they're still alive.
Yeah. And honestly, it's another situation where I think if Ethan had maybe
First
used
round
his
on
stun
attack.
from here
Yeah,
to
and in my
block those
opinion, it's the
players
only
out
round
long,
that
'cause he wasn't
NRG
hit
have
by the
like
breach, or by the
macro
breach ult on
misplay
the
the
other
round.
side. I'd been able to keep
You
Verno alive on
can't
site.
just sit on site and
Hard
just
to
tank
say.
the breach out.
So KRU come into another one here. Couple light armors, Guardian on
right.
Mizuno. Yeah. Problem is the ults are not working for them. Not yet anyways. Verso still a
3
couple
chances. Do I feel confident that KRU can do it? Not really, but like, I want to see KRU win a round because it's because of what KRU do.
There's a lot of danger. Yeah, they're almost spamming him, almost like they knew.
It's weird.
Yeah,
too,
and he's acting big at the moment, so they're less likely to think that the trips are here.
Spam off those trips from heaven. Yeah. And have options to fight into mid in the mid
Yeah,
round.
and he's ready to leave the site, and FNS goes over towards heaven, and he's got an extra chance with the camera to
A lot of mid-round information.
spot one as well, or tag one.
Play with that. Good awareness and understanding. There's a minute mark here. And
KRU cut sounds, they might be pushing over towards anywhere else on the map, but as we can see, we've got relatively good info.
Feeling out that they could be the
Too
type of
quiet,
setup
but now the stun is back up. They're going to exit.
Start missed. Oh my god, it collided
Oh,
straight into the bricks.
he went over one and under the other.
Most of these trips coming your way. FNS gets spammed up in heaven.
FNS gets spammed
dear.
back.
Still,
They spot the trip here, they realize what he's going for, and they just
yet
insta-spam him
for
back.
NRG. Potentially still get back into this one, but it's going to be a bit harder when your Cypher setup was dismantled.
Oh, Mada's going for the flank. He's gotten up now, but he's going to pop that ultimate and speed up this flank. Not too long from now.
Heaven entirely open. No smoke available for it. Pre-aiming. Okay, keeping at the back of the mind.
Yeah, pre-aiming for the recon.
The darts in play.
Unless they're calling to save the
Core
4v5.
gets made to
Wow,
save.
okay.
They got really good money.
I don't hate it.
Okay.
Do they need to?
I don't hate it at all,
Is it
actually.
just that they don't want to give away ults?
They don't want to give away ults. They also, I think in order to make this round win, they would have needed
I guess they
Mada
would
to use his
give him a
ultimate on that
Sova
flank.
ult.
And they weren't in a good enough position to rely on that. He was walking into a tripwire.
Yeah,
At
and
the end of
maybe
the
they
day,
feel
what
like
they
they
can
have a
also do,
read
NRG,
on
is
the
they know
fact
they
that
have
when
2
they
rounds to
are
play
one
with.
away from an
Ethan's
orb, like
3
they
ults
like
away
to
from
go
his
for it,
ultimate.
so they might have a punish over towards
So they're gonna
C,
make sure that he
and
has
they
that
could use
online
that to
at
their
least in round
advantage next
24.
round.
This also
Who
guarantees their
knows?
bye. They should have a bye in both 23 and 24, carrying it
The
through
fact
the
they didn't even do a little bit of hunting when someone had 4 makes
Two
me
more
think that
chances for NRG.
they definitely didn't want that Sova ult to be in play.
The setup was, I mean, they put some thought into it, I guess. You know, as you mentioned.
Yeah, they bring the op over towards C, so maybe that was a
I
thing.
don't know if he had a Vandal and just got counter spammed, or just
But it might be
straight up
too
got
obvious if they
counter-spammed even
saved.
without the bullet tracers.
Yeah.
That was
This
tough.
time, heavy play from NRG, grouped up 3 players, making a go of things.
And remember what NRG showed last time? It was the drone and then nothing else. I was thinking maybe Ethan would hold the stun, but instead he wanted to get that orb. Remember I was saying that he
A
needs to
KRU
get that orb
late take
this round,
of A.
and that should guarantee
So
him
let him get close in theory,
the ult in round
and then try and punish someone close with a drone and then stun. Smoke to block short as they take long. Damage to clear this corner as well.
Here, but they want to hold this one with at least a few more
Cage close once the smoke goes. And similar thing to earlier, they cut down to create pressure around the map. And then we had, from NRG, an instant drone over towards middle, cleared middle. We've been watching Garage, we've got a camera that watches along. And they got 4 people on site, like this should be it. NRG should pop them here.
Dart over towards the back this time, it is going to be dealt with. Players trying to flood their way straight back. Inferno's there, alive, with the rifle in hand, tapping away, crouch, step inside
very
the smoke.
nice.
Is how they seal that one at 13-10.
It's a lovely comeback. Shout out to this guy. He played great. Honestly, shout out to Ethan as well. I feel like Ethan played really well also. Fun game though. Dude, if it started the other way rounds, we would have been, we wouldn't have found it as fun. So it was cool that it started off with us getting a little bit worried with 8-4 half.
14 deaths. Ethan not too far behind them.
I mean, it's an absolute gulf between those 2 top performing players.
The 30-round theory.
At the end of the day, as I
Yeah,
said
maybe
many times,
maybe Desp's right.
It's the map win
Might
that
be
matters. Elimination game here. These teams are not done just yet.
Remember this map was 7-1 at one point?
Yep.
For KRU?
Definitely do.
Ridiculous.
Yo, thank you so much, dude.
I think Ethan really got some momentum back towards the end of the half, winning out a couple critical rounds in Garage.
Yeah.
And then from Mata's pistol to the ace, unstoppable.
Just a whole, I mean, a string of rounds on the defensive side here, of course. We're going to be going to a quick break on the other side of things. We will be going to find a lot of teams being floating that as an option.
Definitely. So
100 Thieves are
KRU
looking
still,
mighty good on it with Mata on the raise. We'll
I mean,
see.
they struggled on
There's
it.
a continuation of that form.
No doubt.
Map
But
3,
at least they
it's an
had way
elimination
more
match.
stuff than last time they
This
played
Kickoff.
it. Like you could tell they worked a good amount on this map. Alright, back in a little bit, chat. Last map. Fine's coming up.
Meanwhile, Xander presented with another 1v2.
Oh, Van Silly, he does it again!
Los he matado los Spike y ahora uno contra de uno.
Dale papá, Mester de frente,
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Kickoff, and you're looking at some sustenance being had right now as our players from KRU, they unfortunately took the L in Map 2, but it was NRG's day, and guys, I did not see that coming, given how NRG came out of Map 1 and how that first half looked, Emily.
Dude,
what happened?
The way they flipped the tables on,
On KRU.
On KRU, thank you so much. I was not expecting that at all, but if any team were to do it, it would be the team NRG with Mata there. Like, he can literally change the script of any game, and we just saw that live.
This is just normal, right? NRG, slow start, Bonkar says it, Finesse says it, Mata said it. It's just Z's at this point. But no, jokes aside, it was still like a 7-1 scoreline for KRU on that first half, right? So it kind of looked like the slow start was going to be the end for NRG until we finally saw Ethan and also Mata just popping off again. And Mata continues once again to play poker. He's coming out with more aces again. Look at the aces on both of these players. Anchoring, opping, rotating the right spots. They were shutting down KRU, where unfortunately KRU falls into the same demise of not being able to score rounds, just like against Furia.
But where did it fall apart, though? I mean, was it because look, genuinely, when you look at the stats, you know, like I'm just seeing a guy pop off. Mata doesn't pop off. What happens? Right? Like, and I think that's part of what I'm thinking about as I go on the Map 3, right?
Yeah.
Do you need Mata to be a superhero every single time in order for you to get the win? And is that feasible? Is that realistic?
I mean, in this case, yes, I think Mata did have to step it up. I mean, they were getting picked apart on their attack, getting pushed. All the aggro plays KRU were coming out with, insane. But then NRG just flipped that on them, did the exact same thing to them. The stuff that Mata was getting away with was phenomenal.
Yeah, it really was. And we had highlighted Ethan as well. I mean, everyone in that game had a highlight moment there, whether it was great calls from Finesse or incredible shots we were seeing from Mata. Really, truly breathtaking stuff from NRG. They managed to pick up the dub there, but let's actually hear what Melzer had to say about his competition and why this kickoff tournament is so unpredictable.
Bueno, la partida de Energy yo creo que va a ser un reto. Para mí, antes de que comenzara el torneo Kickoff, ellos eran los principales candidatos a ganarlo, pero sorpresivamente mostraron como todo el equipo a un nivel distinto a lo esperado. O sea, no eran como el equipo más fuerte que estaban demostrando ser antes. Entonces, para mí va a ser un juego difícil, un juego entretenido, y creo que el reto que tenemos que superar para volvernos campeones de este Kickoff.
And there you have it, right? It's a challenge they need to overcome, but they knew that it was going to be entertaining, and well, it definitely had been. Didn't start off that way, though. I want to be very clear. I genuinely was like,
and that's the thing. Even when I was mentioning this map here for Haven, that was going to be very easy for Finesse to call. I usually would like to call this on the attack side. You know, with this 3-sided map, it's easier to default, it's easier to move around. But you were just mentioning, it's not only just on Mata dropping big numbers, but it was also on the calls of Finesse potential to say, okay, well, here's your next spot, here's your next rotation. This is where the information I'm finding, let's put Mata there, and you have a superstar player that's able to open things up, almost like Ye, back in the prime of Finesse calling for us.
Yeah, you definitely saw the shades of that, without a doubt. Massive pop-off performance for them for sure here. But now let's take a look at where we're going to next, because we have Bind on the horizon as our decider map here. Emily, what can people expect from our teams going into this one?
All my predictions today have been so off. And if you look at the performance from both teams, I was not expecting KRU to perform like that on Abyss. Like, that took me by surprise. I'm like, maybe 1 to 2 players pop off. I felt like all 5 of them were doing like their very best. Like, it was insane. And then we come back into Haven. NRG has this huge comeback. Vibes are up. You know, I think they could steamroll this in a Bind, but also if KRU plays like they did in Abyss, it could go either way.
And they can, because it's Bind. They might go into like a more standard comp, just like they did on Abyss on other maps like Split, for example. Well, they'll play a Sky, a Viper, but your Smoker is going to be a Brimstone. So you are once again going to be playing into Comfort Zone. But the thing is, on the side of Energy, they have come out with something different when they played against 100 Thieves. Usually trying to go, I think it was Mirror Cops before, but then pulling out a KO on Ethan, and that threw 100 Thieves for a different loop, right? And maybe we're going to see some sort of that anti-strat prepping that Adam was talking about too, how deep of a strat book and how much deep they've learned about the playstyle of Energy that could maybe counter.
Yeah, and something though that Melzer had pointed out there that I think is very worth talking about was him saying, like, this is a team we need to overcome. Because genuinely speaking, if KRU cannot topple NRG here today, then what chance do you have to be able to beat Sentinels? What chance do you have to be able to beat G2, right, Emily? So now, where do you go from here if you are crew composition-wise, even mentality-wise?
Mentality-wise, I think they really need to get this win. Like, obviously, if they don't, they're eliminated. But just as a team to push
Believers in the
further
Desp
throughout the
theory.
year,
Feels like it's like a mental thing. Like
Yeah.
they want
need this,
win.
or else I don't know what else they can do.
The stats are looking
but
good
the
for
mental
it.
that you're talking about is a good thing, despite them like
Crew's
losing all
15
these
to
rounds
9
in
first
the,
kills.
their attacking side of Haven, and looking at how they
Yeah,
played
that's rough.
against such a prolific team and roster as NRG. They didn't really falter or felt like they were suffocating under the aura of NRG. They played it just like any regular game, and they're hyping themselves out after every single one of these rounds. I think if they continue that type of we could do this mentality for Bind, they could definitely get the upset.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, they showed what they're capable of doing on Abyss.
Nice.
Hell, they were even showing what
Yeah,
they were
that's good,
capable
though,
of doing
Des.
on Haven in that first half.
Options are
At
good.
least on the one half, yeah.
Exactly. So there is, you know, a few glimmers of hope here. But I cannot help.
If you
go
told
back
them about
and
the
think
theory,
about
you
the
might
fact
get
that
you might get a
Mata
couple
dropped
more
30.
DMs as well.
like
Another
it was,
one.
like it was nothing.
He
and
is
he just
him.
did it again. And he turns around and said he was him.
He is him, yeah.
Which, hey, you know, all credit to
Go
him.
gym, yeah,
Rightfully so.
sometimes.
Do what you got to do.
When we have time.
But I guess what
Off-season
really
was nice
blows
to
my
have way
mind
more
here is the
time.
fact that
At the moment,
this
not so
NRG
much.
team were down in the dumps. It did not look good. And that right there, that win, that's grit. And that you can't teach that level of grit. And I genuinely got to turn to the two veterans on this team that have been there for a long time in the NRG organization.
Yeah.
It's definitely finesse, keeping the troops in line, but also Sam as well. And Sam had some great moments in that last game as well, Vansily. So I'm really looking to see what Sam could do
In
going
very
into this
important
one.
moments too. It was towards the later tail end of that second half that we're starting to see Sam able to anchor up and have great timings on the A side executes, that he's able to find those right timings, getting hit by util, but still avoiding all
Watch
that
any
util
NA
after
tier
and
two?
finding the timing
Not
for
at the
double or
moment.
triple
Sometimes
kills.
we have
So
like
I think
more
Sam
time.
will still, no matter
in
what,
the air.
you know, it almost looked like he was going
There's
to
too
fly
much
as
on at the
well in
moment.
that game, but
Yeah.
he didn't. And I think it doesn't matter at that point, right?
Finish
And
with
that's
the cart?
veterancy and
Nah,
that's
it's still
the
trying to
confidence that you
cart,
have, the
dude, but it's
experience
turning
you
into
have
an
from
accidental
years of
bulk
playing in
because I just
tactical
don't
FPS.
move.
It doesn't matter what the scoreline's
Like,
gonna
I
be
literally
or
burn
what you can do
no
personally.
calories.
It's what util can
But
you do to help your team.
I can
to
tell I'm
elevate and
bulking
push
right now
towards that
just because
finish
I'm
line.
doing
And he's
minimal
able to do that still.
movement.
Yeah, and I'm genuinely
To see more
curious to see
movement.
what we're going to get out of the compositions
Your
here
team
from
wants you
both
to
teams.
play
You know, whether or not they throw
Tail,
a
and
spanner in there,
Fracture, who
try
is a good
something
one.
different,
G2's
or
was
if
pretty
they
nice
just
the other
stick
day.
to their guns. But this game, Emily, is
Um,
not how I
with that
thought.
good
And
default.
I don't think anyone.
They could-
I mean, even
they
when
could
you're
have a
looking
good
for-
default.
I don't give it the time of day, but really, what a wild game we've been
On
treated to so
attack.
far.
Oh, no,
You should
of
steal
course. And
that.
I just want to point out, like, the
DRX
mentality
as well,
that
I
it
think,
takes to
same
come
default.
back from a match like that, especially from a half like that, is so difficult. Like, as a previous
Yeah.
player, like, I have made comebacks like that before, but it takes a lot from every single player. And I think
think
with
it's winning
NRG's
tonight's
roster,
specific
looking
games?
at
Yeah, I
Song,
can't even
looking
remember
at
who's playing.
Finesse, like, the
Have a little
energy
look.
that they can bring back into it and keeping
Alan
everyone,
Longshim
like,
did
dialed
wanna
in
bang a
to be able to
game
do a
in
comeback like
Gen
that,
G DFM.
it takes a lot.
That's the crazy part too, though, because you talk about the energy that these guys could bring here to elevate the team.
Did
We don't hear
Talon
that
lose to
much, right?
Nonshim?
As much as we're praising in crew of like, oh, vamos, we
They
got
might
this,
do.
vamos, and then the crowd's following along too,
Yeah,
vamos.
yeah.
But for energy side, it's just like Mata casually saying, I'm him.
I would
small
imagine
fist.
But I think
Gen
that,
G
but that
beat
kind of fits,
DFM.
though, right?
Yeah.
If you look back on,
It's their playstyle. It's their
Yeah.
aura themselves for
Talon
energy.
Longshim is a
think
hard
that,
one to call.
You know, having done
Don't
this for so
actually
long,
know.
you just read and you look at the player body language and
Exactly.
how they're kind of reacting to the situations. Like you could definitely tell the difference between like what we saw in the first match. For
I would go with
example, toward the end of
Nongshim
that
just
game,
because of
a
how
really
many
dejected,
mistakes
you know,
Talon are
EG,
making.
Whereas in this instance, you
The
saw a
only thing that I
dejected
can
NRG,
separate
but
them-
it wasn't like dejection to the point where it was frustration. No, they were just pissed
I
that they
don't know,
lost.
actually, though.
And the fact that they come out of the gate
Yeah, that
here,
one's a hard one to call.
with a
That one's gonna be a
or,
sick
sorry,
game. I
that
actually
they
don't know
came
who
out
wins
into
that.
Map 2 with that win. Massive for them. Absolutely massive. But in any case, so folks, we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, it's Map 3, and only one team can move
Talon,
forward.
you can
Is it
never call
Crew,
it that, eh?
or is it going to be NRG?
Gotta see the comp
We'll
fast.
find out.
It
after
does
this
actually
break.
feel like that. I think you're spot on. Talon will get destroyed. I don't think it. Well, it shouldn't be a blowout, but I would have thought the same for the Paper X game today. So who knows? DFM got the whole Japanese community behind them. They're going to be believing after that win as well, though. Like, I think Laz will have a lot of viewers tomorrow.
Yeah, it's elimination, as we've already been hearing us say over and over and over again for both of these teams, and Bind as the deciding map here,
he's
Josh.
really committed to the
going
bet.
on?
Sorry, sorry, it's a lie.
The adhesive's going to be wearing out at this point. Dude, I've seen like multiple people in production just walking around with mustaches on.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Did you just get a pack of them?
Apparently, I think there might be more hats too. If you want to get involved, if you want to get involved, it's
involved with the boldness.
Offer.
That will happen eventually. I don't need to wear a cap for that.
Enjoy it while you've got it.
Will do it. Yeah. This is
Vice,
okay.
Viper, Brim, Sky, Rays.
Crew going for the almost the 2022 approach. To
almost the most boring option.
The Vice with the Viper is nice. Yeah, and honestly, this could be pretty hard to play against.
Shinya Invitational, they played up against 2G, the same comp with the Cypher in it. That they won pretty handily themselves. And this NRG has been what they've been running so far in 2025. And honestly, not a lot of teams play the KO on this map.
The calling for FNS will get tested a little bit here because you got a default. Might get a couple of mind games with the Vice wall. I'm also interested to see what Crew
scouting you can have, especially on the defensive side, is
do with
good.
the Vice.
Those knives to fully clear different areas of the map on attack, also very effective, and if Ethan keeps up how he's been playing so far today on this pick, he is going to be doing very well for himself.
Well, let's get to
Good time to go for nah, dude. I literally sleep, wake up, watch.
NRG,
like there's no time at the moment.
Second half of Haven.
There's minimal cardio that we can do. It's all good. It's just part of the challenge. Okay, Crew on defense, NRG on attacking. At the moment, it's 3-1 for the pistols.
Quick control over towards Showers and even further than that.
And options for quick flanks as well. NRG are going to all jump through this at the same time or over it. Som's left
one
alone,
raid boss, that's it.
Yeah, not a huge fan of that.
I say that's it. That's normally quite a lot these days. Skydog went out towards long, didn't spot any. We got double Showers holes, and they get the plant down with no competition.
Yeah,
that was nice and easy.
Trying to get active, trying to get mobile.
Free pass and push spawn. Good luck, Prius. Who are we choosing?
Giving up the at least feel of this round here, placing the backs as well towards the classics.
There's a lot
in
going
hand
on
for
there.
Crew, flipping it. 3 versus 3, anti-flash here. Vanessa, no clearance into the corner, but the trade in sight at least for Shy. Backing away now, Mada wants to play time with the rest of his team.
Molly.
It's a difficult one at that. Nade rebounding this way and to the side. Crew!
Oh, dude. I'm looking at how people are using the Frenzy, thinking, man, maybe Frenzy really is the one these days. Whoa!
So close.
Damn, that's close. I actually thought they had it. I was actually yapping about a Frenzy.
Oh. I mean, man, Shy gets the 3K on that one, but it's just not enough.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, the time.
The time's getting away from that nade. I mean, that's celebration's a little bit too early.
Oh, no, the realization.
Like the circle is shrinking. And NRG, they take away these pistol rounds.
And they get a second pistol.
I mean, this is what got them off to a great start versus 100 Thieves as well. In a different fashion, honestly. It was Mada kind of taking over.
Yeah, Mada getting an ace, getting an ultimate online round 3 with a showstopper. This time it's just Verno and Som with the big buys coming in with a Phantom and Vandal, respectively. Just winning out on
Gonna be tilted after that. Oh, yeah, no doubt.
It's really important these days on Bind. You want to try and deny these ult orbs, but not to the expense of your life.
Yeah, because Bind's one of those maps, sort of like a fracture, like a split, where usually all the comps you're playing just have all of the full exec ultimates. Yeah. Which means that when you're, especially on the attacking side, and you're winning the early rounds, you can get there online real quick.
Give this guy the plan too. You really wanted to min-max it. It's coming out wide here. Horn is at least dealt with. Doing a lot of damage to Mada.
Okay.
Isn't it? Taking off the head of Som. Everyone rebounding. Double up. You are potentially lining up damage.
Guys,
more than done.
Mada's
this is a classic
2
in the hand of
HP.
Adverso, and it's done a lot of steady work here. Mada's down to the 2 HP a little bit prior. Feels like he can't really take that fight. And Crew repositioning, almost expecting a TP play.
I think they're reading that Finesse probably lurked through A. But the weird thing is, like, there's a Vandal down long Finesse could go for if he wants to. He's just clearing the site, paving the way.
Oh, this is...
Oh my goodness. Did you see the barrel?
They see the barrel, surely. Surely. They do. Finesse is done.
2 HP.
Dusted up, 2 HP for Manta. The rifle cannot save you there. After all that good work, singing the praises.
That first Kesnet shot though was wild.
KRU just gonna undo it.
So
it
much
gets
damage.
worse, by the way, if Adverso runs too long. There's a Vandal there for you, buddy.
Did they even know that?
I mean, they got killed by it, but...
No, that shot is outrageous,
at the end of the day,
by the
they're
way.
still going to be able to buy up. That
Dude,
is just
Adverso's
devastating.
just pinging
the
heads.
combination of the stall between the Viper wall, the paint shell Kesnet sent out.
Pieces going wrong for them.
I'm
curious about it. Did they manage to reclaim the rifle? Or ended up going to the replay, but...
I don't think so.
I
think they were busy
Played it
standing
too
up
safe.
celebrating. That's fine. They can
Yeah,
buy
when they had
guns.
the
They got the money.
TP, I think they thought they were doing like a... Used to be like an old CS strat where you go like aggro with 3, and then have 2 hiding on site, and maybe they thought it was that after they got the double kill. And then 1 more was here, but they didn't really go aggro, they just shot through smokes.
But priority being towards these orbs, not enough to clear them off the angle.
So NRG full force down. It's not just a half bind. It's because Mata was only 1 off the orbs. They throw that
they
pop
fully
flash,
go
Mata
into
gets
this
that
though.
ability.
So Mata
And now round 3 again.
getting the orb on showers gets that orb. We got Kesnet, and Kesnet can one-shot everyone again. I feel like we've been here a couple of times.
Yeah, they've definitely got just a different philosophy going on. I mean, they've been forcing these guns no matter what.
So far, it has not worked at all. But it would really set their bind off on a bad foot to lose the anti.
How many does Mazzino see, and does he get away with the peak?
As you mentioned already, there's a lot of danger here
2.
in the round. Mata spotted as well, and he does have that ult
And
in the back
they got the
pocket,
wall over
showstopper.
toward Tukra as well. Rotate comes in, and it is the
Straight into the back
it is
now,
the
you're sending
outlaw.
it flying forwards.
Mata's absolutely
Slow the
sent
force
it.
on up to stop this! No consideration! The Shy could be into that angle. The fuse just steadily running out, and not enough there. He's just walking straight into them.
Yeah, he didn't want to let them know that he was close on this one, and that was a clean round, really. They lost 1, money's really good right now. And NRG, 2 in a row, everyone's sitting at like, what?
Everything that could go wrong did go wrong.
Plus, maybe.
I mean, first of all, Shy just ratting up in that smoke. Then no one playing elbow, so the ultimate just ends up timing out. And there's no way Ethan can get out along. He's relying on those players in who could be able to jump out with a flash from support. I mean, you could just see it on the face of the people here in the crowd. It's just heartbreaking for NRG round after round to see it slip away
Mazzino did
like
good
that.
to get the info, though. That meant that the rotate could come in for Kesnet.
NRG just going back to that flow chart of fighting for orb control, see if they can farm up the ults onto the attack side here. But KRU, steady hands. You're on land, so you can hold these pixel angles. And they're baiting out the wall as well. This vice setup.
Yeah, dude, this is the wall that's on like
Used early
the...
here by Shy.
I can't even remember what this is.
Probably a good
Little
preview
plant
for
pot thing,
future
whatever it
rounds
is.
of
And you can
NRGs,
kind
where
of
it is
see
gonna
the
be a
feet if
little
they
bit
go
more
too
about
close to it.
Finding where that Vise utility is going to be baiting it out, regrouping for your recycle of your KO knife, your info from the Fade as well, to get those rehits going. I think their actual B execs with the knife have looked pretty good so far. I mean, they didn't get out last time, but the knife's been clearing
Okay,
everything.
similar
KRU
round to
haven't been
before, but
breaking
this
it.
time it looks like we're going to have 4 long. Oh no, literally
Unfortunate
same round.
positioning.
Same round, but instead they're trying to capitalize on the pass and jump peeking. But Mazzino was on top of this, played further back, dodges the C's, does go down.
Okay, the spam is going to be helping it out, but you do anything to stop these bullets.
Oi.
Walls in your faces, and it's just
Oi.
instinctual.
Got another one in you?
Running rings around them.
30 seconds left.
Some left to do the most here. Spots the barrel
Oh,
out.
that was
Hits the
headshot.
head 2 through the wall, but
What the?
narrowly escaping. A bit of spam going his way. But the spike has dropped down with 18 seconds left. You don't want to save the sheriff into the next. And we won't.
KRU have got some
now
money.
Getting so much closer to these ultimates.
So much money, so much money.
Themselves,
Kesnet won away from his ult.
Saved here by Kesnet towards the end. Still with the
Shy
money
won
being
away
stretched
from
over
his
David's
ult. They could
half armor.
definitely
Looks like at least
give
on
me
that
a
preview.
good amount of talk about
I'm
the
pretty
ults
sure
at the
this
moment.
round that's coming up is going to be the make or break for this half. Because like you're saying, those ultimates for probably 6 players in the server right now are just 1 or 2 off.
Yep.
It's also going to be a swing round in terms of the money for NRG. So look, if KRU win this, or if KRU lose this, it's not the end of the world for them.
Yeah,
But
there's
if NRG
definitely
loses
so
this,
much
they
talk
are
about the
in
orbs.
desperate
As you
strait
can see,
for the
NRG
next few rounds.
want to go for their punish of the orb over towards long, and this is the one they go for. KRU, smoke down, they want to hold over towards showers.
Here and attack side up. Game plan called. This is the Punisher jump spot.
And as soon as they see some kind of pressure over towards long, we have the rotate of Kesnet, and Kesnet has an op, and if he gets a kill, obviously that's all.
NRG might be looking for, sort of a fake attempt into this B site. Move back into A with the
Probably seeing an op v op battle here. And this is literally going to be Kesnet's shot into Mazzino flashing and then swinging also.
There's a minute left onto the clock. Seekers popped off.
Okay, at least it was.
Uses it to get back and away, and it gives him the acknowledgement he needed.
Yeah, really good timing
I
on that
think
note.
the wall. Okay, very nice. I was going to say, I think the wall might have been a mistake, but it was actually just a bait. And Kesnet gets out of there, just pops an ult.
Rocket has to rebound.
Nearly hits it went beyond him.
Doesn't actually connect onto any players here. NRG called for a pause. This is good discipline in the moment.
They're going to tank this nade.
Wall going down.
They're going to tank this nade.
But do they choose to take it? Contact plays potentially there. Sees in the hands of one of the players. Out through the back now and out onto the site. NRG going to try and make a good go at this, but the spike has been dropped down into the laps of these
there's 4
players.
people here. There's no pressure around the map.
Got it on full lockdown.
They got to default a little bit, no?
And the options down to absolutely nothing.
You
The
just
money
can't
has to be
play it.
saved.
Nope. Got to get out of there. I mean, honestly, the way KRU have been staggering their utility over towards the B side is exactly what they need. First of all, you got Adverso playing on the A side of the map.
Same
He's playing on
round,
the
yeah,
opposite
yeah.
side of his
They
wall.
got a
So
default.
that even though
they're trying to take away the gun.
Crazy. He's playing on the other side, so even
With
though this
timeout
kid
here.
keeps hitting 3 players on site, their wall never goes
The
down.
problem
So
is,
first of all, we get that
I feel like they're
coming
doing.
in. Then
Are they
the
not doing the
Viper wall
worst
goes up
game
to
plan
counter
for a
up the knife
Vice right
coming
now?
in. At the same time,
Like just going
that the wall
for
comes
a
down,
set
you've got a brim
3-2
volley
site
going
hit
down
every
on
single
Octagon. You've
time.
got
Like they
raised
gotta
peak shells going
find
down
the
there
wall.
too,
They
so
gotta
yeah, NRG
default.
can
They
try to
like
walk
maybe
out
even got to
because
invest
they
the
have no more
smoke to get
utility
long
to
to maybe
actually
see if
exec
the
into the
wall's
site
there.
Silver lining for them is that I guess the showstopper got expended, wasted by Kesnet's side, or was it a waste if it just caused a pause in the round? Maybe not. Still, timeout is called here for NRG because they're not really getting the same lightning start that they were hoping for, like they did on the second half of Haven. Winning that pistol round and just turning it into a string of rounds where they were basically uninterrupted until the tail end of that map. This is a little bit different. Timeout has to be called here to get.
So yeah, the Vice makes you default, right? The Vice, because of the Vice wall.
Yeah, it's tough too because the 3
The
players
Vice
that
wall
survived
just
last
makes you
round were
default because
all
a
the guys
Vice
that were
setup
just
is
one
just
off
too
their
strong to the
ultimates.
site here.
If only they
Right,
had
and if
died
you guess
and
wrong,
someone
you
else could
gamble
pick it up,
wrong,
it
you go
would've
into the
been fine.
Vice,
Now, NRG
you're
are on
pretty
the
much going to have
attacking
one
side,
isolated
so
on site,
so
maybe
difficult
2
playing
here,
for the
worst
early orgs. We've
situation.
already seen NRG
And
try
they
to
should
do
probably
that, so I
wreck
would
the
really
one.
expect NRG to try and
So the
dominate
Vice
with their
forces you
setup
to
here, that
default,
Elon Orb.
and I feel like
Put
NRG
that
are
in the
getting
hands
punished
of
for not doing that.
Verno here to exec into the site.
Like we saw it earlier, right, where Mada sent it towards elbow. Everyone else has to wait behind here. These 2 lost, and then these 2 are isolated, waiting for the wall to go down. And they go for the same. Okay, this is kind of interesting because they do go for the same strat, but they're trying to hope that KRU are like gonna overthink what they're actually gonna do and maybe put the wall over towards A.
Especially the attack side, you should be winning more rounds on attack on bind.
So they're pretty much doing the exact same thing, but they're hoping that KRU would have made an adjustment that means that they can now force into site.
Just spamming randomly, still the flash is good with the connection. Steel Garden has to be offloaded. Any sort of safety to be found with it. Wall even being triggered there. FNS looking like he wants to try and hop over the top of it if he can. The players managed to take control of this with a Nightfall now scattering off from the side. And it's putting pep in the step with the NRG players, but they can't quite get inside these smokes. Doesn't matter, the sound cues are cut away entirely. Rifle play needs to reign supreme, and Shy is just running a miracle onto the site, or is he? Still,
big 1v1.
Time has been bought, and the Verso
big 1v1.
through the fight into the back of Halls and brings to that 1v1. Ethan is the Guardian to work with.
Very nice, and that's why he has the
that's all it
highest clutch
takes.
percentage apparently, and out of every player.
Ethan's been so calm
Jeffrey
for
149147 with the
talk
prime.
about a
Thank you
hero
so
for
much for
them
that, dude. I
today.
appreciate that.
Last
And
map
FC
in this
Buck
one
also
too.
with the prime.
That
Thank you so
round
much,
that
you two.
very
Welcome
nearly
to the
got
Slug
away
Club.
from
Thank
them.
you for
I
the
mean, it's
prime.
just absolute pandemonium
Appreciate
here
it.
on site. Shy finding
24%
a
E lost one earlier, so it's probably about the same.
Had no business getting that. But then Ethan, the way he sort of
He
danced
lost one on
around the
Haven.
smoke and top sight with finesse.
When he went to
Exactly
save
what they
from
needed to win
heaven.
the round. Actually, I think he decided not to go for the op at the end of the day, but
Gotta pay attention to this one, chat. Also, the timeout fake worked pretty well.
Ethan's got his online. Psalms one
Or
up.
people
They
that
keep
can't
this
buy
ball
next.
rolling.
And this is them going for more of a default. This is nice. Pressure over towards long.
Just trying to punish this look, plays up.
Trying to set one over towards.
Just about escape.
The pace change out of this timeout
Lamps
is
with
pretty
the wall.
impressive. NRG last round, the fast B hit. This time the lurk into again, setting up for a B pop.
You're crazy
Shot.
for that. Oh my God, Shy.
Shy is 9 and 3.
The back of God knows what. Flash also getting that connection. And
Oh
then
my
this
God,
time
10
again.
and 3.
Said it earlier, but it is just purely instinctual. He just knows the
Yeah,
timing
he's
to
just
take. Rattling away with the bullets.
he's just
On Abyss, this guy was on
he's just
buy watch,
locking
and now
down
he's just
B right
farming
now.
NRG.
Yeah.
And NRG,
gives you no
I mean, this
options
wasn't
to
even the
work
Vice, really, other than the Flash giving him
cannot take.
info that someone's over there.
The only option is to go over towards B. Players are stacking.
But again, the stall, I mean, the combination of Vise and Viper here and Op holding down Hookah.
Yeah, this is a nice comp from KRU, honestly. Just slotting the Vice into the normal comp. I feel like Vice Viper does so hard to hit a sight.
Smoke.
Shy's such a rat.
Yeah, this is a pause though.
They're spamming it away. There's an awareness there. Grimult in for the back now. Orbital strike. Is that going to be enough to push them into the fight?
This was
yes,
sick
it is.
from them.
They're spamming.
All that went
Potential
down,
pockets of
and they
safety.
know
The
that it
crew
had a
just
little
trying to
area
cower
with
inside.
safety here, so they just
Brought
spam
them
it.
down, and it's brought it
What
to
an
2
ult from
versus
some.
3 now. NRG with control of the site. And FNS trying to teach them a lesson of himself. Adverso though, quick, rapid for the approach. 36 health for Adverso. This is all locked down by NRG. Surely it is. Surely they anticipate something of this. What is that?
What's that?
Not even close.
Oh, yeah, not even close.
All right,
How's he done that
I
one?
mean,
Light work, light work, light work. Okay, okay.
a quick little flick there.
Okay.
Just
Yeah, show me the
crazy.
POV.
His ultimate too, right? Into
I mean, his ult was the reason they won the round.
And Finesse are spamming the only pocket players could be swinging them in.
It's very smart. The only possible places where they could survive.
That's it.
With this.
Oh.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah. That's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice.
My honest reaction.
Okay.
Crazy.
We'll give him that one.
Straight into it.
Hello.
Straight into it. We're not slowing down.
He's still hitting Verno with those shots, by the way.
Oh
What
my
is this game at the moment? Is it one of these?
Just the 56.
Feels like it's one of these.
Play up for sure. Get the thorns to pop off. and there
1,
you
2
go.
that
Give it the
can't
timing
buy
that you
next
needed.
with loss, so they're going to have to win another 3v5, which that round was before.
Sky flashed through the teleporter, saw no one there, so
Quiet Lurker, thank you so much for the gifted, bro. Appreciate that.
Also,
Thank you for doing that.
I mean, I don't know what he's trying to spot with this one, but still, players have looked up onto the line, and Averso is ready to cut them up. Rifle in hand, Melzer at his back.
Sure.
Flawless. But at the beginning of that,
Sure.
I mean, listen, we missed the setup.
Well,
but
just when their money was getting a little bit
game
low,
plans
they
here.
win a round, and I'm not even sure they used any
yeah, I want to
util.
watch Kesnet spam people down through smokes again.
They probably used a little bit.
It just seems to be the name of the play for KRU. Again, just fighting over the extremities. Be long, deep smoke like this.
Yeah,
try and fight
okay.
for the orb, try and get it early. A bit of spam to protect, just in case.
Yeah, so it's not like NRG were spamming
Yeah, I mean, maybe they have
through
some
with
kind of read on
Odins
this.
and-
Who knows?
And outlaws and things that you could trade. They
They
were
didn't
walking.
have to invest that much, though.
and you
Look at
just
that.
dropped them anyways.
Verso choosing to upgrade his light armor.
Game be like that.
I mean, he's got a lot of money.
Another fast play though from NRG. Wait a second. Thorns! Oh my goodness, okay. Just about wrangled that one. Hello.
Again?
Goes the angle. They're slow
They
to a
keep
crawl.
trying to
They're
force
slow
into a
to a
vise.
bloody crawl.
I just don't even know what to
This
say.
was still
Trying
good
to
from
speed up the
KRU
round
though,
after that one, still
because
to jiggle almost
sorry, this is the
punish
first time they've
Verso.
actually like put the
Barely there.
vice over
Right, a life
towards
remaining.
A.
Xeno on the lurk.
So this wasn't really
guys
their
might not
fault.
even look
This
at
was
each
just
other.
KRU being a step
Timing,
ahead.
Potential then. There's fights occurring on all sides of the map.
There's no way. Finesse has somehow gotten all the way past
Quiet
him. I mean,
Lurker,
honestly,
thank you
if he
again
gets into B,
for
they
the
could
extra
jump back into
gifted. I
teleport.
appreciate that
NRG could
also.
play this round out with a Viper's Pit.
Oh, okay. They're surely not going to rally there. Some even sprays down to 2 of them.
FNS has
down.
all if they somehow
Wrong side of
get
wall,
the
that
spike.
And this is oh god.
If he somehow gets the spike.
Okay. Now we're left to watch
Duck
the
Mouse
FNS
34, thank you for the 15 months.
not quite
Appreciate
sure
the
what I'm
prime as well,
watching,
mate.
No, I don't
Thank you
know
for doing
either.
that.
Because the last 2 rounds
Looks
have
like we're
just been
saving on
people
this. We
getting
might be
killed
here
through
for
smoke,
Yeah.
and then
30
people
seconds.
walking directly past each other without ever seeing the other one.
Yeah.
Like, when was the last time you saw 2 players
I will
that saw
say
each other and
they are
exchanged honest
really having a
gunfire?
rough time against the Vice,
It
but
hasn't
it
been for a
also
while.
does
Yeah,
feel
I'll be
like
honest, it hasn't been for a
Shy
while.
individually, if we ignore the agent, is playing very well. And
Maybe,
I was
like you
calling the
mentioned, like,
setups
he
at
got
the
that beat on
moment.
control.
They're doing
working
great.
his way up. He was just trying to buy options.
Because the Vice has pretty much been every single round they've decided to go fast towards the site. The Vice has been there.
TP, there's a chance.
And you're playing inside a Viper's pit in a 2v3.
Yeah.
It's winnable.
It's getting rough though, but overall, liking the game plans from KRU, even though it does seem like it's boiling down to a bit of spam into the smokes. But to be honest, I mean, NRG were not hiding their intent with that.
No,
it wasn't like they were walking up behind the smoke. They were throwing util for an exec.
Yeah.
And they didn't break the Thorns. The Thorns have been there for many rounds in a row.
But it's interesting
Different
because the
setups.
majority of
They've had
rounds,
like
NRG
4
have
different
really been
setups.
playing heavy into B-long,
The
into
wall's
B-long.
been somewhat different each
I think
time.
they do know those vines are there, but maybe not
This
as
actually, where was the
focused
wall
on
on
it.
this one? This, right?
Spending
I
a
think
lot of
there's been at
utility
least
for
4.
showers when they have been testing out that space to
So
play
they're
for
mixing
an
up a
orb.
good amount.
Just kind of got lost against them.
That
Chaos in
round
some of
I'm
these
pretty
rounds.
sure. Maybe the round before that also I don't 100% know, but I think the Vice is.
Xeno's deep flash.
I think that was the first time the Vice was on A.
Not too sure.
Believe so, yeah.
So just
A little bait in. We've got 3 people taking the angle. Do they consider him as this?
Pushed up and away.
That's a no.
Satchel.
Hey, honestly, FNS did good though.
Finesse though covers.
Yeah, and that's a gun that they could go pick up.
But Kesnet needs a bit of a bailout. They pushed him into these players.
Check out Adverso though.
And
Walked all the way down
Adverso.
into A short.
Oh, this is gonna get
Yeah, when they spotted 2 over towards.
I mean, it's so
What? He's done it again.
He doesn't need a bailout. He's gonna pull himself up.
Yeah.
He's just.
Sure. Sprays down to 2 of them. That's a spike.
How many times are they going to get multi kills?
In their laps. The win cons are just spelling themselves out. Also, he's trying to lurk and hunt down one of the players. Oh, he hits the footsteps. Matt has just missed him. Matt has just missed him. Poor Finesse again.
Actually on his head as well.
Wandering into the rainforest
Very
moment,
nice
but
util.
Adverso hunting
And
him.
Adverso with that
rooting
gets a
him out of the
Viper ult,
caves.
and
In case
they
you're
might
wondering,
do that
that's the
setup over
defense
towards
side
short
Viper
again.
That is between 2 attackers in their own spawn.
Yeah.
That's the situation.
They
that
could
just
have another
unfolded
setup as
on
well.
our
Like the
screen.
Viper ult with the
And it's not
Vice
like
wall
this
inside
combo
it is
of
just
KRU is lacking mid-round
kind of
information.
insane.
It's not concrete, but you have sky
Might
flashes.
even be too
you have
much to
vice
be honest
flashes.
though.
You can use them proactively if you want to get information of where players are. You don't necessarily have to go for contact pushes, but why not? Adverso is finding the gaps.
I think KRU have also been able to find like the information on where these players from NRG are, and when they see them separated, punish them. Here, Viper's pit down
Yeah,
into
into
short.
Viper ult over towards short. At the
KRU
same
wanted to
time, we had
accelerate it,
a
but I'm not
flash
so sure, 'cause if
deep
the
towards
showstopper was on
long,
A short, yeah, maybe you
and
could
it didn't
walk in
see
into the pit,
anyone,
but
so
with
they keep
Mata playing
3
outside
strong
showers,
over
they've really gotta
towards
take
A.
their time.
Yeah, and I really like this.
We've got a
deep
deep wall over
He
towards
shifted it
showers.
for showers control.
Prowler goes in just to check that they can.
Gives him an option and a flash as well to play off of this as well, just when it gets triggered, in case it is real.
Oh, they've used a lot of
the flash anyway,
util.
just for the acknowledgement that they could
Okay,
be
I
there.
think they just hit the wall now.
Meanwhile, in the pit, it's been a real problem, I think. Sticking point.
The wall
for
should
NRG,
go away.
because we
Okay,
don't
so
have
they
this
default. They found the
threat of
wall,
lurk, I guess, with a
and
Viper
then
they just seem to be stationary.
you see a solo. I mean, honestly, the solo fade's not too bad. People fake with a solo fade.
And then teleporting back in towards Mata on this A site with the rocket.
Doesn't give you crazy amounts of
45
info.
seconds left when you're
People
doing
look at the
this.
time. We got
KRU
we got
are
40
kind of lighting
seconds
up
on
in
this
their
one.
face a
And it
little
looks like
bit.
it's gonna be fake B into take the TP, go back
Especially
A.
in hookah.
This is a real problem, man. This is a real
And-
problem.
They don't even feel comfortable enough to
Yeah,
push
the
forward
backup
down below
plan.
'cause there's still a flash
The
on
chat,
the
they're
team
gonna
out.
have
They
to
don't even
send
think
it
they
through
can
short.
get to the
There's a pit
Oh,
in
this is
short,
brutal.
there's
Mad is gonna have to
short.
own him
They
with
have
his
an
ult.
ultra
But
plan.
Mad
That's
is
what I mean.
in
The time
showers.
is getting away from them because the options are just limited. And Adverso, this guy, oh, he's embodying the rat right now. Players
I mean, he played incredible. And yeah, they had to then.
Rips it around to try and
they
at
then
least
had
save
to.
them, but the Thorns bring him
Oh
down. He
god,
had
the
spike,
Thorns
he
is
was
taking him
carrying
down
the
with the
man.
spike.
He had to make a play. There's 10 seconds remaining. This is.
God, this is a disaster because
mean,
the one
I was
person
gonna
that
call it
was
how it is.
actually
It's
able
tragic.
to force through the Viper ult was the person on showers as well.
Just slipping away.
They want to hunt this one down.
Doesn't really matter
doesn't
too
matter.
much.
Yeah.
NRG trailing
Dude,
5.
Shy and Advaso
Well,
right
take the
now.
wins where you can find them, but that's just a
Advaso is
disaster
16 to 5.
Again,
Shy is
NRG
11 to
had
4.
the idea, right? I'm pretty sure it was just sell that fake into the B site, but as soon as KRU showed the presence of the Sky Flash, they got so squeamish.
And I'll shoot them a little bit of bail. This is a hard meta
Wait,
to
what?
try and work the map and get rid of all the possible,
Sure.
deep positions. Like you think about Shy's deep wall in showers and a pit down into short. I mean, you have to bait out the wall. You have to try and pull out somebody util. At least we've been stand a chance.
Someone away
It's
from
hard in
his,
this kind of
everyone
meta to
again.
not get ruined by the clock
Definitely
if you're trying to slow play around.
planning
like
around
that.
the orbs.
You also can't fast play too often.
We saw
into
KRU
the amount of
in to put
stall
the
that a lot of
vines
these
down in
teams
case they
have.
go fast. We've got a wall here as well, and Mizzino getting information here with 2 people Paul and Kesnet, and
Breaking the Prowler.
double ults over towards it to punish this.
The knife does connect here. This one bit more oomph behind it. The horn's going to be broken, though. At least deals with the one side of it. Sees up and around. That's a showstopper going forwards, missing the angle. Up onto Mada. Mazzino popping out and through.
Mada.
And he needed to do something. He did just that.
FNS's ult gives them a little bit of space. They can't all turtle in this.
But it does allow Crew to get back in.
Some with the plant gets his ult.
Best players this map for Crew are still in it. Adverso's been on a heater.
Shorty and Hat 2. Oh my goodness. There's no show. Spam into the corner. Som is barely alive. It's on the cusp of it. Orbital strike as well into his hands, but of course, it's not going to play whatsoever.
Going around with this short, he's checking every single angle.
Just the slightest of pockets finesse though.
This little cubby from Som is nuts.
It's an insurance policy. Which clears out through most of it. Time ticking. Pit in their face as well. And it's inevitable at this point. This will be the 4th round for NRG. Right when they needed it. Familiar scenes to Haven, and for NRG's sake, they're going to be hoping that they can keep it going.
Okay,
almost a repeat.
Wait, Mada actually hit him there.
Look, NRG got the ball rolling towards the end of the first half of Haven,
they kind of need a pistol here, though.
To close that one out for a win. Getting a little bit back there. Mada with the 4-cam. This guy trying to wake up for NRG. When you think about that insanely close series, NRG beat 100 Thieves on this map to win it all.
Cubby for the
Mada was
Viper, pretty sick.
He's going to need to continue to be if NRG are going to fight back again in another second half comeback.
Absolutely.
Repeat of Haven? I mean, they did do that on Haven. I'm expecting Crew's attack to look better than the Haven, though. It's still also kind of hard to play against the Vice. Sorry, let me just mute this. It's hard to play against the Vice because the Fawns stop you from flooding out. So getting info on the sides and making sure you have the 3-person stack on the site is pretty important. Because you, if you're out of place, you can't really help your team too much. Do you think they practiced against this comp much? On Bind at the moment, they probably would have practiced against not this exact comp, I reckon, but probably a Viper without a Vice and a Vice maybe without a Viper. That's the issue as well. Loads of people on Bind are playing different things. It's a shame Bind's going out because Bind's in a pretty good spot with comps at the moment. Tay, thank you so much for the Prime. I appreciate the 14 months. Thank you for that.
Well, this is it now. Listen, we've had a lot of fun over the course of this series, a lot of chuckles, a lot of giggles, but it is serious and it's elimination, and these two teams are competing to stay alive in
How much
Kickoff.
value is there in watching a VOD?
Managed to turn it around. They had similar
The team
scenes,
that
you know,
failed against the
we
comp?
saw them win a string of rounds on their own defense. Maybe they can do it all again here.
I mean,
but
you won't
it's a
watching.
fast,
I mean,
honestly, with your back up against the
there's good value
Absolutely.
in it.
Both these teams coming into Kickoff with
But I think that's the same value as just watching the VOD anyway, right? It doesn't really matter.
In the offseason.
I mean, obviously it's nice if someone succeeds against a comp, you can steal what they do.
Tournament, everyone was saying
I think if they,
impressively well, but now fighting for their lives
I mean, yeah.
here. I'll start to
And they
the
already
pistol
thought about
round.
it like that.
They clutched up in the first pistol in this game, but it slipped away in the second. They've
You
got
would
to
know
start
then
off
not what to
clean
do, I
here on the
guess.
second half of Bind before it gets out of control.
Util's already going to be flying up and overhead.
Dude, they got four win-winning pistols, right? Because they got eco'd. It's 3-2. And this is what we're talking about, the fact you can't fast flood in, right? You take back the site. You just gotta accept that they've got sight because you can't send it through to the forms. Perfect example, but obviously pretty rough for Crew losing so many kills.
Do you dare step in to his lair? Som is still alive. Here with a shorty.
Great damage. Oh, kinda. Oh, they did way more than that, to be honest with you.
Just done enough for him. Wait a minute.
Raid boss Shy.
Is
Oh,
cooking
guys.
Zeno by his side.
2v5
like
at its peak.
4v2 turned to a 2v2. Repositions as well. It's excellent from Crew. Trying to take these peeks into these players. The snake pipe pushing them out into the open. The vulnerable applies. Zeno. Countdown of time, and it is ticking indeed for these players. They realize it. Ethan's got off of it. As great a player as you've been, it's too much to overcome. Shy has just absolutely
maybe
taken
just
over.
solo won this game.
Another 4K
4-2, 1-1 on this.
He's 17-5 right now. I mean, I swear, watching these crew pistol
yeah,
rounds,
that
it's
was,
like watching a good heist movie.
At
I
its
mean,
peak,
every
it was a
single one, it's a
2v5.
robbery in broad daylight.
And the overall idea of NRG, I like it. You know, you listen, you're playing with a pack of players in spawn, you're following where potentially the sound cues are. Som's playing in lamps. You don't really expect that, you know, potentially the shorty to be played on a pistol round in there. It's a cool idea overall from NRG to play onto the pistol, and they just let it slip in a player advantage situation.
Yeah.
Credit to Shy, though.
No, you got to give credit to Shy. He's playing insane.
So I'm just trying to grab the orb and
Yeah,
TP over the
double
other
orb
side.
default.
Full on orb
Just
maxing. He's going to be
pop,
3
pop.
off after this round.
100 Thieves Classic this is.
Gets killed.
This is a lot.
And this from KRU. We see a lot of classics, right? This is the 100 Thieves Classic where you get double orbs on your defense. And this right here is probably the most popular anti-eco strat. Exec over towards long, smoke, smoke, smoke with your lurker that goes through to clean this up. And the lurker's a gun that can go down.
This is a great round for Shy to go on the hunt. Get those ults going for himself too, so expect him in the front lines.
Som himself will probably make a go of things considering how close he is to the ult. The rest of his team, they're probably going to try and go down.
This was also a true FPX buy for KRU in terms of like they had 2 ghosts coming into this.
Yeah, they did.
I would not be surprised if they invested a little bit more and won a couple
Yeah,
rifles.
they get a
I mean,
really
up
good buy.
10-4, you win the bonus round, that's just lights out.
It's a dangerous looking bonus of that. Zeno, he's hopping around, spotting out
He
his
went for
players.
the...
Will look to go down.
He went
to
to
the
shoot
spike,
their
they will look
bodies
to
and
that,
actually
so
went
just
down
wanted to
because
deny
of it.
them the extra snowball, but looks like all guns were recovered as well, if they even went down at all. So take a look at how dangerous that bonus round is looking now for KRU.
Yep, there's a Vandal.
Yeah, bonus
there's
is
an extra
looking good,
Guardian bot
and
into.
this is the thing that worries
KRU
me.
won a challenge, and look, with the Outlaw surviving, 3 players on light armor.
Yeah, talking about the
NRG
right
are
stuff.
not gonna have a walk in the park for this one.
No, they're not. And at this point, it's looking all the more likely that KRU are finally going to get. I don't want to curse it too early, but listen, this org has never won against FNS-led teams in the history of Valorant.
I mean, today was only the 2nd map they've ever taken off them.
Exactly. It's always been dominance. Times are changing though, and so are the expectations. Wow.
Yeah, and
NRG got pretty
after
active out of
seeing
Showers
so
Inferno,
many,
but it's really
rotate
about
comes in
holding
from
down this
Mada.
B site with Mada coming in on the rotate.
They
for
might
NRG. They're
have
in a
to
good position as
nade
long as you
smoke
can
back.
stay
Oh,
alive
okay, they're not going to fight it.
Just calling for the pause here, KRU, hoping for that
Solar
re-exploration
Vice
without
was
making
bad? No,
noise.
Solar Vice is fine if you have the Viper Brim. But when we saw it earlier, people doing a Solar Vice without the Viper, so you only had one
Heavy
smoke.
stack from the NRG players now.
Here comes the hit.
Yeah. They know what's going to be occurring. They've got the players into the right positions. It just comes down to the gun playing a stall. It's a nade pulled out of them. A bit of spam occurring on either side here. Mada actually drifting and does go down to it. 3 players though. Caught with the knife, but caught with a util out in your hands.
Guys
Ethan.
owned it.
Drop to his knees.
And FNS and Som need to
35
clean this one up.
seconds
And does Shy just ult?
Seal Garden earned up, hopping up on top of the ledge.
Yeah, and now they get
Now
over
finally
towards
taking
site.
space off the
There's
back
no
of it.
more util really. Kesnet
Has to be shown here.
has
Spam
a
corner is very good.
Satchel. Dude, Kesnet tanked the
Second
spam.
guess the actual planning of that one, knocking these players down to low HP.
But NRG have no flank coming in. They've got no flashes to get back on the site. They've got no smokes.
Verno has
they have to
full
go into
util.
every fight disadvantaged.
Just looking for any chance they can. Molly's sent flying,
Oh.
swings are coming, but it's a little bit
Another
too late for
fade
that.
eye
Still,
before
FNS off from around the sides, but he's dropped down to just 10 HP himself. Distraction needs to be made, but the players have just got their watchful eyes on every single
Dude,
possible
Shy
angle.
is
They want to take this gun away too.
19-7.
At that, there is no remorse
They win a
in sight from
bonus.
KRU.
It's 11-4, and NRG
And
is
this
sitting
is just a stellar
with literally
start.
3K basically.
I wondered if it was going to be a repeat of what we
2
saw
people
into
at
Haven,
3-5.
but this is the complete opposite. Pistol rounds to the bonus conversion at this point. It doesn't even matter about
Shy's playing insane.
There's 2 more rounds that stands between KRU
It's one of the best
and
maps
taking
I've
the
seen him
series
have
and
because he's
staying
been
alive
so
and knocking
dominant. He's been
NRG out.
locking down
And
everywhere.
Shy, the man of the hour, right? He's the guy that buys the Vandal this round. He's the one that finds the opener on Ethan. Keeps getting those kills, which unlocks the ultimate, which gives them the site for free, forces all those players off to retake flashless, smokeless. It's his individual play.
You have to be one hell of a
that has made
timeout,
these
and
rounds
honestly,
so simple for KRU to move forward.
you
in.
tell him to force.
What you even need at this point?
Might have to.
Timeouts for NRG.
I mean, truthfully,
I think it's 2 people at
every
3,400.
single game that NRG have played in
And then
Kickoff, they have
3
had one guy.
people
It's a
at
different guy every
3,000.
time, but it's been
So you can be
Mata
like
coming up,
Guardians,
dropping 30. It's
Bulldogs,
been Ethan dropping 30. Even
maybe
Som,
one
when
judge
they
you
lost
could
against
judge
Cloud9
Hookah.
on Fracture, dropping 30. This is the first time you're seeing NRG without a guy. They've got no guy in this
Parity,
game
man.
today.
Yeah, it's parity at the bottom. No one's being able to like pick up the pieces, and given that miracle round that they might need to really get started. And listen, start of day, I was getting interrogated.
Guardian? Yeah, Guardian's really strong, dude, I would say.
Now you're getting vindicated.
I'm getting
I
vindicated.
would say,
to a degree, and
to be honest, I do think the
maybe-
Guardian buy's gone
maybe I
up a
didn't
little bit
believe
this
it,
year,
but I did
though.
say, what happens if Mada,
But I mean, yeah,
Ethan,
you're not
Verno,
wrong.
and Som all
It's
go
an
in?
incredibly strong gun.
We might be seeing it. Not to boil it all down, just the gunplay.
What do we actually get on this? 1, 2, 3 Guardians.
Sometimes it is the gunplay that can bail you out of tough rounds.
Yeah.
And
Ada
if you look at
gets
that,
the-
that's what KRU been finding consistently.
Vector.
They have won so many 4v5s, and now they get a chance to win a 5v4.
That's a brutal beginning. Finesse is just peeking for info there. Head off the shoulders. He has to watch from the spectator seat.
And it sort of forces NRG to go for this walk into short to get some info back to say,
That's
hey,
at least
we
nice
could be
though,
looking up
and
against you.
I will say they at
Pulls
least
KRU back into this
they
space
don't
to
know
find
someone
any
might be in front of
players
this,
that
so they gotta
prepped
just
up.
Going for that reclaim.
clear all of this.
Wall was triggered.
Wow.
And while they go clear all of
Ethan's
this,
moved up into heaven.
Verno
peeked
is
out,
taking a
Sans
lot of
sees nothing,
space.
so
This is a
sack into
big
showers
play by them.
could be what
In
NRG
terms of the
need to build
reaction
on.
in a 4v5, you can't get much
by
better
Verno,
than
but
this.
honestly,
Verno
as you
locks
mentioned,
down
he's
all
gonna
of B.
have
3
sorely
people
needed.
here.
He's just going to pause there in sand, because maybe KRU have to teleport back into him.
Here's the dog though, and he wants to go for it. Feels like an exec.
Okay, Dog doesn't see. Oh,
Trying to
see
make moves
Som.
over the
So how do they
water.
want to play
Backstab
this
is
now?
coming. Still is it?
Oh my god, they did the most perfect thing. But Verno, that's the spike.
Oh, wait a minute, that's a spike drop down. His chances here falling, but no, okay, stolen. Straight away, Som going for the swing. Bit of Ferrari speed off the back of that one.
30 seconds.
Shy's not going to know what hit him. Zeno's still going to be sticking this one, and Verno taking these fights, isolating the angles, winning it out. Getting the confidence back here for NRG and a massive player advantage.
Verno calling for reinforcements.
Now let it
Supercaz is
slip.
fighting forward!
Forced out though,
But where's the
wide into the
Spectre?
open with the nade itself, and that
Okay, Verno did really good
Wishful
on
thinking.
this. What the hell?
with a peak like that
Dude,
still.
chat, this
NRG
reaction in the 4v5 is probably one of the best I've
find
seen.
an angle and they take it.
2-person
Turns
push
out
off
Verno's
short,
gonna be the guy
breaks
that
the
round.
wall,
Yeah. And look, it
and
doesn't
then
have to
while
be the
they're
same guy every
searching if
time,
anyone pushed
but
through,
even
they
though
take
that
space
timing
back. That was
window
awesome.
just barely slipped him by, the fact he gets back in time, punches down the op, or the spike rather. Wow, that's a nice shot.
Not too much you can
I
do
mean, you
on
see
that.
that step up from the players. Really, I mean, it is individualistic, right? They're just taking
Sure.
the timings.
But when you get the information of heavy stacks of teams, especially when the attacking team is showing you where they are, Bind just has too many lanes to be able to walk up. You've got to look for those sometimes risky timings, but more often than not,
Rimmel on
very
defense,
calculated.
Seekers on attack, and Kesnet 2 away from his ult. Money, another important round for NRG. They're not out of it yet. Got to win this one.
With the flash
Make
at
sure
least
that
from Shy
crew
early on to
eco,
make sure that nobody was contesting
and then they
overall
can start
Shower.
building up their own
Verno's got to respect
econ.
that. Need to try and flush him out with a boombot on the side as well. Kesnet just a lot of pressure being sent out by him alone. Shy even with the deep wall. I actually love this position
Oh,
here.
okay.
finesse.
What was
Oh.
that? Maybe
I
the
think
wall
just
went
caught
up
the
over
jump peek
towards
of
short.
Melzer.
Not entirely sure on this
Jump
one.
peek or maybe just a bit of spam with
I
the
was
wall
just
going
about to
up.
compliment the default from
Nice
crew. This
opener
is
though.
nice. Go over
Yeah,
towards
Crew's definitely
showers,
thinking about
put the deep
all
wall
the way
down.
over into the B site, but
Let's see here, could be.
anchoring this down. I didn't see the timing of his knife, but
it's good because they have to
should not be
commit
very
over
long. Yeah,
towards
his knife
him.
just came back
It
up,
could be
so
off
very
angle.
easy for
Yeah,
NRG
this
to
is
keep
nice.
this stalled. By cycling the wall, once that goes down, Ethan pops the knife. Still have a seize to make sure players
This
can't
knife
get out
is
of octo.
good. It's only going to hit one, but it's still good timing.
Very good stall util in the hands
Oh.
of the NRG players.
Beautiful.
Like I said, it's going to hit all three.
Like
And
this.
it's perfect.
Sees follow it up. Oh, into the corner. There is no surviving that. Is that a flash through?
Yeah,
on
they
top
were
of it?
just
I'm not
tucked
too
into the
sure,
corner
but
as well. Very
either
nice.
way,
And
that's gonna
this is
more than get
what
the
they
job
want to
done.
do in terms of keeping it
Just a
clean.
little bit of everything there.
Because everyone could do
This
this
combo
money.
can be so versatile. Comboing different abilities. That's a round that
Dude, I was so sure this knife wasn't going to clear there. It's kind of sick.
And listen,
They
that's
not
what it takes,
crouch it.
one round at a time. NRG know this. They've got that veteran presence. They've been
They'd
in
like
spots
to
like
clear
this
this as
before.
well, and
They're not the type of team
NRG
necessarily
are
get rattled,
happy
even though
that
they do
they're
have a lot of new
saving.
additions.
Like, they're in for keeping this money.
And I'd say
Don't have to
NRG's
hunt, don't have to
defensive
do
side
anything.
Bind, what has impressed me the most, I really like the way Ethan and Finesse are usually playing on this side of the map. This time it was Ethan and Burnout. But even though they're usually on the weaker side, the way they cycle their util, it's very hard to find that window to get in against them.
That opening kill with finesse, yeah, just when the wall goes up.
This is the most perfect ult.
The alert timing can be taken.
That was awesome.
I like it.
Okay, that was the most half-committed fist bump I've ever seen.
You gotta put some oomph into it. You gotta believe,
Yeah, come
you know?
on.
You gotta believe. Finesse is like that, though, you know.
Okay, a lot of talk
It's all
about the
good.
orbs
If he's finding the
once
openers, I
again.
don't care how he fist bumps.
Exactly.
Okay, a crew just gonna send it up short when there's a lot of pressure because of the orbs.
It's the case, one round at a time here for crew.
It's a nice call, especially when you're eco.
A tumble, so
Because they're gonna, in
Rifles they were able
theory,
to
get
save
these anyway with
in that
deaths.
prior round, but not too much.
Yeah, the deep smoke
go alongside it.
completely
There's
wrecks
options
their
for crew, I
original
think, as well.
plan.
Maybe if they can play
So they wanted to do, so this Vice lineup is the
Online and
mollies
one
that
with
go
a
here,
showstopper,
so they
for
wanted
sure.
to do
More than
deep
enough to
smoke,
crack
send it up
open
to short.
most
Everyone's
rounds.
focusing on the sides because of the
wearing his
orbs,
last round.
which means that short is
Crew got
weak and then they
swung
can
by
just take
someone
back
over
sight and then maybe pinch over towards
This time
showers.
prepared for it. That same vine sent backside. Really good.
Still kind of worked. They
Molly
got
as well to
through,
stall this one out, and
got
the
through
horde
over
is
towards
perfect. I
sight,
mean, the
but
C's on top of it.
that C's
It's good
just
util
hit
from
everyone
Verno.
and just stopped them
Isolates the fight.
from hitting over towards sight.
That's one of your rifle players on crew as well. It's going to be dropped to the
Obi
side.
Macaroni with the prime. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate that. Thank you for the 11 months.
They are
Appreciate the
picked
prime.
2 pieces. The round is unraveling step by step here. Shy does well.
Yeah, we've
to
seen
at
him
least
lose a
return the
2v5
fire.
before with some dying as
Get
the
trade
first
off,
death,
but
so
it's a 2 versus 4.
let's tune in a little bit.
Spike is hard committed. There's only 38 seconds left. Running out of options, and at this point,
saving.
listen,
Looks like we're
I
saving.
don't wanna
Guys
say
going
it.
spawn.
There's 11 rounds up for crew, but I'm starting to get worried about the
Okay,
way that
crew.
they're
I
playing.
mean,
Their
crew will
attack
turn
sides are
out.
just.
Yeah, I feel like.
It could be just another one-sided game. It
It's
looks closer because they won the pistol and the bonus, but
Yeah. It's a weird spot to be in for them now because you realize, okay, if we tried to run these fast execs, we're just going to get stalled out by utility. We're going to get either pummeled by the Vise on one side, or sorry, not the Vise, the Viper on one side, and just stalled out by that, or the combination of KO and
The
Fade
spike
utility.
down.
But if we
Yeah,
slow play,
Vanna's
well, now we know
util here
one
was
has gotten up, and that could
pretty
be
much
anywhere.
perfect.
And we're not really playing a comp that's so well versed at dealing with the ops because they've got the sky.
really not. A lot of ults close to coming online here for NRG on top of that.
Yeah, you know, I'd say the best news for crew is that they only need 2 rounds, and they've got more good ults than rounds
look
they
at that
need to
fade
win.
ice sick
Sometimes
as
2
well.
rounds are the hardest ones to get.
That's
Even
true.
a final one on top of it,
Especially
man.
when
I
you
mean,
turn
they're
the
not even
corner
there at
through
12
short,
yet.
past the smoke.
Oh, the replay.
It's
I
going to
mean, look at that.
insta-reveal you.
Yeah, that's half-hearted.
That's a reverse turkey, we call it.
Don't worry, we'll go over that. The reverse turkey.
Yeah. You ever seen that when you do a high five someone that's trying to
Into
fist
that.
bump you? That's a turkey.
Yeah,
But he did it reverse style. Yeah,
that was
it's
not
ugly.
nice. I didn't like
No,
that. I didn't
no,
like
no
what
one
we just
liked
did.
it.
We tried to do that off camera. I didn't like it. I didn't like it. Just felt off. Timeout taken here by crew. They're popping off because
nice
there's a lot of
early
adjustment
timeout,
needs to be
really.
made, but it's hard to do it. I mean, I was making mention of it, man. We are in, I guess the modern era of Valorant currently right now is quite defensive-sided. You need to think about so many different variables. Util you need to pull out.
Sure.
And every single agent that NRG are running with this composition can stall you out. Snake bites, mollies, nades, everything.
Yeah. The thing is, like, this map is incredibly attack-sided as long as you get the spike down.
Yeah, get the spike down, get the
hard.
ults, you can chain them into an advantage. But
Exactly. But they haven't really been planting, is the thing. They've just been
Exactly.
getting killed and stalled on time so far.
it's really...
Sort of what I'm looking at now for crew is because they've got the Seekers and the Showstopper, a very
Cool
strong
pass on
combination.
stack.
Actually get yourself into a site. You just
Oh,
follow
okay.
the Seekers
I like
as you
this.
exec in.
They
and end up
boosted them
putting
up,
that
right?
Showstopper
So
up towards Hookah.
started over towards
Problem
here
is the
because they got the
operator.
Razor. They
Usually
go for
gets sniped
anti-Razor
out before that
setup.
exec comes
They
into play.
satchel the brim on top of
it.
track. And then obviously they might
right over to where
see
this swarm of players is about
the
to be
Raze over
here.
towards
Crew
here,
up,
so they're going to
root
think the top of track
for a
is
bit of
not
a beat
possible
split,
because
potentially.
obviously
At
only the
least the
Raze
first
can get
signs of
there.
it.
So this there's a lot of teams doing this at one point. G2 did a call when they like double satcheled one either
Okay,
side.
here we go. Explosive is called. Not too sure what the trigger was.
And FNS is
And
FNS
what a
tanked
shot by
it.
Matter.
Wait.
Kesnet just drifting down to the floor. Going to be meeting his demise. Hello,
What?
walking through the thorns, just trying to escape
did
out.
Literally no damage to him. It did like
to give up a
I
lot
think
of
it,
space.
I'm so
Weird
confused.
call, expecting the
I
rotate
thought he
away.
was dead.
Pause and the Seekers now going to be offloaded. Flash deep in through the site, trying to split this one up and away. Nobody Oppa's playing, but not a lot of control. Most of the other sections.
Still a
on the
hard
site.
retake. They should wait for Verno for Prowler.
Elbow in particular, a
Ethan
fair
flash
advantage
over the top
situation
maybe.
for NRG. If they take this one steadily, they should have good
Here comes the
chances.
flash. Always a good flash.
Flash over the top. Molly on top of it. Oh my god, the bullet's just about missing, and these
Yeah,
Alpha
you're gonna have
players
to flash him out
surely
again,
gonna be
mate.
playing a part into the action at some point.
Another flash coming in. Please flash before you turn this.
Down over the top. Made up and around. Walt needs to be at least dropped in here. Gunfight's one out, at least on either side. Traded here with a Nightfall on top of it. No more sound cues and
Shy is the guy, isn't he? He's actually him, dudes. He's just gonna solo win this game.
Doesn't matter.
He's gonna solo win this game for sure.
And he'll take aim.
He's won so many rounds.
What a beast! Shy is just completely unleashed in this game so far. And again, you can see it's a 4v5. Another 4v5 that KRU win.
Yeah,
and
and you did that second flash to go over the top.
The re-hit worked.
It's hard from that angle.
Playing inside tube here was just a thing of beauty.
He's got to go spawn and do it.
Up to 12 for KRU. One more round is all that stands between them winning this, knocking out NRG. For KRU will be first win they've got against Finesse Core teams, Envy, Optic, all the way to NRG. Just a jiggle, Ethan has to play his life a little bit further back here with a deep knife.
Hey, 5 chances, dude. They got. I mean, they got
to show up
a really good go at this.
Re-hit into this site. 2 flashes to work with. And he's got his buddy
Mata has his ult. Oh, I mean, they're going to get Vice into the corner, and Vice is going to Vice ult this for the send. It's our backup guns.
Overlaid on top, players trying to drift up, and the TPs are called. Pushing them back, there's an orbital strike, but it's a little bit delayed still at first. So nasty shot. Everybody corralled, everybody collected up. Showstopper, rebounds.
No way, dude. What's going on with the Raze ults?
Shy! My goodness! Off onto the corner, already collected the 2, and it leaves it down to Finesse.
Shy has had such an insane map.
Throughout the history of VCT, his teams have always been able to get it done. But this is the unthinkable made manifest. This is KRU when everybody doubted them.
It's a 1v3, or
taking that step forward.
we don't see you for 5 weeks.
Trying to do it, spotted out, flash in his face. No chance at
Shout
all.
out to Shy, what an absolute map. Adverso had a good map, but Shy had a crazy map. Yeah, and everyone's just like, thanks, dudes. We'll take that.
What a show KRU just put on for us today. I mean, 3
that
maps
was,
the
dude, their
distance,
Vice stuff was nice though as well, and they changed it up a lot.
Playing like an absolute beast.
It felt like he had the read as well. The amount of smoke kills he was getting also.
Plus, maybe?
I think it was 26 and 8.
Insanity.
I think this guy just put on an absolute life game out there on Bind.
It really was.
And in those critical rounds in the end, right, it started slowing down for KRU. NRG started tapping in to that momentum they felt back on Haven in the second half. Shy showed up, said absolutely no way.
Big
momentum
game
is the
for
key word that they're
KRU.
using because so much off the back of.
And yeah, NRG, we won't see them for 5 weeks. Will they enjoy the map changes? Abyss and Bind out? I mean, they lost both.
Few more rounds to just bring them over the edge.
Yeah, maybe.
2-1 is the scoreline here. KRU are surviving. I don't want to claim they're going to be going on a run. Listen, I don't want to even just try and bring
think that
energy
NRG
into it
struggled
here,
first time
they've
seeing the
definitely
Vice, no
turned up
doubt
here
about
today.
it.
I'm just excited to see some of these players really stepping up in a massive way. I was singing the praises of Shy, but this final
blame me
map
for the
of
guarantee?
Adverso,
I wasn't involved in the
defensive
guarantee on this
side
one.
was just so beautiful
But I would have
to
gone for NRG, so
His
it
anchoring on the
wouldn't
Viper,
have, it wouldn't have
just
changed
gorgeous.
too much.
And it came all, you remember back this pistol round?
Yeah.
I
Where
wouldn't
NRG
have,
again,
I wouldn't have said anything
were
else.
up in numbers.
Especially as I knew
but it just
Haven was
did
going to be
not
in the map
matter
pool
because
pretty
of
much.
what Shy was able to do consistently.
Yeah, we got a bit wacky at times. Listen, a bit of spam into the smokes, but genuinely, players were hitting
Okay, we'll
on
listen
either
to the
side, but for
interview,
KRU, they
and
really did turn up. The
then
confidence
Bren,
was
yeah,
there.
dude, Bren
I
owned
had
it.
questions at the beginning of this
But Bren
series,
wasn't
you know,
on
wondering,
America's for
okay,
Plat Chat,
listen,
right?
you battered
Or was he?
2G. They're looking, you know,
Wait, did he cover himself?
like they can
I'm
barely even
confused.
get a
Was he
handle
not
in
on
terms
Plat
of the
Chat?
play currently in VCT Americas, and we didn't really know
He
where
was? Who did he go for on
the
Plat
level, I
Chat?
guess, was in terms of that
KRU
tier
as
gap.
well.
But for KRU here today, they've definitely stepped up. This is really a moment to just announce yourself and say, we're just
He
in the middle
changed
of
it
the
to
pack
KRU
now,
last
and
minute.
how much
Dude,
further are
what
they
a
going to be
legend.
taking it? That's the big question.
I think showing the resilience that they had,
What an actual legend.
Yep.
not just to win in this series,
Yep.
But it mirrors the
He's
resilience
got
that I
bragging
had
rights
today.
for like
They
what
really
the next
did.
4
Commit
months.
to
The bit.
He can use that. He can use that
a
for
good
about 4
committal.
months, I
It was a
reckon.
good committal, but with
Tasty.
that, yeah, with that,
We'll be seeing
I
a
mean,
tweet in
that's
about
tasty. Yeah, it's
2
hard and
minutes
fast to
time,
pick
that's
up
for
that,
sure.
I know. But we will have to say goodbye to NRG with that. Let's get serious for a moment
Damn,
here.
they really went for the
Out of
nugget
kickoff
clip.
and contention for it. And honestly, high expectations leveled onto the shoulders of all of these players.
Yeah,
I
you
had
see
high
the bounce
expectations
back
for
from
thinking
them.
that they were going to be potentially the second best, potentially the best team that we had in Americas. I think a lot of people did. High hopes indeed, but out in a fashion that they are. And you've got to call it what it is. It's an upset up against KRU.
For sure. It's an upset, and it's also just a weird tournament for NRG.
Especially considering how they both looked at the start.
But there was also getting battered by C9 at the start. Then all of a sudden, that incredible
Actually, that's true.
series versus
Like,
100
NRG
teams.
didn't have a
You
great
think
start.
you're contenders
Maybe
again.
they take that
They've
back.
got the talent there. They just need to get it back going and use this break to fire back for stage 1.
Early days yet in the season, of course, but for now, we're going to send it down to Elizabeth. Down on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview. She's down there with Mauser as well to take it
And then Melzer? Okay. I was going to say Shy's the
Thank you so much, Bren, and definitely Sideshow.
Melzer
we
had an
have
incredible
Melzer
fast
here
map, though.
after a stunning performance from KRU. The KRU is out in force today. Melzer, indeed. Something I want to ask you is about kind of the difference in maps. We saw a Stomp map 1, almost a Stomp map 2, but NRG brought it back, and pretty much a Stomp map 3. What do you think was the difference between the second map and the first and third maps?
Vimos un dominio en el primer mapa, después vimos un segundo mapa que casi era un dominio y después volvimos a ver ese dominio en el tercer mapa. ¿Cuál crees que fue la diferencia entre el segundo mapa y el primero y el tercero que se veían tan fuertes?
Bueno, el primer mapa era nuestro pick, así que obviamente iba a ser fuerte. Por algo piqueamos ese mapa, lo trabajamos mucho. Realmente teníamos todos los mapas trabajados, pero si el rival piquea un Haven, obviamente es porque ellos también lo tienen fuerte. O sea, hay que darles mérito a ellos de que lo jugaron muy bien. Y bueno, el tercero también era nuestro, también lo teníamos muy trabajado. Yo creo que ellos también, pero habíamos visto algunas voz de ellos, lo estudiamos bien y resultamos ganando.
The first map was our pick, so obviously we were going to have a strong first map. That is the reason why we decided to go with that map of Abyss. That second one, it was a Haven that, I mean, we are confident in all the maps, but that Haven, obviously, if the other side picked it, is because they have something prepared for it. And for that third one, we also watched a little bit of odds, watched a little bit of what NRG was doing, so with the preparation, that's how we won.
That leads directly into my next question. I talked to Adam. He said you guys prepped extremely heavy for this match. What, with that prep, did you expect from NRG, and how did they fulfill that today? Or did they not fulfill it at all?
Adam dijo que se prepararon mucho. ¿Cómo se sentiste que fue esa preparación y en contra de NRG?
Bueno, el cambio de nuestra preparación fue cuando perdimos contra Loud. Ahí nos dimos cuenta que estábamos haciendo muchas cosas mal, desde los entrenamientos, desde el mental, desde la relación entre nosotros, desde el esfuerzo. Y no quisimos, darnos por vencidos, sabíamos que venían mal y tuvimos una charla, empezamos a trabajar bien, empezamos a trabajar macro, micro, todos tuvimos muchas horas de trabajo y creo que eso da fruto, es un torneo muy rápido, entonces hay que dejarlo todo todos los días y obviamente van a dar fruto.
That preparation starts when you lose that first match against Loud, where we realize we have a lot of things to work on, the macro, the micro, the relationships between each other, the communication, just kind of working out everything. So ever since we lost, we decided to start working on those, getting better and having those improvements because Kickoff is a very short tournament, so you need to make those adjustments and move on.
Speaking of Loud, you will be facing them next. It is a Loud KRU rematch. What adjustments are you making? Make sure you can, because they beat you 2-0 last time. What adjustments are you making to make sure you can defeat Loud?
Rose? Que la siguiente partida es en contra de Loud, es un rematch. Y que la vez pasada perdieron 2-0. ¿Qué vas a hacer esta vez para que se vayan de su lado?
El partido contra Loud yo no creo que para nosotros por lo menos cuente que realmente no éramos el mismo equipo. Estábamos haciendo, si lo puedo decir, casi todo mal dentro y fuera del juego. Entonces va a ser un partido divertido, es el momento de nuestra redención. Sabemos que podemos ganar y los chicos son muy buenos, los chicos de Loud, tienen mucha mira, pero no creo que nos hayan aplastado por eso, sino que fue más por nuestra falta de preparación, nuestro comienzo con nerviosismo y tenemos un macro, un micro mucho más trabajado, todos tenemos mucho más trabajo encima, entonces va a ser un resultado diferente.
The first match that we played against Loud, it's not that it wasn't us, but it was a very different team to what we have right now with the work that we put on. And Loud is a very good team individually. They're really good. They have a lot of aim, but the work, the macro that we've put on the work in is going to show a different team for the next match.
Right, well, thank you so much, Melzer. Now we're going to send it over to Match Point, where we have Mizzino and Kesnet standing by for our post show.
Okay, chat. Very, very nice. Give me a streamer to raid, and if people are around in 4 hours, just over 4 hours, we will be
microphone here.
Streaming some
Good to go.
Pacific.
Of course, I'm joined by two titans
Raid
of
Mel?
the game. You got
Sure.
Zeno and Kesnet here. And congratulations on the win.
Great
That looked
scouting
like
on
it
that one.
took,
Best, we
years
love that.
off of your life with how long that was.
Okay,
How did it
everyone say
feel
hi to
being
Mel for
in
me.
the
Thank you so
server
much, everyone.
playing
I
that one out?
appreciate
That
you all.
game looked difficult.
And yeah, if you're up in about 4 hours, we have APAC.
Yeah, too much
Pacific.
energy, but it was a fun.
Thank you so much for watching, guys. Thank you,
because
thank
they're
you.
really good and
I appreciate everyone watching, all the
make us
lurkers,
go to a
chatters,
limit.
subs,
Beyond, you know?
non-subs,
Yeah, no, of course. I mean,
YouTube chat, Twitch chat,
Kevin, you had
mods.
to
Thank you
face
so much,
Mada.
everyone. Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, you want to talk in Spanish? Go for it.
Appreciate you all being here.
Siento que Mada es una,
Hope you have a good rest of your day.
sangre que tiene NA.
I'll see you
Es
all in a little
demasiado
bit.
bueno. Mi
Alright,
respeto
peace, peace, peace,
hacia
everyone.
él. He
Peace.
jugado muchas veces dúos con él y nada, agradecido de tener este momento con él.
Yeah, if you don't mind translating for the audience.
He's saying
YouTube
that
chat. See you guys
Mada
soon,
is
okay?
insane, and
Bye.
he played duo with him, so he knows like